Chapter 2018 Desolation Wheel. A level 8 virtuoso was defeated with just a finger. The practitioners of Donghua Academy looked at Desolation with a rather somber look in their eyes. The aura of the Great Path flowed around the virtuosos of the Donghua Academy, who were standing at various places. Their clothes fluttered, and they all seemed to want to challenge Desolation to a fight. This Desolation was a top-tier figure in the Desolate God Palace who was too arrogant. It's best if you send a level 9 practitioner. Desolation spoke in the direction of the Donghua Academy practitioners. Even if the person were a disciple of the Donghua Academy, a level 8 virtuoso was still unable to match up with him. He had a perfect great path. He also had the ability to cause the divine mirror of heavenly wheels to emit 5 layers of divine light. It was more than sufficient for him to fight those who were one level higher than him. Moreover, even though that finger was an ultimate move, he did not display his true strength. He had only casually pointed. If he unleashed his Desolation Wheel, his opponent would not be able to withstand the might of his divine wheel alone. His opponent would be crushed straight away. There was no need for him even to act. It could only be said that he and his opponent were not on the same level. All the other practitioners understood this. The Desolation Wheel had a history nearly as far back as the God level. A level 8 virtuoso was bound to lose. However, he was a level 7 high-level Renhuang. It was not appropriate to send out a level 9 virtuoso just like that. After the level 8 Renhuang left the stage, Donghua Academy would send a level 9 virtuoso. It seems like Desolation wants to challenge the top prodigy in Donghua Heavens, Li Chongxing whispered as he stood on a mountaintop with the practitioners from Wangshan Watchtower. Ning Hua was known as the top person among the 4 virtuosos. He had an extremely high reputation. On the other hand, Desolation was ranked 3rd. As one of the most influential and powerful characters around, he certainly wanted to meet Ning Hua. If he could defeat everyone from the Donghua Academy, Ning Hua would be forced to show himself. He is only at the 7th level. I think it'll be challenging. Someone from the Donghua Academy should be able to stop him, Futian said. Desolation's great path was perfect, and if they were to consider his combat abilities, he could certainly take on a level 9 practitioner with an imperfect great path. However, this was Donghua Academy. Even though there weren't many figures like Ling He, there had to be people like him. For people like them, even if flaws started appearing in their great paths, they were still powerful. They could not be regarded as a typical Renhuang. Rather, they were somewhere in between the two. Moreover, this was the Donghua Academy, the top sacred grounds in the Donghua domain. There were definitely some powerful figures. Thus, from Yi Futian's perspective, if Desolation wanted to decimate all of Donghua Academy, he had to at least step into the 8th level for that to be possible. Li Chongxing nodded. As the top sacred grounds of the Donghua domain, there is no lack of powerful characters. We've witnessed it before. Some virtuosos have hidden themselves in the academy. There's no need to elaborate on the strength of the practitioners held in high regard by Donghua Academy. They are certainly very strong. It's just that the people in the older generation won't necessarily step in to help. Thus, there might not be that many people who can defeat Desolation. Yi Futian nodded and continued watching silently. Desolation was indeed very strong. The people he now contacted were the top-tier figures in the entire Divine Prefecture. They were no longer typical Renhuangs. Ning Hua, Desolation, and the rest were all the most prodigious characters in the Donghua domain. At that moment, a practitioner from Donghua Academy stepped out. Everyone looked at that person, and, expectedly, he was a level 9 Renhuang virtuoso. Oin! At that moment, a sword descended from a distance away. It levitated in the air, and a voice followed behind. "Let me do it!" The voice was very calm, and it made people feel secure. It seemed to come from the sword. When the Donghua Academy practitioners raised their heads and saw the sword, they instantly knew whose sword it was. All right. The level 9 virtuoso who walked out initially did not have a tinge of hesitation. Yet he did not insist on the battle and instead retreated and let the newcomer take his place. Obviously, he was very convinced by the newcomer's strength. A silhouette appeared out of nowhere in the sky. He stood on the floating sword and looked down at Desolation. He was not young. He was a man in his 50s or 60s. He had obviously been cultivating for a very long time. His hair was tied cleanly behind him. He was cloaked in a very simple, light blue robe. He looked extremely normal, but he gave off an extraordinary aura. It was like he had discarded everything material and had returned to his authentic, true self. "Brother!" Several people from the Donghua Academy greeted him loudly. They looked at the silhouette in the air with respect. It was obvious that this elderly man was highly regarded. Yi Futian let out a rather intrigued expression. This elderly man was obviously quite old. He was a top-tier Renhuang who had cultivated for years. Yet he was a disciple of the Donghua Academy and not a senior. That was quite interesting. However, this was also normal. The top sacred grounds of the Donghua domain naturally had no age restrictions. Many practitioners who came here looking for mentors might be very old. A swordsman. Li Changsheng looked at the elderly man floating in midair and seemed to remember who he was. He whispered, "Black Tortoise, Sword Emperor." Quite a few practitioners from Wangshan Watchtower had heard of the Black Tortoise, Sword Emperor's name. They did not expect to be able to witness his techniques. This Black Tortoise Sword Emperor was a very famous figure and was extremely powerful. He had already attained the 9th Renhuang level many years ago. He should now be at the pinnacle of Renhuang already. Many people guessed that the Black Tortoise Sword Emperor would have a chance to surpass the limitations of the Great Path and reach the next level. Of course, this was only a possibility. After all, taking that step was too difficult. Desolation looked up at the Black Tortoise Sword Emperor in the air, his expression unchanged. The Black Tortoise Sword Emperor said, "Please." Just as he finished speaking, countless gray streams flowed towards the air from Desolation. The vast heaven and earth seemed to be sealed by those streams. At the same time, an impressive might of the sword appeared around the Black Tortoise Sword Emperor. Swords appeared one after another and floated in space. On every sword, there seemed to be a picture printed on it. A screen of swords appeared in the heavens above. Tens of thousands of divine swords materialized everywhere. Boom! In the region of the Great Path, Desolation initiated his attack. Countless streaks of black lightning shot towards Black Tortoise Sword Emperor. Every streak of black lightning contained a terrifyingly destructive power. However, the swords around the Black Tortoise Sword Emperor revolved around him. These swords were a little larger than typical swords. The sword domain shrouded Black Tortoise Sword Emperor. A mirage of a massive black tortoise appeared. These swords had morphed into a giant black tortoise. Even though the black lightning strikes shot straight at it, they were unable to break it. More swords were materializing between heaven and earth, causing the body of the black tortoise to become increasingly huge. It covered the entire sky, and it was like a mega sword matrix. A heavy, somber, murderous power permeated outwards from the Black Tortoise sword matrix and shrouded the entire space below it. Desolation raised his head. In the space above, the boundless, gigantic black tortoise blocked out the horizon. If they were not at the path-seeking stage, this black tortoise might have become even larger. However, his region of the Great Path was also expanding. A limitless flow of destructive power shrouded the skies above him. Even the mega black tortoise sword matrix was shrouded within. Desolation's body floated into the air and continued to rise. He reached his arm out in front of him, and between his fingers swirled a terrifying aura. Boom! With his body at its center, a terrifying destructive storm materialized. He raised his hand and pointed at the skies, unleashing his finger of death. At the same instant, a limitless destructive flow exploded outwards. The power of that one finger caused beams of black light to appear in the air. They pierced through the air and shot straight at his opponent. At the same time, blades of light showered downwards. From the black tortoise sword matrix, swords rained downwards one after another, its might pressurizing the space. The black tortoise in the heavens seemed to let out a low roar. The black tortoise sword emperor also pointed down. Instantly, the infinitely massive black tortoise dove downwards. The sword matrix descended and collided with the finger of death. A loud boom rumbled out as the two beams of light collided and shattered at the same time. Under the overwhelming power of the black tortoise sword matrix that was pressing downwards, desolation retreated downward. Countless black leaves and branches twisted up to meet the sword matrix in the air, but they were all shattered. Crack! A terrifying sound echoed out. Above desolation, a black divine palace appeared. It carried an aura of bareness. It was the divine will forged from his core soul, the desolation wheel. Rumble. In the heavens above, everything darkened. The world morphed into sheer darkness. It was as though it were the end of the world. The battlefield was filled with a desolate, destructive aura. Countless black chains seemed to shoot out from the divine palace, reaching up into the skies and twisting towards the black tortoise sword emperor. These chains sealed the entire space, shrouding all directions and locking in heaven and earth. Desolation stood below, bathed in the aura permeating outwards from the desolation wheel. He seemed even more fearsome. At that moment, the infinitely giant black tortoise seemed to be particularly insignificant as it was caged in the destructive dark world. "Desolate tribulations," Desolation said. Instantly, tens of thousands of streaks of light burst out from the desolation wheel. Like beams of judgment, they shot towards the black tortoise sword emperor. The scene was at Chapter 2019, Divine Wheel Levels. On the path-seeking peak, the virtuosos from all over the world stared intently at the battleground. The destructive scene was chilling. In the heavens above, the unceasing, desolate tribulations that hammered down on the massive black tortoise sword matrix caused it to shudder. A blinding light radiated outward from the black tortoise sword emperor. A giant black tortoise appeared and merged into the sword matrix. At that moment, the black tortoise was still getting larger, and the number of swords was also increasing. The desolate tribulation that was cascading downwards did not fade away. Rather, they morphed into chains that twisted around the black tortoise sword matrix, as though it were going to seal the entire sword matrix. At the same time, the desolation wheel in the heavens summoned an endless amount of power of the great path, sealing the entire battlefield. Desolation stood below his desolation wheel, bathed in the radiance of destruction. He looked like he was covered in terrifying dark armor. His body became huge, and he morphed into the desolate god of war. He reached out his hands, and the desolate tribulation swirling around the black tortoise sword matrix were like chains that were wrapped around his arms, fully under his control. He clenched his fists tightly. Instantly, the limitless light of tribulation emitted a powerful destructive force in an attempt to annihilate the sword matrix. Yet the black tortoise sword matrix had formed a domain of its own, and the black tortoise sword emperor sealed himself within the domain. He actually took this terrifying attack straight on. The rumble of the great path echoed out, and the black tortoise sword matrix trembled. It actually pressed on downwards. The massive sword matrix contained a fearsome, murderous power and a scary might. It caused the entire space to be extremely heavy and difficult to escape. Enduring this immense power, Desolation, who had morphed into a god of war, reached his hands out, palms facing the sky. His eyes let out a terrifying black light. In the skies above, the desolation wheel emitted tens of thousands of desolate tribulations, shrouding the endless space. These desolate tribulations instantly swarmed to Desolation's body, swirling around him. At that moment, he seemed to be able to unleash a mighty finger of death. Yet, those desolate tribulations swirling around him fused into one. Billions of desolate tribulations were concentrated on his palm, and they morphed into an utterly catastrophic storm. The terrifying storm of desolate tribulations shot straight into the clouds. In his hands, a black, demonic blade appeared. Limitless light of tribulations swirled around the blade and cackled continuously like black lightning. The strength of the destructive power that seeped out was breath-stopping. Upon seeing the blade, all the practitioners from the Donghua Academy had a serious look in their eyes. This was the terrifying Tao technique passed down in the desolate God Palace. When Desolation raised his blade with both hands, a terrifying destructive power shot straight into the clouds. With a body like a god of wars, he cut once with his desolate blade. In that instant, the space seemed to be split into two by the destructive light of darkness. This slice could cut through space itself. At the same time, the eyes of the Black Tortoise Sword Emperor became serious. From the Black Tortoise Sword Matrix that was revolving around his body, unlimited will of the sword shot out and condensed into a sword, appearing by his side. His hands formed a sword seal, and the sword matrix fused into one black tortoise divine sword. He looked downwards for a moment, and an extremely bright divine light burst out. The will of the sword split the heavens apart. When he swung his black tortoise sword, a rumble reverberated throughout heaven and earth. Two destructive beams of light collided with each other in the heavens. The sword and blade cut towards each other, and a terrifying shockwave of the great path seemed to shatter the matrices. An endless stream of fearsome, desolate tribulations shot straight into the defense of the Black Tortoise Sword Matrix. However, at that moment, a black tortoise image appeared behind the Black Tortoise Sword Emperor. It morphed into a massive beast and refused to budge. Brother. Many people looked at the Black Tortoise Sword Emperor. The desolate tribulations charged straight into the Black Tortoise Sword Matrix, and on the Black Tortoise picture appeared lines of destructive light of tribulation that impacted his body. However, his long robe fluttered, and a shocking aura of the great path exploded outward. He refused to take even half a step back. His eyes glimmered brightly with a divine-like glow as he stared at the space below him. An endless will of the sword pierced through the desolate blade and shot straight at the dark silhouette, as though silently stating that if his opponent didn't retreat, he would not retreat either. Desolation lifted his head, and his jet-black eyes focused on the silhouette in the air. A rumble reverberated from his body, and fresh blood trickled down the corners of his mouth. However, his eyes were still impossibly determined. It was as though he was not bothered by it at all. At that moment, a glaring light radiated from the Black Tortoise Sword Emperor. The Black Tortoise picture lit up once again. He said a single word, break. As he spoke, a sound of shattering echoed out. The desolate blade crumbled inch by inch. At the same time, the sword also cracked and shattered. The two of them were simultaneously blown a great distance away. When the two of them stopped, their auras were fluctuating. The robe on the Black Tortoise Sword Emperor was torn apart, and his long hair that was tied became disheveled, flowing about in the wind. Desolation stood there without moving, his gaze fixated on the silhouette standing opposite him. Let's call this a draw. If your level were just a little higher, I would not have been able to break this slice. If this were a few years later, I would probably lose, the Black Tortoise Sword Emperor said. He seemed a little low-spirited. Having cultivated for so many years, he was already one of the top Renhuangs. Yet in his fight with this level 7 Renhuang Jr., he did not have the supreme advantage. This was the combat ability bestowed by a perfect great path. His potential was indeed unlimited. A loss is a loss. That was not a draw. Desolation's tone was icy, as though he had always been like that. The people with him similarly gave off an extremely cold and emotionless feeling. However, he did admit that he had lost this battle. Of course, he would not feel too discouraged. Even though he was an extremely proud individual and wanted to challenge Ninghua and the Donghua Academy's virtuosos, he did not really believe that he was undefeatable. This was, after all, Donghua Academy, the top sacred grounds of the Donghua domain. He was arrogant, but he was not blindly overconfident of himself. The two of them retreated to their respective mountain peaks. Desolation sat cross-legged and started to restore his strength. He suffered decently severe injuries from the fight just now, even though it was not visible on the surface. But for a person like him to vomit fresh blood, the damage he suffered must have been significant. Thus, he had to rest and recover for a while. Lu Qingzhu looked at the crowd and said, "The desolate God Palace is the ruler of their territory. This generation's heir to the desolate god is indeed powerful. Everyone who is here today is influential in their respective continents. You can take this opportunity to spar with each other. If you have a perfect great path, you can use the divine mirror of heavenly wheels to test your own divine will levels." Many people reflexively looked in the direction of the divine palace of fluttering snow and Wangshin Watchtower. More precisely, they looked at Jiang Yueli from the divine palace of fluttering snow and Zongchan from the Wangshin Watchtower. Everyone had witnessed Desolation's overpowering strength from before. These two people were on the same level as Desolation, so everyone was interested in their strength. Desolation had already appraised the level of his divine wheel. Then, how many layers of divine light would be emitted by Jiang Yueli and Zongchan's divine wheels? Many people were very eager to find out. Seeing this, Lu Qingzhu smiled and said, "It seems like everyone wants to see Goddess Jiang and Zongchan. Why don't you both satisfy everyone's curiosity?" Jiang Yueli stood on the ancient peak. She looked magnificent. Her bright and spirited eyes looked at the Zongchan. She said, "In that case, would Zongchan like to go first?" Obviously, he did not refuse. To her, it was nothing that needed to be hidden. Moreover, she was also a little curious to know the level of her divine wheel. At the Wangshin Watchtower side, everyone looked at Zongchan in front. Li Chongxing smiled and said, "Brother Zong, good luck." "All right." Zongchan nodded and calmly walked out. His silhouette floated down to above the path-seeking stage and faced the divine mirror of heavenly wheels between the two ancient peaks. In the next moment, Zongchan unleashed his great path divine wheel. It was a massive stone steel that contained a shocking great path aura of suppression. His divine wheel appeared in the divine mirror of heavenly wheels. Light shone on Zongchan, and following that, light revolved around in the divine mirror. Layers of divine light appeared, and everyone stared at it. Zongchan also looked at the mirror. He was chosen by his respected teacher. Since his cultivation was quite similar to his teacher's, his great path divine wheel was also forged at Wangshin Watchtower. Thus, the level of his divine will should not be low, right? Under everyone's intense gaze, the divine light shimmered. Not long later, 5 layers of divine light appeared. They were all especially brilliant and vivid. Everyone was secretly surprised. Zongchan and Desolation were the same. Their great path divine wheels were both at the 5th level and could cause the divine mirror of heavenly wheels to emit 5 layers of divine light. In the distance, the practitioners of the Wangshin Watchtower silently let out a sigh of relief. They were initially a little worried that Zongchan's divine wheel would be inferior to that of Desolation, but it seemed like they were just paranoid. To cultivate to such a level, Zongchan would not be inferior to the other people. Zongchan himself was rather calm. He was neither surprised nor disappointed. He raised his head and looked at Jiang Yueli. He smiled and said, "Goddess Jiang, please." As he finished speaking, he returned to his own mountain peak. Li Chongsheng patted his back. It was not easy for Wangshin Watchtower to have someone among the 4 most influential figures in the Donghua domain. Jiang Yueli nodded, and her silhouette descended to face the divine mirror of heavenly wheels. Her divine wheel was in the form of a sword. The moment her sword appeared, and the entire space became extremely cold. That was the extremely cold, chilling moonblade. The sword was as cold as the freezing moon. The light that it emitted caused everyone to feel a frosty aura that chilled them to their bones. When the sword appeared in the divine mirror of heavenly wheels, ice and snow appeared in the divine mirror as well, and the entire mirror turned a pure white. It was as though the mirror sensed the freezing will of the sword. Layers of divine light revolved around, and the result was the same as Desolation's and Zhongchan's. It was still 5 layers of divine light. The 3 virtuosos had very comparable divine will levels. This also seemed to prove Donghua Academy's hypothesis, that a practitioner who ascended to a high-level Renhuang with a perfect great path would have a divine wheel of level 4 to 6. Ninghua's was the 6th level, while those of the other 3 were similar to each other's in the middle at the 5th level. A slight ripple coursed through the hearts of everyone who was watching. Indeed, no one had yet to surpass Ninghua. They were all weaker than him. However, the 3 of them were close to each other. It might not be the case for their combat abilities, but it was definitely the case for the levels of their divine wheels. Similarly, Jiang Yueli did not show much emotion and calmly returned to the mountain peak where the practitioners from the divine palace of fluttering snow stood. Even though it was a pity that she was not on the same level as Ninghua, there must be a reason why Ninghua was known as the most influential figure. Even though they had never fought before, she had heard of his name a couple of times. Not bad, Lu Qingzhu praised. Among the 4 most influential characters in our Donghua domain, 3 of them have level 5 perfect grade divine wheels. It is indeed valuable. Now, is there any Renhuang practitioners who have forged a perfect grade divine wheel and want to praise their divine wheels? Even though there were only a few such people among the high-level Renhuangs, many middle-level and low-level Renhuangs had perfect grade divine wheels. Perhaps there might be someone who might attain the same level as these 3, or close to them at the 4th level. On the various mountain peaks, practitioners all looked around at others. The Donghua Academy practitioners had already tested themselves, so there was no need for them to go again. As for the other practitioners, it was their first time stepping into the Donghua Academy. It was a rare chance that they got to stand in front of the divine mirror of heavenly wheels and appraise their own divine wheels. Of the 3 main goddesses of the divine palace of fluttering snow, there are still 2 of you who possess a perfect great path. Certainly, the level of your divine wheels is not low. Would you be interested in trying? A voice echoed out. It was from a disciple of the Donghua Academy. The 3 direct disciples of the sword goddess of the divine palace of fluttering snow were all practitioners with a perfect great path. Apart from Jiang Yueli, who was at the high Renhuang level, there were also Qin Qing and Chu Hanqi at the middle Renhuang level. Rumor had it that they were extraordinary women favored by the gods. In the divine palace of fluttering snow, these 3 women were all potential heirs to the sword goddess. Even though Jiang Yueli was ahead, it did not mean that Qin Qing and Chu Hanqi were definitely inferior. Testing their divine wheels here was an excellent method. Emperor Yi from the Wangshan Watchtower has such overpowering combat abilities with a perfect divine wheel of the Great Path. Furthermore, he possesses multiple divine wheels. Surely the level of his divine wheels must be very high, Ling he said from Lingxiao Palace, looking at Yi Futian as he did so. His defeat from the last time was humiliating. In the future, wherever Yi Futian was, everyone would compare the 2 of them. He had 2 motives for getting Yi Futian to appraise his divine will. First, it was for him to see just how strong Yi Futian's divine will was and what level it was at. Secondly, if Yi Futian were indeed that outstanding, someone would surely take him down. The great Yan ancient royal family was also present. They glanced at Yi Futian. Obviously, they, too, wanted to know the level of Yi Futian's divine wheel of the Great Path. I am rather mediocre, so my divine will level should be rather normal, too. With so many top-tier factions around, like the Desolate God Palace, Great Yin Ancient Royal Family, Lingxiao Palace, and the goddesses of the Divine Palace of Fluttering Snow, there are certainly people who possess a high-level divine wheel. As for me, I am not deserving of stepping onto this magnificent stage, Yi Futian said with a smile, appearing very humble. Behind his smile, however, his intent to slay Ling, he did not waver. Emperor Yi, you really know how to joke. Whether it was the battle of the Wangshan Watchtower or the battle at Turtle Deity Island, Emperor Yi was outstanding. Ling, he said, trying his best to hide his chilly attitude. Yi Futian said he was not deserving enough. Wouldn't it be even more the case for him, as he was the one who had lost to Yi Futian? Those 2 battles, you couldn't really count them. Perhaps it might be because of my opponents, Yi Futian replied with a smile, causing Ling He and Yan Dongyang to both reveal a cold expression. Yi Futian had insulted them without holding back. When he said it was because of his opponents, he meant that it wasn't so much that he was outstanding, but rather because his opponents were too weak. Yi Futian meant that Ling He and Yan Dongyang were nothing. I'll go try. At this moment, a soft and gentle voice sounded out. Qin Qing took the initiative to walk up to face the divine mirror of heavenly wheels. It was only then that the argument was quelled. Qin Qing's divine wheel of the Great Path was unique. It was actually a mirror. Although it was strange when another mirror appeared in the divine mirror of heavenly wheels, the layers of divine light in the divine mirror continued to flow. Qin Qing's divine wheel of the Great Path was appraised. It was at the 4th level. To be able to attain the 4th level was already very outstanding. Even though she was a little behind Jiang Yueli, Desolation, and Zongchan, it was very rare for someone in Donghua Academy to attain such a level. Apart from Ninghua, who was able to cause 6 layers of divine light to appear in the divine mirror, no one could cause 5 layers to appear, like Jiang Yueli and the rest. Hence, there was a chasm in levels. Of course, the level of the divine wheel of the Great Path could be raised as one's cultivation level was raised. Even though these cases were extremely rare, and the final quality might not rise with an increase in level, it was still possible. Many practitioners continuously tried to perfect their own divine wheels of the Great Path, causing them to be more powerful. After Qin Qing, Chu Hanqi also walked out. Like Qin Qing, for layers of divine light appeared in the divine mirror. You are indeed the 3 disciples of the fluttering snow sword goddess. The 3 goddesses indeed have astonishing talent, Lu Qingzhu said. Many people nodded their heads in agreement. A level 5 and 2 level 4 divine wheels. Talents of this level were indeed astonishing. The Divine Palace of Fluttering Snow was ranked among the top 3 factions in the Donghua domain. The Sword Goddess was also honorably ranked among the top 3 powerful virtuosos. Now it seemed like her 3 disciples were going to inherit everything from her. Let me try. At that moment, another silhouette walked out. This time, the practitioner who walked out was the prince of the great Yin ancient royal family, Yan Dongyang. He had a perfect great path and thus wanted to test the level of his great path divine wheel. Yan Dongyang walked to the front of the divine mirror, and a shocking dragon's roar echoed out. A sacred giant golden dragon orbited him. A divine dragon appeared in the divine mirror. Very quickly, Yan Dongyang saw the result. 3 layers of divine light glowed. He waited, seemingly with a tinge of refusal to accept the results. Yet, the 4th layer of divine light did not appear. This meant that his divine wheel was inferior to those of Qin Qing and Chu Hanqi. A while later, Yan Dongyang finally accepted the reality. He turned around and silently returned to the mountain peak where the great Yin ancient royal family was located. Are you not planning to give it a try? On the mountain peak where the practitioners of Wangshan Watchtower stood, Li Changxing asked Yi Futian in a low voice. He smiled at him. Yi Futian seemed to be a little hesitant. A few people had already given it a try. He felt that Desolation, Jiang Yueli, and Zong Chan had very powerful divine wheels of the Great Path. Among everyone, he should have the greatest number of divine wheels. Since he had many life spirits, he could forge many divine wheels of the Great Path. However, when it came to the level of his divine wheels, he didn't think they would be that high. From his perspective, apart from the divine wheel forged from the world tree, all others were forged from life spirits that only appeared later on. Desolation, Jiang Yueli, and people like them were not ordinary people. Zong Chan forged his divine wheel in the heavenly treasure in Wangshan Watchtower, so it was certainly powerful too. Thus, Yi Futian already had a rough estimate of the levels of his divine wheel. Does the sole heir to the Eastern Deity Island with a perfect great path not want to try it? A voice echoed. It came from a virtuoso from the great Yan ancient royal family. They still remembered that Yi Futian was the heir to the Eastern Deity Island. Yi Futian represented Eastern Deity Island. Yi Futian raised his head to look at the other party. Behind him, the Donglai goddess had a tinge of coldness in her eyes. It seemed like the great Yan ancient royal family was reminding Yi Futian that they would not just let him off like that. All right, Yi Futian nodded. Since everyone seems to be even more curious than I am, I will give it a try. As he spoke, he stepped forward. His body descended to the path-seeking stage to face the divine mirror of heavenly wheels between the two peaks. Emperor Yi, you have so many divine wheels. Which one are you planning to test? The virtuoso of the great Yan ancient royal family continued to ask. Which one do you want to see? Yi Futian asked in reply. Why don't you test all? The virtuoso said. Yi Futian did not reply. Qin Qing and the practitioners of the divine palace of fluttering snow paid a little more attention to Yi Futian. They noticed that he was not simple. He had proven himself in the two battles that made his name renowned. Yet, among these top-tier factions, he was still discriminated against. This test of divine wheels done by the Donghua Academy could further validate Yi Futian's talent and potential and how far he could go in the future. Would he become the next Zong Chan of Wangshan Watchtower? A brilliant golden light glimmered on Yi Futian's body. The ethereal form of a divine elephant seemed to materialize. The golden divine elephant was incomparably large. In an instant, a change occurred in the divine mirror of heavenly wheels. The shadow of a divine elephant appeared in the divine mirror. At the same time, divine light locked onto Yi Futian's body, and a rather mysterious connection was formed. At that moment, Yi Futian felt that this divine mirror of heavenly wheels was extraordinary. It seemed to be able to evolve all forms of power of the Great Path. Very quickly, layers of divine light started to revolve. In an instant, 3 layers of divine light were revolving around him. Many people focused on it. In a little while, the 4th layer of divine light appeared. Like the virtuosos of the great Yan ancient royal family and Ling, he and the virtuosos from the Lingxiao Palace, many people had a more serious look in their eyes. It was not easy to attain the 4th level. Qin Qing and Chu Hanqi were all on this level. It's not stopping yet, someone said in a low voice. The practitioners of Donghua Academy were staring intently in that direction. Another layer of divine light appeared once again, revolving around the divine elephant. With the appearance of 5 layers of divine light, the mountain peaks all around turned dead silent. 5 layers. This was the same level as Desolation, Jiang Yueli, and Zongchan. Furthermore, he was only a middle-level Renhuang. He had yet to witness the path to a high-level Renhuang with a perfect great path. Didn't this mean that he was another Zongchan? In the future, he would certainly reach the same heights as Desolation and people like him. Ling He's eyes turned a little sharp, and the murderous intent harbored by the virtuosos of the great Yin ancient royal family intensified greatly. Jiang Yueli was also a little surprised. Looking closely at Yi Futian's back, she realized that this man had great potential. Was Wangshen Watchtower going to rise? After the fifth layer of divine light appeared, it finally stopped. Seeing this unfold before him, Yi Futian did not feel too surprised. It was as though everything was within his expectations. This divine will was forged with his secondary life spirit, so of course its level would not be that high. For it to attain the same level as Desolation's, Jiang Yueli's, and the others was already complicated. Then the other few divine wheels that he had should all be of the same level. He did not know the level of the moon will he forge later on, or that of the divine will forged by his natal spirit. Would they cause 6 layers of divine light to appear in the divine mirror of heavenly wheels? Or perhaps even more. No matter the limit of this divine mirror of heavenly wheels, he felt that this divine mirror of heavenly wheels was also a precious treasure, an extraordinary item indeed. Chapter 2021 Unrivaled Divine Wheel. On the path-seeking peak, all the practitioners turned to Yi Futian. Having witnessed the level of his divine wheel, they seemed to understand how he had been able to defeat Ling, He, and Yin Dongyang, who were levels of cultivation higher than him. With a divine wheel of a superior level, his power of the great path would certainly increase. "Isn't Emperor Yi also very skilled with swords?" someone asked, seemingly very interested in seeing Yi Futian's other divine wheels. Previously, when Yi Futian defeated Ling He and Yin Dongyang, he used his extraordinarily powerful swordplay on both occasions. Yi Futian did not reply, but a wisp of his will of the sword wafted from his body. In the surrounding space, countless harp strings of the way of the sword appeared. In the divine mirror of heavenly wheels was an endless stream of the will of the sword. Yet they morphed into the form of a zither. It was as though sword and zither were fused into one, and they were 2 parts of a whole. Layers of divine light radiated, and like the divine elephant divine wheel, 5 layers of divine light flowed around in no time at all. Everyone set their eyes in that direction. As expected, it was another 5 layers of divine light. With every divine while having 5 layers of divine light, wasn't he stronger than even Desolation? Desolation's first divine wheel, the ancient tree divine wheel, could only cause 3 layers of divine light to be emitted. Yet Yi Futian's every divine will had 5 layers of divine light. He had already surpassed Desolation. This also meant that he had an advantage over even Desolation, Jiang Yueli, and Zongchan when it came to divine wheels. He was only below Ninghua. In that case, would Yi Futian's future achievements be even greater than Desolation and the rest? This was naturally an unknown variable, yet no one could refute the fact that this was a very definite possibility. Where the practitioners of the divine palace of fluttering snow stood, many goddesses looked toward Jiang Yueli. The 3 main goddesses of the divine palace of fluttering snow had all been surpassed by another in terms of divine wheel levels. This was in no way expected, and Jiang Yueli herself stared at where Yi Futian was. She had witnessed the battle between Yi Futian and Ling He. Apart from these 2 types of powers, Yi Futian was also well versed in other forms of power of the Great Path. She felt that there were still other divine wheels that he had yet to appraise. However, at that moment, she saw that Yi Futian withdrew the aura he had emitted, seemingly with no intention to continue. Obviously, he did not want to continue testing his divine wheels. This made Jiang Yueli feel that Yi Futian was concealing something, and that he did not want to shock the world too much. Could it be that the divine wheel that he was hiding could match up to Ninghua's? Furthermore, his 2 divine wheels were both at the 5th level, yet she saw that Yi Futian's expression was very calm. He was neither joyous nor disappointed. It was as though he did something perfectly ordinary. It seemed like it was completely within his expectations and that nothing was extraordinary. This also made her feel that Yi Futian knew how strong his divine wheels were. "Is Emperor Yi not going to continue?" A virtuoso from the great Yan ancient royal family said. "Emperor Yi should still have one more divine wheel of the great path, right?" Yi Futian glanced at the person who spoke. He indeed had more divine wheels of the great path, but there were more than one. Of course, he would definitely not tell him this. There was no need for him to expose all his divine wheels in a situation like this. Thus, he did not bother answering him. Anyway, that person certainly did not have good intentions, asking him to expose his divine wheels like that. "It seems like Emperor Yi has the most powerful divine wheels today. This is quite a surprise," Lu Qingzhu said. It was not just him, but all the practitioners of the Donghua Academy were also quite surprised. They thought it would be either Desolation, Jiang Yueli, and Zongchan. They thought that no one would be able to surpass the three of them. Yet Yi Futian managed to accomplish that. It seemed that now, apart from the greatest figures in the Donghua domain and Ninghua, Yi Futian's divine wheel was the strongest. This practitioner from the Eastern Deity Island was indeed not simple. Brother Yi is extraordinary with his unrivaled divine wheels of the great path. With so many influential figures gathered here, does no one want to experience Brother Ye's great path? Ling He asked. Hearing his words, many people were indeed poised to act, their bodies emitting faint auras. Yi Futian's divine wheels of the great path completely overshadowed all the Renhuangs present today and were unrivaled. Naturally, the people from the various factions all had some thoughts about this. Even the practitioners from the desolate God Palace looked at Yi Futian with astonishment. Desolation from the desolate God Palace also stared at Yi Futian's silhouette intently. Of course, he would not challenge Yi Futian with his cultivation level and status, though he might challenge Jiang Yueli or Zongchan. That was unless Yi Futian also stepped into the high Renhuang level. Our battle that day at the Turtle Deity Island was not finished. Do you want to battle again? I don't mind. Yi Futian raised his head and glanced at Ling, he with a sharp expression that carried some menace and condescension. Those eyes made Ling He extremely uncomfortable, and he was tempted to fight again. However, he suffered such a pathetic the last time. In the end, the virtuosos from Lingxiao Palace had to interfere to stop Yi Futian. If they exchanged blows again today, was he going to lose again? In that case, how was he still going to maintain his dignity? After all, he was also a practitioner of the Donghua Academy. Ling He did not reply immediately, so Yi Futian kept staring at him, causing everyone to look at Ling He as though they were waiting for his reply. Feeling extremely awkward, he said, "The result of the fight at the Turtle Deity Island was already decided. There is no need for another battle." Yi Futian looked at him with a sarcastic expression. At that moment, a practitioner walked out from a place not far from where Ling He was standing. He looked similarly very young. His cultivation level was also similar to Ling He's, and he had an extraordinary air about him. His appearance caused many practitioners from the Donghua Academy to let out a surprised expression. Lang Qinghan, who had previously brought Yi Futian over, also let out an expression of surprise. Sky, Sword, Lung Quangxing, and Li Changxing were together, and they also recognized this person. He was an extremely famous person in the Donghua Academy whose strength was beyond Ling He's. Be careful. This person is Kong Shao. He is a junior of a mighty figure in the Donghua heavens. It is said that he possesses the blood of the peacock demon god. He is an extremely powerful figure in Donghua Academy. His combat abilities are above Ling He's. Lung Quangxing communicated telepathically with Yi Futian. Yi Futian looked up at the person who walked out. That person floated in front of the ancient peaks and then entered the region of influence of the matrices. Standing in the space above the path-seeking stage, he looked at Yi Futian and said, "I am Kong Shao, a disciple of the Donghua Academy. I am at the 5th level. I have long since heard that Emperor Yi has extraordinary combat abilities. Today, in front of the divine mirror of heavenly wheels, you have shown us that your divine wheels also has one of the highest levels. I want to experience Emperor Ye's path. Seeing that Kong Xiao had stepped up to challenge Yi Futian, the practitioners of Donghua Academy all took on a more serious look. In terms of talent, Kong Xiao would definitely be ranked within the top 5 among all the disciples of Donghua Academy. He had also tested his great path divine will before. It was at the 4th level. Furthermore, many seniors of Donghua Academy believed that Kong Xiao's divine will could evolve to the 5th level to become even stronger, and that he had a chance to follow in Ning Hua's footsteps to become the next prodigy, where he would step into the high-level Renhuang realm with a perfect great path. When Kong Xiao walked out to challenge Yi Futian, everyone's attention was drawn to them. Hearing his words, Yi Futian looked back at where the rest of the Wangshan watchtower people were. Li Changxing nodded and said, Donghua Academy is the top sacred ground in the Donghua domain. There are so many virtuosos and talents here, as well as very famous figures. This is a very rare learning opportunity. Liuyan, since you have this chance, why don't you learn from each other? All right. Yi Futian nodded. Looking up at Kong Xiao's silhouette in the air, he said, Please guide me. Please, Kong Xiao replied. As the words left his lips, wisps of green divine light appeared between heaven and earth, causing the entire space to be colored. The flowing divine light gathered in Kong Xiao's body, causing his body to glow like a divine body. Be careful. Kong Xiao possesses extreme strength and speed, and he is also well versed in illusions, Lung Quangxing reminded, seemingly worried for Yi Futian. The green divine light shrouded the vast area, and the space seemed to be distorted. Oin. Accompanying a streak of green divine light, Kong Xiao's body vanished without a trace. Yi Futian lifted his hands and unleashed a punch. Golden divine light glowed, and the low trumpet of a divine elephant reverberated. The divine elephant cracked the space, and his great path seemed to destroy everything. Crash! A shocking sound echoed out. The space seemed to split apart. Yi Futian was knocked back, and that swift green divine light shot towards him again like lightning. From his punch, just now, Yi Futian felt an incomparably destructive power. Yi Futian stepped into the air hastily and steadied himself. The divine elephant revolved around him, and the surroundings echoed with the sound of the great path. He gathered an overpowering strength, and even his eyes turned a little demonic. He managed to capture those green tracks. With insane speed, he unleashed another punch. It was another intense collision. The green divine light circulated between heaven and earth, encapsulating the entire space. The space distorted under the green divine light. Kong Xiao's body seemed to fuse into the green light. His continuous attacks made his surroundings look like his silhouette was everywhere. The crowd could only see that the two of them collided uncountable times in a split second. They were too fast for them to follow. Yi Futian was continuously knocked down. Accompanying a radiant green light that pierced through space, another loud sound of collision echoed out. Yi Futian's body landed on the path-seeking stage with a dull thud. Both sides stopped their attacks. Yi Futian raised his head to look at the air above and saw that Kong Xiao levitated in the air. The space around them had morphed into a green-colored world. Divine light circulated, and Kong Xiao seemed to stand on something illusionary. However, his every attack could shatter a human. The continuous collision from before had caused Yi Futian's arms to become a little numb. That power rushed into his arm, wanting to destroy his arm, his body, and his path. Kong Xiao's attacks are indeed extraordinary, praised the practitioners from the Donghua Academy upon seeing the scene before them. If it were any other person of the same level, they wouldn't even be able to withstand a single blow from Kong Xiao. This person's level is not as high as Kong Xiao's, yet he still was unharmed. He is powerful, someone else also praised. Chapter 2022 Admiration. It was obvious that the two of them were strong enough to be recognized by everyone. Kong Xiao was one of the top-tier figures in the Donghua Academy with terrifying combat ability. Even though he had an advantage over Yi Futian in terms of his cultivation level, Yi Futian's divine wheel was superior. In the space above, Kong Xiao lowered his head and looked down at Yi Futian. Green light circled in the space around them, revolving around him. Wherever the green light was, the space seemed to shatter. This was his will of the great path. An even more brilliant green light revolved around Kong Xiao's body. Seeing this, Yi Futian's arms hammered down at the sides of his body. In an instant, a heaven-reaching will of the sword was unleashed. It seemed to pervade the entire space. Ear-piercing echoes of the sword rang out over and over again. A limitless will of the sword created an intense resonance. With Yi Futian's body at its center, a fearsome storm of will of the sword appeared, and it collided with the green divine light in the space above. Oin! Tens of thousands of divine swords shot murderously towards Kong Xiao. The green light surrounding Kong Xiao revolved around terrifyingly. Colliding with the sharp swords, they actually destroyed them all. Around Yi Futian, billions of divine swords appeared and pointed straight at the heavens. The path of the sword flowed upward as though it were a river of swords that rushed straight towards Kong Xiao. At that moment, Kong Xiao stepped downward. In just the time it took him to make that one step, a straight green divine light appeared between the two of them in an instant. Yet at the moment that he moved, Yi Futian also acted. The billions of divine swords shot upward and crashed straight into the green divine light. The endless green flow was continuously destroyed, and the great path was shattered. The impossibly radiant green light was also blocked. In the next instant, it shattered into pieces, but Yi Futian's sword also broke. A silhouette retreated into the air. It was Kong Xiao. What swordplay is that? Kong Xiao asked Yi Futian. He knew how strong his attack was, yet he was forced to retreat in a single sword strike that blocked his attack. Liuyan, Yi Futian replied. Many people let out a surprised expression. This person was named Liuyan, and this sword technique was named after him. It was very uncommon. All the practitioners could feel that when he unleashed that sword strike, the power of the great path was forced to reverse in direction, and everything seemed to be destroyed. It's really not bad, Kong Xiao praised. He levitated in the air, his expression still unwavering, as though he still had immense confidence in defeating Yi Futian. Even if the person in front of him was an extraordinary figure, wasn't he the same too? The two of them had a perfect great path. With the advantage of a higher cultivation level, he had no reason to lose. Oin, an infinitely bright, divine light radiated outwards in an instant. The piercing light shot through empty space, and many people instinctively stretched their hands out to shield their eyes. It was too blinding. They only moved their arms away after a moment and looked at Kong Xiao. Behind him, an incomparably bright, giant silhouette appeared. That was the silhouette of a vivid and sacred peacock. When it fanned out its wings, it shaded the sun, directly covering the sky. On its wings, countless eyes seemed to appear, and they shot out a blinding divine light. Yi Futian also seemed to be stunned for a moment. In the next moment, he saw that the skies were filled with eyes. His vision seemed to be blurred, and it was the same even if he unleashed his divine consciousness. The countless eyes seemed to contain a terrifying magical power that drew him into an illusion. He saw the silhouettes of many Kong Xiao. It was like there was a Kong Xiao in front of every eye. Illusions! A voice echoed out in Yi Futian's heart. In the next moment, the countless pairs of eyes emitted a terrifying divine light. They were like sharp, green swords that pierced towards him. At that moment, Yi Futian vaguely understood why Sky Sword Lung Quangxing reminded him twice to be wary of this person. This Kong Xiao was indeed more dangerous than Ling He. The current him was already trapped in his opponent's domain of the Great Path. The moment the peacock divine wheel of the Great Path appeared, Kong Xiao seemed to gain absolute control over this region. He is in danger. Many practitioners who watched from the mountain peaks thought to themselves, this Kong Xiao was extremely dangerous. As for the practitioners of the Donghua Academy, they understood Kong Xiao's abilities, so they were not too surprised. It would be challenging for Yi Futian to obtain victory from Kong Xiao. At that moment, when the limitless green divine light shot murderously towards Yi Futian, everyone saw that a circular moon appeared above Yi Futian. This moon appeared to be especially cold. The moon radiated moonlight, and snow seemed to flutter all around. The beams of divine moonlight shone into the area, covering the entire region, colliding directly with the streaks of green light. The crowd shockingly found out that under the radiation of moonlight, the green divine light that contained a dominating power of the Great Path seemed to be shattered directly. The green light and moonlight annihilated each other into nothingness. Many virtuosos showed a shocked expression. This was yet another divine wheel. Previously, Yi Futian had never displayed this divine wheel of the Great Path, the divine wheel of the moon. Furthermore, this seemed to be even stronger than his previous divine wheel. Just the moonlight that was lightly showered could block the green divine light straight on. The two of them seemed to be battling with their divine wheels. It was still the same. Kong Xiao with the cultivation level advantage and Yi Futian with the divine will level advantage. Just by relying on the strength of his divine wheel, Yi Futian instantly wiped away the cultivation level advantage that his opponent possessed over him. He could block his opponent's attack straight on. Previously, his two divine wheels had already managed to get the divine mirror of heavenly wheels to emit 5 layers of divine light. However, he did not unleash this divine wheel. If unleashing this moon will can surpass the 5 layers of divine light, he would have reached the top level of the Donghua Academy. 6 layers, thought some practitioners from the Donghua Academy. As for Jiang Yueli and Qin Qin, they recalled the battle between Yi Futian and Ling He. That cold was probably emanated from this divine wheel. Moreover, Yi Futian purposely concealed his divine wheel and did not test its level. Why? Was he worried that his moon wheel would beat the Academy record? Indeed, many practitioners present, such as the great Yan ancient royal family and Lingxiao Palace, were not friendly towards him. She could understand if Yi Futian did not want to stand out too much. Desolation, Zhongchan and Li Chongxing each had some thoughts as they continued to stare at the battle. It seemed to be getting more interesting. In the air above, the green light that shot out collided with the moonlight that Yi Futian shot out. Each annihilated another, and a sort of balance seemed to be formed. Neither of them could break through the power of the Great Path of the other. However, Kong Xiao was indeed the most powerful opponent that Yi Futian had encountered thus far. Both Ling He and Yan Dongyang were inferior to him. Only Kong Xiao, right in the middle of the battlefield, knew that the cold aura emitted by the moon wheel was eroding the entire Great Path domain. He could already feel a freezing will. It was as though there was a formless power permeating the entire space, trying to wrestle control over this domain. On the feathers of the divine peacock, the countless pairs of eyes lit up simultaneously, shooting out beams of divine light. They gathered in front of Kong Xiao's body. In that instant, Kong Xiao seemed to become a god. He looked majestic. The moment he moved his hands together, the endless green divine light gathered in his 2 fists, morphing into a green divine sword. The next moment he moved. Yi Futian, however, saw something entirely different. He saw an infinite pair of eyes shooting beams of light at him. Countless of Kong Xiao's silhouettes walked towards him at the same time. It was because they were all illusions that he unleashed his moon wheel and continuously take his opponent's attacks. Despite doing that, Yi Futian suddenly felt an extremely strong sense of danger. His eyes became very demonic. His pair of eyes seemed to want to see through all illusions and resist his opponent's illusionary powers of the Great Path. He could vaguely make out a streak of green light. At that moment, Yi Futian's eyes also changed. They turned divine-like. 2 beams of light shot out from his eyes. The Kong Shao who was charging at him suddenly realized that he himself was sinking into an illusion. It was as though he had entered a world in the space created by ice sorcery. In front of him, an endlessly overlapping space trapped him. It was an ability similar to his. However, Kong Shao did not hesitate. Absolute power could shatter everything. The divine wings of the peacock flapped, and countless divine feathers morphed into straight, sharp swords. An impossibly brilliant green divine light pierced through the space with great force. Layers upon layers of space were pierced straight through and shattered. Absolute power was sufficient to break any domain of the Great Path. At that moment, Kong Shao understood what it meant to be so close yet so far. Nonetheless, the green light continued to flash, and wherever it passed, everything was pulverized into nothingness. Boom! Kong Shao sensed that he had finally escaped the world of ice sorcery. The impossibly radiant green divine sword pierced through everything and entered the region shrouded in the moonlight. An extremely cold aura descended, along with a power that penetrated his soul and froze the space around him. A sharp whistle echoed out as the divine sword pierced through the air. Kong Shao had never found it so difficult to execute his killing technique. This was definitely the first time in history. Even when facing off against virtuosos with higher cultivation level than him, his attack was still as smooth as cutting through water. He had never encountered a situation like today. He thought he had already broken out of the world of ice sorcery, yet it seemed like he had entered another domain of the Great Path. In the space of this absolute domain, he saw the orbitals of planets and the moon floating in space. This seemed to be a starry dimension. Countless planets orbited, and the trumpet of divine elephants echoed. Moonlight showered upon him, carrying with it an icy aura. His sword might be able to cut through the starry dimension, shattering planet after planet, but it seemed like he would forever not be able to reach the end. The Great Path domain he entered was Yi Futian's most powerful divine wheel, the absolute Great Path domain. An impossibly large palm charged towards the green divine sword murderously. In the starry dimension, countless stone steels carved with relics hammered down in suppression along with the palm. The celestial bodies and divine elephant also followed. A bright Buddhist glow suppressed his body and divine soul. Gate to world suppression, thought Kong Shao. Yet this did not look like the gate to world suppression. The green divine sword shattered the space, the celestial bodies, and the stone steels. However, it reached its limit. With the loud sound of an explosion, everything seemed to return to peace. Kong Xiao's body returned to where he was, and his body trembled violently. It was as though he had never moved and had never experienced that terrifying battle. Nonetheless, the blood flowing from the tips of his mouth and the shuddering of his body was sufficient proof of how immensely powerful that blow was. Kong Shao looked down at Yi Futian with a complicated expression. Then he bowed slightly and said, "In the future, when he ascends to the top, I will admire anyone from the Donghua domain who challenges him." With that, he turned around and stepped away. Chapter 2023 Rise to Fame. Kong Shao left before other people could come to their senses. All they saw was his receding figure. There was no doubt that Kong Shao lost this fight. Not only did he lose, but he was also completely won over. People could interpret his last words in many different ways. Who in Donghua could compete with him when he reached his ultimate height? Bai Hai, Did he mean a super powerful master cultivator or to become a high-level Renhuang? And was he referring to the Donghua Academy or the entire Donghua domain? No one could know for sure, but it was safe to assume that a high-level Renhuang would be the best of the Donghua Academy and that a powerful master cultivator would dominate the Donghua domain. Either way, it was high praise. Apparently, Kong Xiao had been holding Yi Futian in high regard because of the fight. He believed that hardly anyone could be a match for Yi Futian in the Donghua Academy or even the Donghua domain. The crowd wouldn't be so impressed if a random person sang Yi Futian's praises. But Kong Xiao was a top-ranking cultivator of the Donghua Academy and a high-level Renhuang in the Fifth Order with a perfect divine will who would certainly become an overlord in the future. So many people at present already admired him. Since such a person commented on Yi Futian after fighting against him, people had to take him seriously and took another look at Yi Futian. Although they watched the fight from start to finish, they definitely didn't catch every single detail as Kong Xiao had. After all the attacks were targeting Kong Xiao, and he was the one who faced the Great Path domain. No one had a more vivid experience than Kong Xiao. The difficulty with the last strike in particular could never be understood by an outsider. No one could deny Kong Xiao's strength. His last strike was especially earth-shattering. The blue divine light could attack enemies who were thousands of miles away instantly, yet it was obstructed and reduced in such a short distance. Kong Xiao bore too many kinds of power at that moment, including the elemental power of the Great Path domain, and the attack itself. After that strike, Kong Xiao realized that Yi Futian was a genius who had more than one divine wheel of the Great Path. Talented cultivators might cultivate multiple types of divine wheels of the Great Path, but not every one of them could be as strong. Besides, the divine wheel of the Great Path itself could be placed on different levels. Cultivators usually would choose to focus on the stronger one. Yi Futian had priorities as well, of course. Even so, Yi Futian's weakest divine wheel of the Great Path was at the 5th level and made the divine mirror of heavenly wheels emit 5 wheels of divine light. He displayed more and more stunning strength as if it was inexhaustible. That was what made Kong Xiao feel afraid. From what he could see, it was definitely at the 6th order level, no less than Ninghua. Moreover, Yi Futian was only a Renhuang at the 4th order. How powerful could he be in the future? That was why Kong Xiao dropped that line and left entirely convinced. It was in no way an easy thing to make a man like Kong Xiao bow his head. The crowd stared at Yi Futian with different thoughts running in their minds. But one thing they all understood was that Yi Futian's talents and innate abilities were much higher than the majority of the genius cultivators. He was one of the best and could compete against Desolation, Jiang Yueli, and Zhongchan. Kong Xiao even thought that he could be in the same league as Ninghua. They never thought that such an extraordinary person would be nameless in the past. This cultivator from the Eastern Deity Island suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Ling, he, and the great Yan ancient royal family cultivators all stared at Yi Futian with a fierce look. They couldn't tolerate Yi Futian any longer. He is courting death. Yan Hanqing of the great Yan ancient royal family thought to himself. He glared at Yi Futian as if he was a dead man walking. He might give Yi Futian a chance to live if he was a less capable cultivator and didn't show off his remarkable talents. And now, the more outstanding Yi Futian seemed to be, the closer he was to his demise. Ling he would never allow him to live. Even Desolation in the desolate God Palace was looking at Yi Futian more seriously now. While they were marching to the top of the world, marvelous youngsters were following closely behind. They should wait and see who would dominate the Donghua domain in the future. Ninghua, what level was he? Jiang Yueli was also turning it over in her mind. It seemed that her speculation was right. Yi Futian didn't display his full strength during his fight with Ling He. He was obviously more powerful when fighting against Kong Xiao today. as though his strength could grow to meet his opponent. Then where was his limit? She darted a glance at the Wangshan watchtower, where Li Changsheng and Zongchan were. They were even more formidable now that Yi Futian had joined them. Nevertheless, the great Yan ancient royal family probably wouldn't let Yi Futian off so easily. After all, everyone in the Donghua domain knew about their feud with the Eastern Deity Island. Ren Huang Yi showed off another divine wheel of the Great Path during this battle. It might surpass 5 wheels of divine light if tested before the divine mirror of heavenly wheels. Why don't you have a try? A voice said. It was Ling He from the Lingshao Palace. It seemed that he had attempted multiple times to ask Yi Futian to reveal his ability. People who were not in the know thought that he was genuinely impressed by Yi Futian. Qin Qing shot a glance at Ling He. She was a little surprised. Even though she already learned that He was only trying to ruin Yi Futian by lauding him to the skies when they were at Turtle Deity Island before, she didn't believe that He had to do it so conspicuously. It was beneath him. After all, he was the young master of the Lingshao Palace rather than ordinary folk. He didn't have to behave like this. So why on earth did he do it? Was it simply because he hated Yi Futian and wanted to heap excessive praises on him to instigate the great Yan ancient royal family to take on Yi Futian? Yi Futian detested He and looked away after a glance. Then he turned to Donghua Academy's cultivators and said, Donghua Academy is indeed the best holy land for cultivation. I only won by chance. Brother Kong is an extraordinary man. His blue divine light is enough to smash the sky. I would have lost if I didn't do my best. I learned a lot from this match. Thank you very much. Even though Yi Futian won the fight, his humble words saved the face of the Donghua Academy. Besides, Kong Shao was indeed a remarkable fighter, and it was not easy to defeat him. Any other person might be lost under the divine eyes of Peacock. The blue divine light contained destructive might and could kill Yi Futian with one strike. Yi Futian exerted quite some strength to obstruct it and win against Kong Shao. Ren Huangyi, you're too modest. Kong Shao is at an advantage in terms of cultivation level. It seems that no one at your cultivation level from the Donghua Academy could be a match for you, Lu Qingzhu said with a smile. Since Kong Shao had lost, Donghua Academy had no intention to continue the path-seeking. It would be inappropriate for them to send out Renhuangs who were beyond the 6th order. Yi Futian bowed slightly and returned to Wangshan Watchtower at the ancient peak. We learned a great deal from our visit to the Donghua Academy this time. Thank you very much for hosting us. Li Changxing bowed in the direction of the cultivators of Donghua Academy and said, We won't bother you any longer. Goodbye. After all, this was the territory of the Donghua Academy. Even though it had secret zones for cultivation, Li Changxing and his people couldn't get there. Yi Futian was forced to reveal his ability at the path-seeking peak. They should take their leave sooner than later. All right. Lu Qingzhu didn't object. He nodded and said, We wish you a good trip in the Donghua heavens. Qinghan, send them out. Yes. Lun Qinghan nodded and led Yi Futian and the others out. She was the one who brought them to the academy. After watching everything that had happened since then, she was deeply shocked and rattled. She would never expect Yi Futian to be so powerful that he defeated even Kong Shao. It looked like Lan Yan was right after all. She underestimated Yi Futian's ability. On the other side of the ancient peak, the cultivators from the divine palace of fluttering snow also bid goodbye. The crowd dispersed after that, and people left the Donghua Academy one after another. While walking, Yi Futian heard a voice from behind. Ren Huangyi, please wait for a moment. Yi Futian turned around and saw Jiang Yueli. He said, What can I do for you? Nothing. I'm just curious and would like to ask you what kind of power of the great path the moon will contains, said Jiang Yueli. She was at a similar level as Yi Futian. Yet, she could sense that Yi Futian had a superior path. Even though she had never experienced it directly, she had a vague suspicion. The power of Yin, Yi Futian replied. He assumed that many people had recognized it. Thank you. Jiang Yueli nodded. It was what she expected. You're welcome, said Yi Futian. Ren Huang Yi, you mastered the power of Yin, learned alchemy from Eastern Deity Island, and were instructed by the Millet Emperor, adding to your cultivation effort. You must have a boundless future ahead of you. The Donghua domain will have another master cultivator, said Jiang Yueli. Donghua domain? Yi Futian thought to himself. He needed to get in the domain chief's manners first. Only then could he be counted as a cultivator of the Donghua domain. They parted ways after that. Yi Futian and the others returned to the Lung family, while more and more cultivators arrived at the Donghua heavens. The incidents that happened in Donghua Academy spread quickly. The name Yi Liunian was on everyone's lips. Chapter 2024 Donghua Banquet. Yi Liunian, also known as the Sword Emperor Liunian, was a disciple of the Eastern Deity Island. He followed the goddess Donglai to cultivate in Wangshan Watchtower and had single-handedly thwarted the attack by cultivators of the great Yan ancient royal family and defeated Yan Dongyang, the prince of the great Yan. While emperor, she was proving his path. Yi Liunian fought against Ling, he of the Lingshao Palace at the Turtle Deity Island, and won a resounding victory. And now, the Donghua Academy invited cultivators from Wangshan Watchtower over to spar. Yi Futian demonstrated his talent again. When 3 esteemed cultivators, Desolation, Jiang Yueli, and Zongchan, assessed their divine wheels in front of the divine mirror of heavenly wheels, the mirror emitted 5 wheels of divine light. Both of Yi Futian's divine wheels managed to make the mirror release 5 wheels of divine light, which put him in the same league as the 3 illustrious cultivators. After that, he sparred with Kong Shao, the genius cultivator of the Donghua Academy. Not only did he defeat Kong Shao, but he also revealed a divine wheel of the Great Path that seemed to be even stronger than the ones he tested in front of the divine mirror of heavenly wheels. He might be comparable to the best cultivator in the Donghua heavens, Ninghua, who could make the divine mirror of heavenly wheels emit 6 wheels of divine light, yet didn't participate in the previous assessment session. Moreover, all of this news came from the Donghua Academy and were confirmed to be true. An unparalleled genius popped out of nowhere and came to the Donghua heavens all the way from the Eastern Deity Island. Many people claimed that the Sword Emperor Liunian might come to enter the domain chief's manor. If that was the case, there was no doubt that he would achieve his goal in light of his talent and ability. If he successfully entered the domain chief's manor, the great Yan ancient royal family wouldn't be able to deal with him anymore. By that time, he would directly threaten the great Yan ancient royal family and might even take revenge for the supreme deity Donglai if he took control. In a word, Yi Futian rose to fame after his trip to Donghua Academy. Countless people were talking about another powerful genius from the Wangshan Watchtower after Zongchan. Even though Wangshan Watchtower didn't have a long history or a rich heritage, they seemed to be in their heyday right now. At this time, Yi Futian was strolling down the street, admiring the scenery of the Donghua heavens. He was enjoying a rare chance to rest and relax since he had nothing to do at the moment. Xia Qingyuan, Lung Yan, and Lung, she were walking next to him. Lung, she visited him to ask for some guidance after they returned to the Lung family that day. Yi Futian was a generous man and offered some thoughts on cultivation. Nevertheless, cultivation was a personal matter and mostly depended on one's own comprehension. Senior, many people have been gossiping about you along our way. Lung, she said in a low voice. They could hear people talking about Yi Liunian, the Sword Emperor, anywhere they went. It was apparent that Yi Liunian had become a legend in the Donghua heavens. Yi Futian remained impassive and didn't respond. Xia Qingyuan threw him a sideways glance. Lang Yan noticed Yi Futian's inexpressive face and said to Xia Qingyuan, "My lady, are you two completely unmoved for real?" Even Lang Yan was quite excited about Yi Futian's newly gained popularity in the Donghua heavens. Did Yi Futian remain unaffected by the circumstances because he had cultivated to the Renhuang plain? He is used to it. Xia Qingyuan felt strange about the way she was addressed, yet she didn't correct him. She looked at Yi Futian's silhouette and answered Lang Yan. He is used to it. Lang Yan muttered. Xia Qingyuan nodded and didn't explain further. No one in the original realm hadn't heard Yi Futian's name. Donghua Heavens was just a different place with stronger cultivators and more geniuses. Even so, Yi Futian was still the most dazzling one of all. Besides, Yi Futian was not who he used to be in the past. He had cultivated to the middle-level Renhuang plain and was marching steadfastly to the top. Lang Yan touched Ling Shi's arm. Lang Shi shot a glare back, but quickly returned normal, and asked Xia Qingyuan, "My lady, would you like to take on some disciples? I want to cultivate under your instruction and serve you in your daily life, so you won't have to do many things by yourself." Xia Qingyuan was at a loss for words. It was obvious that they were trying to be close to Yi Futian through her, since Yi Futian turned them down. As cultivators in the Sage Plain, it was not easy for them to ask with thick skin to be her disciples. Nonetheless, Xia Qingyuan knew that Yi Futian wouldn't recruit any disciple here. He was still trying to secure a place here himself. How could he have the spare time to teach students? He would not consider it unless he could gain a foothold in the divine prefecture like the Millet Emperor. Your seniors are better than me. How could I teach you? Xia Qingyuan replied quietly. I can sense that you're also an extraordinary cultivator who has been hiding your capacities. You are the most beautiful woman with the most elegant bearing that I have ever seen. You and Senior Yi seem like a perfect couple together. Of course, you can teach me. Lang Yan was ready to go ahead at any price, including his pride. He genuinely admired Yi Futian and wanted to learn from him. His families and seniors were all very supportive after they heard about his idea. Xia Qingyuan looked at him and suddenly cracked a smile, said, Actually, I'm not his wife. Ugh! Lang Yan blinked quickly in a fluster, but he soon reacted and said, Then you're the future wife. Xia Qingyuan glanced at Yi Futian, who said to Lang Yan, Stop coming up with these ideas. I won't take disciples at this point. A look of disappointment passed over Lang Yan's face, but he still said, Please consider me if you want to recruit disciples in the future. All right, Yi Futian nodded with a smile. What is that place? Yi Futian looked ahead and saw a palace high in the clouds. Many cultivators were gathering at the foot of the palace, including plenty of people in the Renhuang plain. On top of that, Yi Futian also noticed that more people were coming from far away. A celestial pavilion in the Donghua heavens that operates as a lodge. However, not everyone can enter some of the top celestial pavilions in the Donghua heavens, Lang Yan said. It looks like someone prominent is here, Yi Futian said while walking toward the palace. Many people huddled together under the celestial pavilion, discussing something. Taihua Mountain, Yi Futian muttered to himself after he heard their conversation. He cast his mind back and realized who was coming. The Donghua domain had 7 main continents, 2 islands, and 1 mountain. A large number of top forces resided in the 7 main continents. The Donghua heavens had the domain chief's manor, Lingshao Palace, and Donghua Academy. The Dongshao continent had the Wangshan Watchtower. The northern white snow capital had the divine palace of fluttering snow. The Yenyun continent had the great Yen ancient royal family. The Badlands continent had the desolate god palace. The Luotian continent had the Jiang clan ancient royal family, while the Nanhua continent had the Nanhua clan. All 7 main continents in the Donghua domain were occupied by top forces. Besides that, there were 2 islands and a mountain left. The 2 islands were the Turtle Deity Island of the Divine Ocean continent and the Eastern Deity Island of the Penglai continent. At last, there was Taihua Mountain, which was the principal mountain in the Donghua domain. These were places where all the influential figures cultivated in the Donghua domain. The Taihua Mountain was not controlled by any family or clan, but it was a cultivation temple for a master cultivator referred to as the Taihua Skylord. He was a hermit with unfathomable power. Instead of recruiting disciples and or growing his power outside, he had devoted himself to cultivation. Other than Taihua Skylord, another person in the Taihua Mountain was also well known. Allegedly, Taihua Skylord's daughter goddess Taihua was extremely talented and stunning. Her unparalleled beauty took the breath away of everyone who had met her. Some people even called her the finest goddess of the Donghua domain. Nevertheless, not many people had met goddess Taihua because the Taihua Mountain was secluded while no one dared to disturb them rashly. Even so, her reputation grew, and rumors about her spread. Taihua Skylord and goddess Taihua are here as well. Lung Shi and Lung Yan were both astounded. It looks like the chief may have sent someone to invite them. Futian remembered that Taihua Skylord didn't even show up when Emperor she was facing the divine tribulation of the Great Path, so it might have been the chief who invited them this time. Other people in front of them were also chatting about how the chief had summoned all the best cultivators in the Donghua domain. He was probably the only one who had such power. Is goddess Taihua really as beautiful as the rumors claim? Lung Shi asked. A cultivator on a high plane can absorb the essence of the world and become more beautiful. That's why there are many gorgeous women among the cultivators. Goddess Taihua must be phenomenal. But I doubt anyone in this world is truly unmatched, Futian said with a smile. Yes, my lady. Goddess Ya is also incredibly beautiful, said Lung Shi. Futian was stunned for a moment upon hearing Lung Shi's words. Then he cracked a smile. Lung Shi probably misunderstood the meaning of his casual comment. After all, he had seen so many gorgeous women, including Princess Donghuang. Most women could never have her majestic bearing. But goddess Taihua must be very attractive. Besides, she cultivates the divine melody. It's impossible to say how many people are dying to meet her. It seems like they finally have a chance now. Lung, she said in a quiet voice. At this point, a team of cultivators walked to the celestial pavilion and said, "We are entrusted by the chief to invite the Sky Lord and the goddess to rest in the manor." "That's not necessary. We're fine here. Please thank the chief for me." "I won't go over to bother him," Taihua Sky Lord replied. He apparently didn't want to go to stay in the domain chief's manor. Maybe he was used to some peace and quiet. "All right, we will go back to relay the message then." One person said, "There is another matter. We can host the Donghua banquet now that the Sky Lord is here. We shall be delighted to have your presence at the domain chief's manor in 3 days." "I will go on time for sure," Taihua Skylord replied. The crowd was simmering with excitement. The Donghua banquet was finally coming in 3 days. It was surprising how pressing it was. It seems that they had been waiting for Taihua Skylord before. The domain chief's manor must be tracking the movements of cultivators everywhere. They would host the Donghua banquet as long as all the top cultivators had arrived. Since other forces had turned up one after another, they could set the time now that Taihua Skylord was here as well. Futian looked in that direction. It was happening in 3 days. So the domain chief's manor would inform the entire Donghua heavens within a day. Chapter 2025, The Arrival. The domain chief's manor ordered Donghua heavens to host the Donghua banquet. Although everyone had known that this day would be here sooner rather than later, it still caused quite a sensation in the Donghua heavens when the news came out. This time, they would have the opportunity to see the top figures from every corner of the Donghua domain. These days, any one of these men was a figure of high caliber and was difficult to catch a glimpse of. However, at the Donghua banquet, there may be a chance to see all of them at such a grand occasion. Last time at Turtle Deity Island in Divine Ocean Continent, many top figures were also gathered there, but not everyone could traverse across many continents to get there. This time, the Donghua banquet was to be held in the Donghua heavens, which only magnified its importance. The last time such a grand occasion took place was 50 years ago, and people were more than just a little excited by it. In addition to being able to meet those major figures, they would have the opportunity to meet many famous peak-level Renhuang, as well as the 4 most outstanding characters. The enchanting existence of those younger genius talents who possessed the perfect great path. They were descendants of clans, the princes and princesses of the ancient royal families, and goddesses of the snow capital. Although they hadn't seen those characters, many rumors about them had already circulated in the Donghua heavens, such as the rumored Ninghua, the number 1 figure in Donghua domain, and the 4 leading figures, Desolation, Jiang Yueli, Zongchan, as well as the Sword Emperor Liunyan, who had risen to fame recently, and Goddess Taihua, who had just entered Donghua heavens. After the news came out, the people of the Donghua heavens departed to gather around the central region, prepared to go to the domain chief's manor to observe the ceremony. This time it was a feast for the entire Donghua domain. 3 days went by quickly in a blink of an eye. The day of the banquet had finally arrived. In the early morning hours, the Lung family was extremely busy. The clan chief of the Lung family got up early, preparing to take a group of people to observe the ceremony. In the courtyard, Yi Futian and the others were together. Didn't the Millet Emperor come? Yi Futian asked Li Chongsheng. The master should be going there directly, Li Chongsheng responded with a smile. The master's whereabouts are unpredictable, and he does not necessarily use the grand teleportation matrix. Perhaps he wanted to take a walk on the road, and even that won't take him too long. Yi Futian nodded. These major figures were different from them, so it wouldn't take much to cross the continent. The domain chief's manor itself announced the Donghua banquet. It seems that they will be selecting qualified candidates at the banquet to cultivate at the domain chief's manor. However, with your reputation and strength, there should be no question about your qualifications. Just that fight at Donghua Academy alone qualifies you to join them, even if you don't participate in the selection process, Li Chongqing said with a smile. The selection by the domain chief's manor was also a process to choose powerful cultivators. Yi Futian was so outstanding that there was no way that the domain chief's manor would refuse his entry. Yi Futian nodded slightly. If there were a selection, he would abide by the rules and compete with other potential candidates. Is everyone ready? At this moment, the head of the Lung family walked toward this side. He was also taking the cultivators from the main branch of the Lung family to observe the ceremony. Yes, we can go now, Li Chongqing responded. Good, then we are leaving. Now, there are probably countless people who have already gathered at the domain chief's manor. The head of the Lung family remarked with a smile, and everyone nodded. The group then stepped into the void and headed directly in the direction of their destination. At the moment, above Donghua heavens, millions of cultivators were in the air, all heading in the same direction. The sight was magnificent, and such a grand occasion made Yi Futian realize that there were too many cultivators on the main continent of the 18 regions in the Divine Prefecture. At the higher level of the cultivation world, the sight to be seen was also grander. The domain chief's manor in Divine Prefecture was already the closest to the peak. Except for the Imperial Palace, it could probably be regarded as the top location in Divine Prefecture. The Donghua domain chief's manor was also the earliest place to be referred to as the Donghua Heavens. It wasn't until later that the entire Donghua continent was named Donghua Heavens. But long before that, the domain chief's manor itself was Donghua Heavens. The domain chief's manor was called Donghua Heavens because, originally, it had been a heavenly palace. The domain chief's manor was different from a familial principality, and it was also a most excellent holy land for cultivation. It was vast and endless, its heavenly palace surrounded by a divine aura, like a mythological land. At this time, the land under the domain chief's manor was filled with many cultivators standing outside. Above the firmament, a bright glow fell from the 9 heavens, and the clouds suddenly parted. The mist above the manor dissipated, and the view above the 9 heavens could be seen vaguely. Yonder, everyone saw an extremely magnificent divine temple of the 9 heavens, as if it was moved here to sit on top of the 9 heavens. Donghua Palace! Everyone exclaimed. The Donghua Palace at the domain chief's manor was the place where the chief conducted his business. Now, it appeared just like that in their view. The divine temple hidden in the clouds and mist was a divine palace, but it had revealed itself to the world at this moment. In Donghua Palace, stone pillars reached into the sky, carved with dragons and phoenixes and thrones in different positions. They, obviously, were reserved for the most important figures of the Donghua domain. Behind Donghua Palace, there seemed to be a divine waterfall hanging down from 9 heavens. Such a magnificent sight could only exist in the imagination, but right now it was a reality witnessed by all. Behind the 9 heavens' divine waterfall, the divine mountain could be seen vaguely, but the view was a little blurry. It should be the landscape that was part of the domain chief's manor, but unfortunately they could not see it. Only those who entered the domain chief's manor to cultivate could see the view inside. At this moment, from Donghua Palace above the 9 heavens, there was a massive staircase spreading down, which was spectacular. The lower part of the Donghua Palace was divided into layers of heaven, and each layer had prepared many seats. The higher up, the fewer seats. Obviously, there were not many people who could get to the top. At this time, from above the stairs, countless goddess-like figures walked down. Their clothes fluttered as they drifted down and stood on both sides of the stairs. Someone drifted down the layers of heaven to the sky below the domain chief's manor to welcome the cultivators who came to participate in the banquet. In front of Donghua Palace, several guardians appeared with apparent powerful cultivation. Their eyes penetrated the boundless void, looking directly at the space below the domain chief's manor, and said loudly, "Today the chief is hosting Donghua banquet, and everyone is allowed to watch the ceremony from below. The chief will invite the top figures of Donghua domain inside the palace, while the 9 heavens below will receive renhuang from all over the world. The areas are divided by realms of cultivation. Although there are many seats in the 9 heavens, there are too many cultivators here at this time, from all parts of the Donghua domain. Please forgive us in advance for any mishaps." Countless cultivators below nodded their heads. They could understand the fact that there were a lot of renhuang who came this time. At the very least, many renhuang of Donghua heavens would be here to observe the ceremony. For those layers of heavens to accommodate these renhuang was not an easy task, let alone other cultivators present. People in the renhuang realm from this moment on may come up the stairs on their own and go to the area where they are to observe the ceremony. Suddenly, many began moving forward. All were of the renhuang realm. They followed the stairs up towards different areas. Renhuang in the 9th realm, in the area of the 9 heavens which was closest to Donghua Palace, could see those upcoming influential figures more clearly. At this moment, in the distance, a group of cultivators came by air in a mighty formation. Their temperaments were extraordinary, and all of them clad in gorgeous robes. When they appeared, someone immediately stepped forward to greet them. "The people from Lingxiao Palace are here." Many made the observation. The top figures who arrived here first were from Lingxiao Palace, a principality of the Donghua heavens. The cultivators from Lingxiao Palace came to attend the banquet and to observe the ceremony, an elder said to the man who came to meet them in the air. "Everyone, please." The person who greeted them said politely and took them to a platform just below the Donghua Palace. This area was divided into different sections, and the banquet was set up. The palace above the 9 heavens area was reserved for cultivators from major forces. Even the likes of them could not follow overlords and palace lords into Donghua Palace, they could only stay in the area below the hall. At this time, another group of cultivators was visible in the distance. It was a group of goddesses. The goddesses from the snow capital of northern White Continent are here. The goddesses of the fluttering snow palace are as rumored. Their temperament is cold as snow. Perhaps it is due to their cultivation, but they were all so outstandingly beautiful. The crowd talked amongst themselves, and their eyes showed great appreciation. "Fluttering Snow Palace is here to attend the banquet," said Jiang Yueli. They were welcomed and seated in the same area as the cultivators from Lingxiao Palace, who then got up and bowed to them as a polite greeting. After the two parties exchanged formalities, they took their seats once again. After that, the cultivators of Donghua Academy arrived, causing a sensation in an instant. Donghua Academy was the holy land of cultivation for Donghua heavens. Many of the powerful cultivators within the academy were admired by everyone in the Donghua heavens. Donghua Academy had given birth to many extraordinary individuals. Ninghua did not come with Donghua Academy. Someone noticed that the vice chief of the Donghua domain was not there. The vice chief should already be at the domain chief's manor. "He will probably appear in Donghua Palace with the chief," someone whispered, and many around him nodded in agreement. With Ninghua's status and reputation, it was completely understandable for him to appear at Donghua Palace. After that, various forces from the Nanhua clan, the ancient royal family of Yan, and the ancient royal family of Jiang arrived in succession. Their appearances were noticed by everyone there. Finally, Yi Futian and the cultivators from Wangshan Watchtower were here too. After Yi Futian and the others arrived, Li Changxing put his hands together and greeted the many cultivators who were on the stairs. "Cultivators from Wangshan Watchtower have come to take part in the banquet and observe the ceremony." Wangshan Watchtower. Many people looked at them, and their eyes quickly fell on Zongchan and Yi Futian, who were standing beside Li Changxing. "That's Zongchan," someone whispered. "The white-haired young man on the left is probably the Sword Emperor Liunian. Just look at him. He looks so dapper and charming," someone exclaimed, and some female cultivators couldn't help but give another look at Yi Futian. The rumors were true. Not only was he unparalleled in strength and talent, but his appearance and temperament were also undeniably outstanding. They couldn't help but wonder if he had chosen a path companion, already such was the world of cultivation. If one's cultivation was less than desirable along with low talent, then one's appearance meant absolutely nothing. However, if one was a peerless figure with extraordinary looks, there was no way that this person would not be noticed and admired. Take Taihua Goddess, for example. Although she had rarely been seen, her reputation preceded her. This was because, in addition to her extraordinary talent and strength, they were also enhanced by her beauty. It is rumored that everything that happened in Donghua Academy was true. They said that Sword Emperor Liunian might be even greater than Jiang Yueli and the others, and that the rank of his divine wheel of the Great Path has a real chance to be the same as Ninghua's. Someone whispered. Although this information was reported from Donghua Academy and had been proven as absolutely true with no falsehood, some people were still surprised by what they heard. After all, those people's reputation was great in Donghua domain, and Ninghua himself was even known as its #1 genius talent. In the eyes of many people in the Donghua heavens, he would be the #1 cultivator in the Donghua domain and its future chief. None would be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with him, not even these foremost influential figures. He was the first among equals, and the other 3 would have to line up behind him. Now, there were rumors that Yi Futian's divine wheel of the Great Path was comparable to Ninghua's. Naturally, many were skeptical regarding this claim. "Everyone, please." Someone from above came to receive them. Li Changsheng and the others followed the person as they moved upwards. Clan Lord Lung took one look at the cultivators in the 9 heavens and immediately grasped the situation. He said, "Go up according to your own realm." those below the Renhuang realm. Please observe the ceremony from below. Ah, Lung Yan and Lung, she both looked disappointed. Were they only allowed to watch from below? Even their aunt Lung Qinghan had gone up to be with the cultivators of Donghua Academy. However, their cultivation was still weak, so this was the best they could do. Elder, may we bring a few companions with us? Yi Futian asked the cultivator who came to meet them. The other gave him a serious look, made some estimation as to Yi Futian's identity, and nodded. Of course. It was not unusual for cultivators from various might forces to bring some people up with them. Thank you. Yi Futian thanked him, then said to Lung Yan and Lung Shi, You two come along too. The two smiled and nodded, revealing a look of excitement. They were now right under Donghua Palace, which was higher than the place where even the clan lord would be. Clan Lord Lung gave them a small smile. These two were pretty lucky. The group continued upward, along with the two youngsters. Many wished they had also known some powerful figures themselves. Thus, it was useless for them to stand underneath. Although they could still see the Donghua Palace from the highest point in the sky, it was still not enough. The distance was so far that it would be considered just an observation of the ceremony without a real sense of participation. If they could stand above, it would feel more like they were part of the Donghua banquet. Yi Futian and his party came to an area below the Donghua Palace. This area was very spacious and could easily accommodate 1,000 people. People from all principalities had seated in different locations, and most of the principalities in the Donghua domain had already arrived. This demonstrated the strong appeal that the chief had over the domain, and all the top figures had to respect the Donghua banquet. Seeing Yi Futian's arrival, Ling He looked at him with great interest and said, Brother Yi is here. Yi Futian was a little surprised at the audacity of Ling He. He glanced at him and saw Ling He squinting at him with a smile, shaking the wine glass in his hand. The look in his eyes made Yi Futian felt extremely uncomfortable. It was as if he was being stalked. He understood very well that Ling He had no good intentions. Emperor Yi. On the other side, Qin Qing and other goddesses of fluttering snow palace nodded to Yi Futian very amicably. We meet the goddesses again. Yi Futian smiled and acknowledged them in return. Their exchange surprised many around them. Judging from several of the goddesses' attitudes toward Yi Futian, they seemed to be even friendlier to him than to Zongchan or Li Changsheng. Brother Yi. Someone on the other side called out, and Yi Futian looked at the man and smiled. Brother Jiang. The person calling out to him was Jiang Juming from the ancient royal family of Jiang in Luotian continent. I heard that Brother Yi had gained fame during a battle in Donghua Academy, but unfortunately I missed it and was not fortunate to watch Brother Yi fight, Jiang Juming said with a smile. They didn't go to Donghua Academy last time. I was lucky, that's all, Yi Futian replied modestly. Victory by strength, there was no luck to speak of. At Donghua Academy, Kong Xiao, who was defeated by Yi Futian once, had also arrived. He said bluntly, there was no luck in that battle. Jiang Jiuming smiled when he heard Kong Xiao's comment and couldn't continue to say anything otherwise. After all, he had to take the cultivators from Donghua Academy into consideration, and he didn't really know what their attitudes were from that battle. Emperor Kong's combat power is extraordinary. If he was an expert at some method, perhaps the person who lost would have been me. Yi Futian smiled. You are an expert at many kinds of great path, and your divine wheels were extraordinary. I had no hope of winning. If you were to have them examined in front of the divine mirror of heavenly wheels, your divine wheels would probably surpass the 5th rank. Kong Xiao continued, elicited curiosity from all who attended the banquet as they directed their attention toward Yi Futian. Having surpassed the 5th order, wouldn't that mean the 6th order? That was the rank of the divine wheel of the great path possessed by Ninghua, the first genius talent in the Donghua domain. Kong Xiao believed that Yi Futian's divine wheel of the Great Path would not rank below Ning Hua's. Further, Kong Xiao and Ning Hua both cultivated at Donghua Academy, so they should have been in close contact. Kong Xiao's assessment was very convincing. He lowered his head slightly when he heard what Kong Xiao said, but a coldness flashed across his eyes. At this moment, everyone felt a supreme pressure covering the boundless space. From within the domain chief's manor, an extraordinary aura descended and radiated out, covering endless regions. A voice said, "Honored guests have arrived. Please enter." As the voice trailed off, the crowd saw a brilliant golden light sprinkled down upon Donghua Palace as a group appeared there. It was the domain chief of Donghua, and his wife was in the main seats of Donghua Palace. Next to them, there was a young man with an extraordinary temperament whose eyes contained divine light. This was the #1 genius talent of Donghua domain, Ning Hua, the proud son of Donghua Heavens. Below, countless people were extremely excited to see the appearance of the chief and his wife, as well as Ning Hua. In the Donghua Heavens, they would normally have no chance to see the chief. Even Ning Hua was hardly seen by anyone. When the chief appeared, there was divine light shining in different directions above the sky. In one direction, the dark light enveloped a corner of the sky, then landed in Donghua Palace, revealing a domineering figure who stood there. It was Desolation God from the Desolate God Palace. In another direction, there seemed to be drifting snow, flying, accompanied by a chill. A most beautiful woman appeared before them, and all the goddesses of the fluttering snow palace stood up when they saw her. Immediately, everyone knew who she was. The sword goddess of fluttering snow palace had arrived, the premier swordswoman in the Donghua domain. At the same time, rays of divine lights descended, and in different positions within Donghua Palace, voices were heard one after another. It was as if they were all coming out of thin air. These were people whose cultivation was of considerable might. They were already inside the Donghua Heavens. Though they were still far away, they could traverse great distance within a turning of their minds. With each top figure's arrival, the crowd beneath the domain chief's manor was becoming more boisterous. The person wearing the golden dragon robe is Emperor Yan from the ancient royal family of Yan, and the man in blue is the clan leader of Nanhua clan. Look, the college chief of Donghua Academy has also arrived. As they looked at those distinguished figures going into the banquet hall, they identified who was whom. For most people, this was the first time that they had seen these top figures. At this time, an old man in white had arrived. Although he was quite advanced in age, he still appeared elegant and dapper, quite pleasing to the eyes. It was a temperament few could match. Next to him, there was an extremely beautiful woman, like the Ju Tin goddess, whose beauty eclipsed all other earthly beauties. For a moment, she attracted everyone's attention. Even the Ren Huang of the 9 heavens were distracted because of her. Tai Hua, Sky Lord, had arrived. Such a prestigious reputation was well deserved. The visage of the Tai Hua goddess was truly unparalleled. Even the goddesses from Fluttering Snow Palace, who were already extremely beautiful themselves, still couldn't help but secretly praise her peerless beauty when they saw Tai Hua goddess. Sky Lord is here too, someone in Donghua Palace observed. Tai Hua Sky Lord was a cultivator who had been in semi-retreat and rarely showed himself. He didn't even visit Turtle Deity Island last time. "We're just waiting on Emperor Shi and the others." The chief smiled and said. When his voice trailed off, a divine light descended, and 2 figures appeared at the same time. It was Emperor Shi and Thunder punishing Sky Lord. Their arrival brought a smile upon the chief's face, and he said, "Emperor Shi and the Thunder punishing Sky Lord have arrived, and the attendees of this Donghua banquet are now all here." The people below thought of the same thing. There were countless people on the continent that was the Donghua domain, but there were only a few who were truly mighty. Every one of these figures was high above the clouds. difficult to be seen by ordinary cultivators. But now they were gathered together in one place to attend Donghua banquet, appeared in the domain chief's manor. Apart from the chief, who could command such a grand gathering? Therefore, their attendance at the Donghua banquet was considered a most satisfying outcome. Yi Futian also raised his head to look at Donghua Palace above. The figures that appeared there were those who stood at the peak of the Donghua domain. They alone could represent the strength of the entire Donghua domain. In the 18 regions of Divine Prefecture, just Donghua domain alone was comparable to the entire original realm. Moreover, these were only the known cultivators in the academy. On their last visit, they had seen a lot of hermits inside Donghua Academy. In the entire land of Divine Prefecture, there must be some hermits who had been cultivating for many years. Chapter 2027. Let the feast begin. At the domain chief's manor, it was a scene of total prosperity. It was the most prosperous the Donghua domain had been in 50 years. All the major figures of the Donghua domain were here, with many emperors in attendance. Those whose cultivation was lower than the Renhuang realm could only observe the ceremony from below. The chief looked at the Donghua Palace cultivators and said, "Everyone, please take a seat wherever you please." Everyone nodded as they found a seat and sat down. The seats in the Donghua Palace were not distinguished by rank, otherwise it would be difficult to arrange. "Ninghua, go down and take care of our guests," the chief said to Ninghua, who was behind him. "You go as well," Taihua Sky Lord said to Taihua Goddess, who was next to him. With the vice chief mingling with all the top figures, it would be inappropriate for his daughter, the Taihua Goddess, to stay here. Even if the others said nothing, it was better to follow the protocols. Ninghua nodded as he walked down next to Taihua Goddess and said, "Goddess, please." "Thank you." Taihua Goddess nodded and followed Ninghua. They walked to a platform under the stairs outside of Donghua Palace, where Yi Futian and the others were seated. At this moment, everyone's eyes focused on Ninghua and Taihua Goddess, looking at these two peerless figures. Both of them were extremely well known in the Donghua domain, especially Ninghua. Although not many people had seen him before, his name was known throughout the domain. Likewise, Taihua Goddess enjoyed fame by reputation. Now that everyone saw the two standing together, they saw that they were a match made in heaven. If they could become path companions, it would be a great story for posterity. "Goddess, please take a seat," Ninghua said as Taihua Goddess found a seat to sit down. Unlike the attendees, she was by herself. After all, Taihua Mountain was not a principality, but just a place where her father happened to conduct his cultivation. In a way, it was similar to Turtle Deity Island as a place where Emperor she chose to cultivate. This time, her father brought her along for the occasion. Ninghua walked to the area where the cultivators of Donghua Academy were and sat down. He did not call attention to his own status by sitting in the high seat by himself. This was a detail that did not go unnoticed. Obviously, even in the domain chief's manor, Ninghua still regarded himself as a disciple of the academy rather than the vice chief. This was something that only increased approval from those in the academy. "It is a pleasure every time I see the vice chief, who might be more accomplished than his father in the future," the palace lord of Lingshao Palace commented with a smile. The chief might not be so pleased if it were any other else, but it was high praise for his son to be more accomplished than him. "I do have such expectations, but it all depends on him." The chief smiled and said, "Enough about him. Today is the first time everyone in the Donghua domain had the good fortune to meet the treasured pearl of Taihua Skylord. I myself am quite amazed. I am envious of Taihua Skylord for having such a wonderful daughter. Chief is most generous." Several people in Donghua Palace laughed. It was natural for cultivators to wish for their descendants to inherit their craft. Since the great emperor unified the divine prefecture, there have been more and more outstanding cultivators over the years. In another 100 years, Maybe these youngsters will be able to replace us, the chief said while looking at those seated below the stairs. Many people nodded in agreement. Emperor, she said, indeed, in the hundreds of years after the unification of divine prefecture, there have been many changes. In the future, more cultivators will inevitably spring up, and old guys like us will have to retire. But I am looking forward to the next era of prosperity. Everyone looked at the group below and saw that the eyes of Thunder Punishing Skylord fell on Yi Futian as he nodded at him with a smile. When Yi Futian saw Thunder Punishing Skylord nodded to him, he felt compelled to get up. He bowed slightly to him. A Skylord who was showed such friendliness deserved to be treated according to regular etiquette. Last time at Turtle Deity Island, it was also Thunder Punishing Skylord who told him what Ling he had done. At the edge of the cliff, Thunder Punishing Skylord showed him that he had a good impression of Yi Futian. Such a character would never be motivated by anything other than pure appreciation. Yi Futian understood this very well. Emperor Shi's gaze also stayed on Yi Futian for a moment before moving away. Obviously, he remembered Yi Futian. In the Battle of Turtle Deity Island, Yi Futian had demonstrated his powerful strength. Around the 9 heavens, countless people focused their attentions on him. Emperor Shi, who had survived the first major divine tribulation. There were rumors that his current strength may be comparable to that of the chief and that he was one of the most powerful people in the Donghua domain today. It was even possible that he might be the stronger of the two between him and the chief. It was rumored that when he experienced the divine tribulation, the divine ocean continent was swept through by the divine tribulation, causing the waves to be swallowed back, so that even the entire continent itself was shaken up and affected by it. However, at this moment, even though his temperament was outstanding, he appeared very easygoing and made those around him feel at ease. Unfortunately, Emperor Shi was not accepting disciples right now, only if they could be accepted under his tutelage. Many Renhuang had the same thought. Anyone who could become a disciple of Emperor Shi would probably become a powerful figure in the Donghua domain. At this time, the chief looked down below at the 9 heavens and the cultivators beneath the domain chief's manor. He smiled and said, "Today we host Donghua banquet at the domain chief's manor, and we are so glad that everyone can attend and observe the ceremony. 50 years have passed since the festivities last time in the Donghua domain. Over the years, the cultivation world of the Donghua domain has become stronger, so I want to take this opportunity to get together with my old friends, have a drink, and catch up. Then, I want to see the state of cultivation in the Donghua domain and see how many excellent characters have come into existence. Lastly, there is the matter concerning the domain chief's manor. Over the years, quite a few cultivators have left the manor, so there is a need to recruit another group of people to enter the manor for cultivation. This is a great opportunity for selecting a group of Renhuang to enter the domain chief's manor. In the 9 heavens, many cultivators in Renhuang realm were thoughtful when they heard what the chief had to say. They had guessed that the domain chief's manor would be accepting disciples and was the purpose for so many Renhuang cultivators being at the banquet. Strictly speaking, the domain chief's manor was considered a force in and of itself, and a top-notch force at that, as it was backed by the great emperor. Anyone who could enter the domain chief's manor to cultivate would experience a completely different world. Of course, they would also be sent on some missions. More than 300 years have passed since the great emperor unified the divine prefecture. Over the past 300 years, the great emperor has brought a renaissance of martial arts and commanded the world's cultivators to preach in divine prefecture, so everyone has the opportunity to cultivate. The divine prefecture has emerged from an era of chaos, and order has been restored. As it is getting stronger, many superior cultivators emerged, such as Emperor Shi, who had crossed the divine tribulations, or like Thunder Punishing Skylord, who broke through the realm and proved the way. Perhaps because of the time factor, there are still very few top figures existing amongst us. 300 years is not a short period of time, but neither is it a long one to us cultivators. Therefore, I hope that in the future, the Divine Prefecture will be able to produce more powerful cultivators and give birth to extraordinary individuals with the emergence of more peak forces, such as the ancient royal families. The chief continued to speak. Although his voice was not loud, it had spread across the boundless space so that everyone in the Domain Chief's Manor could hear him clearly. The chief of Domain Chief's Manor was appointed by the great emperor himself, whose purpose was to execute the will of the great emperor. The great emperor had the desire to nurture martial arts to its fullest potential, and it was the duty of the chief to work hard and make it a reality. Of course, all these words were just formality. It was expected for the chief, as the host of the Donghua banquet, to clarify his position at a grand gathering like this. After all, whatever happened here could easily be known by the imperial palace. Here, I would like to drink to our cultivators of Donghua domain. At this moment, the chief raised his glass and drank up. Countless cultivators cheered and shook the 9 heavens. The chief waved his hand, and everyone quieted down again. He continued, "All of you probably already know those around me, so I will forego the introduction, as they are all top cultivators from Donghua domain. If you have the opportunity in the future, you may seek them for spiritual guidance and cultivation. Perhaps this banquet will provide such an opportunity." With that said, the chief raised his cup to the powerful figures in Donghua Palace and said, "A toast to you all." Everyone raised their cups and said in unison, "Chief is too generous." With that, they drank the wine in their cups. Although some of you are not accepting disciples, the banquet has attracted every top figure in the Donghua domain. If someone catches your eyes, why not accept them? Perhaps not as disciples, but to cultivate under your tutelage. Domain Chief's Manor will not be competing with you, the chief said with a smile. His words tempted many Renhuang. This time, not only did they have the opportunity to enter the Domain Chief's Manor, but they may even have the opportunity to follow these powerful people in cultivation. Sure, if I have cultivators that I like, I will definitely invite them to cultivate in Lingxiao Palace as long as they are not vying to enter the Domain Chief's Manor, the Lord of Lingxiao Palace said with a smile. Lingxiao Palace and the Domain Chief's Manor were both located in the Donghua heavens, and judging from his demeanor and speech, the Palace Lord of Lingxiao Palace had a good rapport with the Domain Chief's Manor and favored the chief. Being able to follow all of you in cultivation is much better than coming to the Domain Chief's Manor, the chief said with a smile. If there are suitable candidates, the Fluttering Snow Palace would be willing to recruit them as well. The Sword Goddess also joined in. However, it would require an extremely excellent candidate to meet her high standards and requirements. After that, many expressed their agreement to such suggestions, which pleased the chief. He said, "Every one of you has heard that this banquet, it is a huge opportunity. Don't miss it." Chapter 2028, A Law Battle. The Renhuangs underneath were slightly startled. The chief's gaze fell upon the group below Donghua Palace's staircase. Then he said, "I am sure that most of you will be able to recognize them. Ninghua, the practitioners of Donghua Academy, Goddess Taihua, the goddess of the divine palace of Fluttering Snow, as well as the best of the younger generation from various factions such as Desolation, Jiang Yueli, Zongchan. Not to mention you. Even I have heard of them, they are very renowned." Many people smiled. The chief was clearly speaking in a joking tone. He seemed very casual, and it helped create a favorable impression of him to many. Indeed, Ninghua, Jiang Yueli, everyone had heard these names before. In addition, Goddess Taihua, Sword Emperor Liuyan, Qin Qing, Ling He, along with many others were names that the Renhuangs of Donghua Heavens had heard of. I am sure that many of you are curious about their strengths and would like to have a spar with them. Here, today, I will call the shots for you. Whoever you want to challenge or spar with, choose as you please. They will accept all your requests. Let us old ones see how many genius cultivators in the Donghua domain are yet to show their talents. The best-case scenario is to defeat them. Then the chief continued with a smile, "As long as you defeat them, even if they do not take you in, my domain's manor will directly take you in. In addition to that, there will be a prize. How does that sound?" Many people smiled. Most were very expectant and were raring to go. Just as the chief said, any Renhuang in the world of practitioners would drool at a chance to spar with any of these top geniuses. However, such opportunities were incredibly rare. Now, these geniuses were all gathered in the same place. They were seated right over there, and these practitioners could pick and choose who they wanted to challenge. It was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. They could even challenge Ninghua. Many were feeling very excited. The chief shifted his gaze towards the group seated underneath and asked, "None of you have any objections, right?" They nodded. Then a person from the Donghua Academy replied, "The Donghua banquet is such a big event to be able to see and meet the celebrities of the Donghua domain. Now that the chief has spoken, we will most definitely do our best." The most authoritative person of the Donghua domain had already spoken. Naturally, as juniors, no one declined. Ninghua sat there like the others. "By the time they're done, if you guys want to spar among yourselves, that's fine too. As long as it is not a high plane person intentionally challenging a person of a lower plane, you will not be allowed to decline the request," said the chief with a smile. As he spoke, his gaze scanned across the group of people underneath. Then he said, "However, I will say this in advance. These spars should be moderate. Nothing life-threatening is allowed. However, these are law battles after all. Moreover, at your plane levels, sometimes it is indeed hard to control your strength, especially when the battle gets intense. Any oversight could lead to very severe injuries. Furthermore, they have their own tempers. If the strength gap between you is too great and you made them mad, you cannot blame anyone. You will have to bear the consequences of these law battles yourself." Many of them nodded. Naturally, they already knew this. So many Renhuangs were gathered here today. If everyone had a turn to fight, just how long would it take? Even though it was a grand banquet that was held only once in 50 years, the chief was prepared. While he wanted everyone to express themselves, he did not want any and everyone to actually participate. They should know their own limitations. If one were too weak, they should not waste everyone's time. "Well then, let's get started." The chief raised his head and glanced upward. Immediately after, divine light beamed down from the sky. Following that, from the domain chief's manor, a divine item flew out, and beams of divine light spread out and descended from the sky as if it was the Milky Way. It covered the entire area, connecting the 9 heavens together. Rumble. A loud rumble was heard. Then everyone saw the divine item. It was actually a floating law battle platform. It had formed a space of its own. There were 4 doors, and when one walked inside, one would have entered an independent space where one could fully express and utilize one's full strength. Next, it is your turn to express yourselves. We will observe. I will not interfere, said the chief with a smile. He looked at the others of the Donghua Palace and said, smiling, "It is rare for us to be able to meet and gather like this. What say we old ones stay here, drink liquor, and watch what these young ones can do? How about it?" "Sounds good, Emperor," she answered, laughing. This arrangement was laid back, and it was good as he wanted to see the cultivation level of Donghua Domain's younger generation. He had been cultivating at the Turtle Deity Island for a long time before he finally passed his divine tribulation. Now his mentality had changed a little. Perhaps he would not be able to pass his second divine tribulation in the future. Perhaps he would die in his divine tribulation. So, why not be a little more laid back? "Come, drink." Chief Ning laughed, raised his cup, and said, "Come, let's guess. Who do you think will be the first to be challenged?" "My guess is Ninghua," said the Palace Lord of Lingshao Palace. He continued and said, "Ninghua is very well known throughout the Donghua domain. Everyone has heard his name. Even if no one would be able to match him, I still think that he will be the first to be challenged." "That is possible," commented the sword goddess while nodding. I actually think that the goddess of the divine palace of fluttering snow has a higher probability of being the first. Who wouldn't want to witness the elegance and talent of the divine palace's goddess? Said the overlord of the Jian clan ancient royal family. Why not goddess Tai Hua? Asked the sword goddess. She then continued and said, she is the daughter of the Sky Lord. Her beauty is peerless, and she is a master of the divine melody. Why wouldn't anyone want to experience that? Perhaps, answered the Jiang clan overlord. This old one recently heard that the young man from Wangshan Watchtower called Yi Liunian has quite a reputation within the Donghua heavens. I am randomly guessing here, but I think it will be him, said Emperor Shi. I did not expect Emperor Shi to also know what had happened in Donghua heavens. Chief Ning chuckled and said, indeed, I also heard Sword Emperor Liunian's name recently at the Domain Chief's manor. I heard that his divine wheel of the Great Path might not inferior to Ninghua. Donghua Academy is the holy land of cultivation in the Donghua heavens. Yi Liunian also made a name for himself at Donghua Academy. That is why I think that there is a chance that the first person to be challenged will be a disciple of Donghua Academy, said Nanhua clan's clan leader, laughing. At that moment, these top-notch figures did not seem dignified at all. They were guessing playfully in a relaxed manner. They did not seem like prominent figures who stood at the peak of the Donghua domain at all. Underneath, multiple practitioners raised their heads to look at the Donghua palace high up above. It was a rare sight to behold for them too. This was the closest they ever got to these heavyweights, and perhaps they would never have a chance like this again, to witness these people talking and laughing so casually. At that time, the first Renhuang had already walked on top of the law battle platform. It was a mid-level Renhuang. It is a practitioner from the Yen family of the Donghua heavens, Yen Qingfeng. Someone recognized this person. It was a local practitioner, a family of the Donghua heavens, a branch family of the great Yen ancient royal family. The teleportation grand matrix of the Wangshan Watchtower that connects to the Donghua heavens is with the Lung family. The great Yen ancient royal family, on the other hand, uses the Yen family. Beside Yi Futian, Sky Sword Lung Quangxing transmitted his voice to Yi Futian, which prompted Yi Futian to look towards the person. Did the great Yen ancient royal family have a branch? Regardless, it would not be weird for a top ancient royal family to have a family member start a branch family on the outside. Yen Qingfeng floated above the law battle platform. He gazed above him, towards the area right below the staircase outside the Donghua Palace. His gaze finally fell upon a group of Donghua Academy practitioners. He said, Donghua Heaven's Yen family's Yen Qingfeng, I wish to spar with Donghua Academy's disciple. Lung Qinghan, pleased to meet our acquaintance. Someone guessed right in that the first one to be challenged would be a disciple of the Donghua Academy. However, no one would have ever been able to guess that Lung Qinghan would be the one. After all, Lung Qinghan's name was not all that well known in Donghua Academy. She was most definitely not the most famous celebrity around. Of course, anyone who could enter the Donghua Academy to cultivate had already proven themselves to be talented. Naturally, their strength could not be questioned. Many from the Lung family had odd expressions on their faces. None of them would have even imagined Lung Qinghan would be challenged first. It was clear that this Yen Qingfeng was intentionally targeting her. Many people in the Donghua Palace also lowered their heads to glance below. Those who understood the situation shifted their gaze toward Emperor Yen. Could it be an extension of the grudge between the great Yen ancient royal family and the Wangshan Watchtower? The grudge began with the great Yen ancient royal family and the Eastern Deity Island. The great Yen family and the Wangshan Watchtower could never get along. Yen Danyang even brought someone over to provoke the Watchtower in the past, but was humiliated at the hands of Yi Futian. Now, a Renhuang of a branch of the great Yen ancient family, the Yen family, was challenging a practitioner from the Lung family. It was inevitable that people would wonder if there was more than meets the eye. However, Lung Qinghan was a practitioner of the Donghua Academy. It would not be easy for Yan Qingfeng to defeat her. Lung Qinghan got up, leaped into the air, and entered the law battle platform. "Who do you think will win this battle?" Chief Ning asked inside the Donghua Palace. Lung Qinghan is a disciple of Donghua Academy, so her chances of winning are naturally higher, said the divine palace of fluttering snow's sword goddess. Many somewhat agreed with her, but Ling Shao Palace's palace lord said, "Yan Qingfeng is also quite famous around Donghua heavens. He is not weak. Moreover, he is from a branch of the great Yan ancient royal family. From what I know, his combat strength is quite high. Even though Lung Qinghan trained in the Donghua Academy, she is now very well known. It is hard to say who will win." Chief Ning smiled. This was the first battle, and the practitioners engaged in the law battle were not famous individuals. As such, the debates were also not intense. Underneath, Yi Futian's gaze also shifted towards the battlefield. The great Yan ancient royal family sent a member of their branch family in the first battle. Were they trying to say something? On the law battle platform, the two fighters stood facing each other. Then a cold aura emanated from Lung Qinghan's body as she said, "Pleased to make your acquaintance." "Likewise," Yan Qingfeng replied. Then a vague but domineering golden divine light radiated from his body. The power of the great path oozed out of his body as a gigantic divine golden dragon appeared. His body was covered in golden dragon armor, while his arms were covered in extremely sharp dragon scales, as if his body had transformed into a dragon, and it looked immensely dangerous. Chapter 2029 Battle of Humiliation. Many people looked down at the law battle platform where Yi Futian and the others were. They heard the sound of a dragon singing. Song of the Yen Dragon, Yi Futian thought to himself. It was a secret skill of the great Yan ancient royal family. Yi Futian assumed that Yan Qingfeng might have cultivated with the great Yan ancient royal family before, since he knew how to release it. If that was the case, Yan Qingfeng might be targeting them this time. An icy storm formed around Lung Qinghan's body. The knife was like the cold moon, and its silver gleam sent a chill down every audience's spine. However, a real dragon manifested itself above Yan Qingfeng's body and soared through the sky. Countless dragon blades fell with great momentum. Yan Qingfeng himself also charged forward and pressed on Lung Qinghan. The battle broke out in an instant and shook the entire law battle area. The knives gleamed brilliantly and split up space. To everyone's surprise, Lung Qinghan launched the counterattack like a whirlwind. He is a disciple of Donghua Academy indeed. Although Lung Qinghan's blade technique originally comes from the Lung family, it has transformed into something much more powerful. A cultivator from the great Yan ancient royal family said. Yan Hanqing looked at Zongchan and the others and said, "Lung Quangxing also cultivated at Wangshan Watchtower before. Do you think Lung Qinghan can defeat Yan Qingfeng, who is also from an aristocratic family in the Donghua heavens? Crown Prince Yan, you also acknowledge that the Lung family shares a past with our Wangshan Watchtower." "Of course, we believe Lung Qinghan will win this time," Li Chongxing replied with a smile. "Unless, of course, people from the great Yan don't think Yan Qingfeng can gain the upper hand." Yan Hanqing smiled and said, "Of course not. I have faith in Yan Qingfeng. Why don't we make a bet since we disagree?" "What kind of bet?" Li Chongxing asked. "If Lung Qinghan loses, Wangshan Watchtower will keep your hands off of the Eastern Deity Island and hand this man over to the great Yan if he lost." Yan Hanqing looked at Yi Futian and said with a smile. Squinting, Li Chongxing glanced at Yan Hanqing and said in a mocking tone, "Sorry, but the great Yan doesn't have anything equal to offer." Yan Hanqing's piercing gaze focused on Li Chongxing. Li Chongxing was ridiculing the great Yan ancient royal family for not having anyone comparable to Yi Futian. Yan Dongyang, a member of the great Yan ancient royal family, had been vanquished before, while Yi Futian astonished everyone at Donghua Academy, which Ren Huang from the great Yan ancient royal family could hold a candle to Yi Futian. The great Yan ancient royal family didn't have anyone in the same class as Yi Futian to make this bet. People watched Yan Hanqing and Li Chongqing with great interest. The battle on the law battle platform was directly related to the two forces. Who would have thought that the crown prince of the great Yan would be tongue-tied? Nowadays, it was almost impossible for the great Yan to find someone as good as the sword Emperor Lian. Yan Qingfeng also cultivated with the great Yan ancient royal family, right? But it seems that he is losing ground already. Li Chongqing glanced at the platform and said, Lang Qinghan cultivated multiple types of power of the Great Path. By combining them brilliantly and utilizing her blade technique, she had the upper hand over Yan Qingfeng. Is that so? Yan Hanqing replied blankly. At this point, the situation on the platform changed abruptly. Yan Qingfeng seemed to have used some secret arts and covered his entire body with an armor made of dragon scales, which grabbed Lang Qinghan's knife. Then his hand turned into a sharp claw and pierced through Lang Qinghan's body. A dazzling streak of light flashed across the sky. The dragon scale armor covering Yan Qingfeng was torn apart, and a bright red will sprang upon it. But Lang Qinghan was also severely injured. She was flung away with a deep gash on her body. The blood stained her clothes. The audience quieted down immediately. Everyone was surprised to see that the first battle was so fierce. Normally, the first sparring session at a grand gathering where all the top cultivators in the Donghua domain came together was supposed to be courteous and friendly. The key figures in the Donghua Palace also glanced at the platform, but didn't say anything. Chief Ning already stated that he would not get involved. He is quite good for being able to defeat a disciple of the academy. Let's not argue further, since he is trained by the great Yan ancient royal family, Chief Ning commented. Lang Qinghan covered her wound and left the platform. She kept her head down after retreating. The first fight embarrassed Donghua Academy a little. The cultivator from Donghua Academy was defeated by a Ren Huang from the Great Yan. Are you hurt badly? Lung Quangxing asked Lang Qinghan. She shook her head. Yi Futian took out a small porcelain bottle, handed it to her, said, Here are some elixirs. Take them. Thank you. Lang Qinghan nodded. She returned to the academy's side, drank the elixirs, and sat down to regulate her breath and mend her body. People from Donghua Academy were quite upset. They glared at the cultivators from the Great Yan. At this point, Yan Qingfeng also walked off the platform as if he didn't fight to prove a point or endorse a particular group. Some other Renhuangs stood up and planned to head to the law battle area. But a figure flashed past them. A person with silver hair stood quietly in front of a door outside of the law battle platform. Then he stepped forward and walked in. Many people looked at him with astonishment. Even the top cultivators sitting in the Donghua Palace were stunned by the silver-haired man walking onto the battle platform. It was Yi Futian. Yi Futian only needed to sit tight and wait for someone to challenge him. After all, he was well known for his ability already and had Wangshan Watchtower to back him up. Chief Ning initially thought that some interested cultivators from the top forces might spar with Yi Futian after other law battles were over. However, Yi Futian walked out on his own to join the second fight. What did he want to do? Yi Futian came to the law battle platform silently, his body floating in the air. Under countless people's watch, he gazed at the cultivators from the great Yan ancient royal family who were sitting outside of the Donghua Palace and said, I sparred with the Crown Prince Yan Dongyang before, but didn't fully enjoy myself. Therefore, I'd like to invite Crown Prince Yan to another match to see if we have made any progress. Please. Everyone was staring at Yi Futian. The cultivators from the great Yan ancient royal family narrowed their eyes, and Yan Dongyang's face was frozen. Yi Futian already defeated him at Wangshan Watchtower, so another fight was completely meaningless and unnecessary unless he took the initiative to challenge Yi Futian. If that was the case, why did Yi Futian do this? Everyone could tell that Yi Futian wanted to crush Yan Dongyang again. He wanted to bring Yan Dongyang to his knees in front of everyone in the Donghua domain. How audacious! Yan Dongyang's expression was grim. The cultivators from the great Yan ancient royal family, who were rejoicing over Yan Qingfeng's victory over Lung Qinghan, also stopped smiling. Yi Futian was deliberately provoking the great Yan ancient royal family. He was retaliating for Lung Qinghan's loss just now. The cultivators from the Lung family were moved by Yi Futian's action. Lung Yan and Lung, she watched him, their blood boiling. They were both raving mad just now, and they were eager to see the great Yan ancient royal family being humiliated. How interesting! The thunder punishing Sky Lord snickered. It was said that revenge was a dish best served cold, but it seemed that Yi Futian didn't bother to wait. Yan Dongyang had no choice but to accept Yi Futian's challenge. After all, Yan Dongyang had no excuse to refuse, as Yi Futian was at a lower level than him. Could he concede? The great Yan ancient royal family would be humiliated. Everyone saw what happened just now. He had no way out. Yan Dongyang was forced to walk to the law battle area. He glared at Yi Futian with sheer malice. Without speaking, he unleashed tremendous might from his body. Along with the sound of the dragons singing, several terrifying dragons appeared in the sky above. The law battle area was dazzling and magnificent that moment. Many people only realized then that Yan Dongyang, the crown prince of the great Yan ancient royal family, was also an extraordinary cultivator with a perfect divine will. They forgot about how powerful he was in the presence of his silver-haired opponent. Divine light shone brilliantly on the law battle platform. Under everyone's watch, the law battle area was transformed into a starry dimension where millions of stars circling. Then it was into a frightening great path domain. The song of the dragon was still echoing through the area, but countless starry steels rose from the stars, emitted bright Buddhist light, and unleashed the power of the sonic wave. It was the Vajra demon-slaying rhythm. The two types of the power of the sonic wave collided with each other and rippled across the great path. What a formidable, great path domain! Everyone's eyes were fixed on them. Kong Xiao from Donghua Academy had a stern face. It was how he had lost before. The great path domain expanded with significant momentum and engulfed the law battle area. It repelled the golden dragons and took control of the area. It seems that the Millet Emperor has secretly recruited him as a disciple, after all, Emperor Yen said coldly. Yi Futian's great path domain obviously evolved from the gate to world suppression. Of course, I'm glad to meet such an exceptional young man. I taught him what I know, but why do I have to recruit him as my disciple? The Millet Emperor replied. Emperor Yin uttered a snort. Countless divine monuments fell from the sky as if the starry dimension was crumbling. Yi Futian pushed a hand forward and shattered everything into pieces. So powerful, the audience was astounded by the scene. Yi Futian's strike dashed against the sky. Yan Dongyang tried his best to defend himself, but his great path disintegrated and he couldn't withstand the attack at all. Bang! With a loud noise, the palm of the great path came down from the sky and hit Yan Dongyang's body. Yan Dongyang fell on the law battle platform, throwing up blood. He was barely breathing. One strike. The crowd was staggered. A cultivator as powerful as Yan Dongyang couldn't withstand one strike from Yi Futian. Yi Futian exerted his full strength to deliberately humiliate Yan Dongyang. Enraged, the great Yan ancient royal family cultivators stared at Yi Futian, who was standing on the law battle platform. He had pushed them too far. Chapter 2030. God Seal's Spell. Yi Futian was exacting his revenge for the last fight by wiping the floor with Yan Dongyang. He would not hold back since the great Yan ancient royal family provoked him first. What upset him the most was that the cultivators from the great Yan ancient royal family targeted him and attacked the Lung family. They severely injured Lung Qinghan and humiliated her. That being so, there was no need for Yi Futian to feign politeness anymore. He retaliated directly. A great number of cultivators raised their heads to look at Yi Futian. They were shocked by the gap between Yi Futian and Yan Dongyang. Yi Futian and Yan Dongyang were not at the same level at all. Yan Dongyang couldn't withstand one strike from Yi Futian and was badly wounded. The Sword Emperor Liuyan certainly deserved the reputation he enjoyed. The battle at Donghua Academy made Yi Futian rise to fame. Now it appeared that he was indeed extremely powerful. Since he was at a lower cultivation plane than Yan Dongyang, he must overwhelm Yan Dongyang with his divine wheel of the Great Path to utterly defeat him. Yi Futian intentionally put Yan Dongyang to shame and made the crown prince of the great Yan ancient royal family mortified in front of everyone. How devastating! Many people were feeling sorry for Yan Dongyang. The great Yan ancient royal family provoked them first and wanted to secure a leading position over the opponent from the very beginning. They never expected that Yi Futian would join the fight himself to take revenge. Yi Futian left the law battle platform and returned to his seat. But Yan Dongyang couldn't go back on his own. The cultivators from the great Yan ancient royal family had to help him up. He looked even more pathetic than Lung Qinghan moments ago. Although Yan Dongyang was barely breathing, he glared at Yi Futian with deep hatred. But Yi Futian acted as if he didn't notice Yan Dongyang at all. He picked up the wine glass and took a sip without speaking. An awkward silence filled the air. Even though people from the great Yan ancient royal family were furious, there was nothing they could do. No one from the great Yan could handle Yi Futian. The great Yan ancient royal family had several princes, but none were in the same league as Yi Futian. It seemed that they had no choice but to accept the defeat. Is that the gate to world suppression? Emperor, she asked the Millet Emperor inside of the Donghua Palace. Kind of, Millet Emperor nodded and said, but it's completely different now. It's based on the gate to world suppression, but has become something of his own. He combined it with his own ability and pieced it together. It may look like the gate to world suppression, but it is a perfect blend with his own power of the Great Path. All right. Emperor, she nodded and said with a smile he is a good student. I'm surprised that he could develop the rare art of supreme attack instead of simply copying it. This young man has a creative mind. Any ordinary cultivator who obtained such a powerful art of sorcery would follow it strictly. Yi Futian was different. He combined it with his own power and transformed it completely, so it only looked like the gate to world suppression now. One strike contains several types of power of the Great Path. It's an impressive blow. An ordinary middle-level Renhuang without a perfect divine could hardly handle it, the thunder punishing Skylord commented. Yi Futian was strong enough to fight against a high-level Renhuang without a perfect divine wheel. Even a middle-level Renhuang who had a perfect divine didn't stand a chance against his attack. Indeed, Wangshen Watchtower raised 2 legends. Millet Emperor, you don't need to worry about finding a successor now, Chief Ning said with a mirthless smile. Their casual conversation only made the cultivators from the great Yan ancient royal family even more inflamed. At this point, another person walked into the law battle platform in the 7 heavens. Plenty of Renhuangs in the 9 heavens were surprised to see this man. He was a high-level Renhuang in the Donghua heavens and had reached the peak of the 7th order after years of cultivation. People at his level had already enjoyed a high status in society. Although cultivators had to keep studying and progressing no matter what plane they had reached, They would rarely participate in such an event or ask to become a disciple of another top cultivator. Who would this seventh order Renhuang challenge? He hovered over the law battle platform and looked above and said, I have been cultivating in the Donghua heavens, and I have long heard of the reputation of the vice chief. I want to seize this opportunity to ask the vice chief for some advice. Many people narrowed their eyes, but they were not too surprised. This would happen sooner or later. Ning Hua was a prominent man in the Donghua domain. Millions of cultivators were dying to see how powerful the best genius of the Donghua domain truly was. Since the chief had granted them the chance to challenge whomever they wanted, someone would definitely aim at Ning Hua eventually. Therefore, no one was shocked. Instead, they watched the platform with expectant eyes. How powerful is the vice chief? We can finally watch the best genius of our Donghua domain in action. While the audience was whispering to each other, someone spoke loudly. I assume Ning Hua could defeat him with one strike, like how the Sword Emperor Liunian defeated Yan Dongyang just now. Yes, the vice chief only needs one blow if he gives his all. Everyone was on the edge of their seats. Even the top cultivators sitting in Donghua Palace were staring at Ning Hua, waiting with bated breath. They all wanted to see Ning Hua display his ability. Under everyone's close watch, Ning Hua stood up and walked to the law battle platform from Donghua Academy. They faced each other in the law battle area. The seventh order Renhuang showed off his divine wheel and formed a terrifying energy field. He said to Ning Hua, Please. Please. Ning Hua replied with one word as well. Stepping forward, he shot dazzling light out of his scary eyes. The divine light of the great path surrounded his body and suffused the endless sky with mystic runes. Grand Seal Great Path. Everybody watched Ning Hua. The Grand Seal Great Path was the power of the Great Path that Ning Hua mainly cultivated. Other great paths and techniques all supported and facilitated Grand Seal Great Path. He learned it from the chief, and it was said to be a domineering force. While the divine light of the seals was shining brilliantly, the seventh order Renhuang looked into Ning Hua's eyes and felt as if the light came from the middle of his brow. He was placed into a world of seals. Not only his great path was limited, but his spiritual will was also invaded. Nothing felt real to him. But as the divine light of the seals dazzled the world, Ning Hua stepped forward and hovered above his opponent. Formidable spiritual will burst out of his body while runes flying out one after another. It was the extremely powerful God Seal spell that could seal his opponent's will and spiritual soul, incapacitating him altogether. The law battle area turned into a prison of the Great Path, which sealed off the power of the Great Path, locked up the divine wheel, and even imprisoned the spiritual soul. The seventh order Renhuang was trembling slightly. A giant seal popped up in his mind as if it was an ancient rune that he couldn't repel. Am I really that far behind? He thought to himself. Even though he had prepared himself mentally, he was still frustrated and discouraged by the gap between him and Ning Hua. He couldn't withstand the attack at all since his great path was sealed. The chief's God Seal spell was indeed dreadful. The seventh order Renhuang's body was flung back as Ning Hua stomped his foot. The seal disappeared, and everything returned to normal. The seventh order Renhuang raised his head to look at Ning Hua, having trouble believing what had happened just now. He bowed slightly and said, The vice chief truly has unparalleled talent. I suppose no one in the Donghua domain can surpass you. Thanks for your nice words. Ning Hua didn't stay to chat. They both left the law battle area. The audience exclaimed excitedly that as Ning Hua, unmatched in the Donghua domain. The finest genius in the Donghua domain didn't even give a seventh order Renhuang a chance to launch an attack. How domineering. As strong as the Sword Emperor Liunian is, he is still not a match for the vice chief. Some people were comparing Futian to Ning Hua. After all, Rumor had it that Yi Futian's divine wheel of the Great Path was as good as Ning Hua's. But many people were not convinced. Although Yi Futian had extraordinary talent and had displayed remarkable ability while crushing Yan Dongyang just now, he was still not on a par with Ning Hua, even if their divine wheels of the Great Path were at a similar level. The divine wheel of the Great Path wasn't a decisive factor. While the crowd was murmuring, a lot of Renhuang sitting in the 9 heavens were speaking to each other as well. The challenger was an established high-level Renhuang in the Donghua heavens. Yet he was defeated right away, not even getting a chance to attack. After Ning Hua returned to Donghua Academy, the palace lord of the Lingxiao Palace said with a smile, "Ning Hua has inherited the chief's legacy. With his God Seal spell, few opponents are a match for him. We're flattered." "Ning Hua still has a long way to go," Chief Ning smiled and replied. Although he was quite satisfied with the result, he meant what he said. From what he could see, Ning Hua indeed had a long way to go. He only started just now. He needed to reach the peak of the Renhuang Plain and go through the 3 levels of the divine tribulation. As the head of the Donghua domain, Chief Ning had a much broader horizon and extremely high hopes for Ning Hua. Ning Hua has attained the acme of perfection when it comes to the God Seal spell. Even his eyes are enough to seal his opponent. Few people in the Donghua domain can fight against him now. He will probably overshadow old guys like us in no time. The overlord of the Jiang clan ancient royal family from the Luotian continent also praised with a smile. Chapter 2031 Divine Melody Taihua. The crowd had high praises for Ning Hua. Over where the members of Desolate God Palace were, Desolation lowered his head and picked up a cup of wine. He drained it in one gulp. He raised his head and glanced over at where Ning Hua was among the members of Donghua Academy. A faint battle intent emanated from his gaze. Seemingly sensing something, Ning Hua also turned his head around and looked towards Desolation. They locked gazes. A formless current actually formed in between them. The surrounding people seemed to all sense something. Their gazes shifted toward them. When the cultivators of Desolate God Palace entered Donghua Academy, Desolation had wanted to challenge Ning Hua. However, Ning Hua was not around. Now that such an opportunity had arisen, Desolation would certainly not let it slip past him. However, Desolation was not anxious. He would wait until everyone had battled before challenging Ning Hua. He wanted to see how powerful this monstrous figure, who was renowned as the top figure in the Donghua domain, was. Within Donghua Palace, the giant figures had also detected something. They looked down below and they revealed faint smiles. It appeared as though there would be very exciting battles at the peak. Aside from Desolation and Ning Hua, there were also many other incredible figures. The others would certainly use this opportunity to test each other out. At that moment, another silhouette stepped forward and appeared on the law battle platform. This Renhuang had an otherworldly aura and appeared suave. "He is a cultivator from String Palace from the Donghua heavens," someone commented when they recognized this Renhuang in his 30s. String Palace was a top force of the Donghua heavens. Almost all of the Renhuangs of leading forces in the Donghua heavens attended the Donghua banquet. Also, among the 9 heavens, the Donghua heavens had the most Renhuangs. Hence, up until now, all those who had walked up to the law battle platform were all cultivators from the Donghua heavens. The Renhuang from String Palace raised his head and looked up into the sky. His gaze landed on a person. Many people immediately turned to see who he was looking at. It was the absolute beauty with a mesmerizing appearance, Goddess Taihua. When they saw a cultivator from String Palace walk out, many people speculated that Goddess Taihua would be chosen for this law battle. The Renhuang said, "I am from String Palace and am somewhat proficient in rhythmic sorcery. I heard that Taihua Skylord as well as Goddess Taihua would be coming. I have long admired the 2 of you. I wonder whether I will have the good fortune of hearing the divine Melody Taihua today." Many people were anticipating this. Among the top 10 most famous songs in the world, one of them was called Taihua. Taihua Mountain, as well as Taihua Skylord, were named after the song. Their surnames were not Taihua, but they were called this because they cultivated the divine melody Taihua. Countless gazes landed on goddess Taihua. She slowly got up and then stepped forward. As they gazed at her absolutely stunning appearance, many people felt their hearts stir. Some people have been blessed since their birth. Not only had she been blessed with extraordinary cultivation talent, but she was also bestowed with astonishing beauty. Some people were destined to be favored by the heavens. An example of such a person was Ninghua, who was also born above the others and was a proud son of heaven. As goddess Taihua walked forward, a halo of light circled around her. It was mesmerizing and calming. Her steps were like the music of deities. The sounds that they made caused the hearts of many to beat in tune. This sensation was miraculous. It was not a hallucination. Goddess Taihua truly gave everyone such a feeling. It was just like how a swordsman would give off a sharp vibe, while a person who cultivated the great path of frost would cause people to feel chilly. Goddess Taihua made people feel as though they were listening to beautiful music. It was very relaxing. Looking at her was like enjoying a symphony. Incredible. The rhythm of the great path has already merged with her body completely. She can utilize it naturally. It is as though her body is a musical score of the great path, Li Changxing praised. The people around him also felt the same. They agreed with his praise. Her cultivation was astonishing. Yi Futian also sensed this. He also cultivated a divine melody, but he had yet to reach such a level. It was apparent that the other party had greater attainment in rhythmic sorcery than him. After all, he had cultivated music as a means to support his cultivation. However, it was different for goddess Taihua. She nourished her great path with music and had reached the stage where her body and will were one with her rhythmic sorcery. Yi Futian could not help but feel a sense of anticipation. How powerful was goddess Taihua's music! Goddess Taihua stepped onto the law battle platform and stood before the cultivator from String Palace. The other party said, "Goddess, please go easy on me." "Let's begin," Goddess Taihua replied as she nodded her head. The other cultivator sat down, cross-legged. An ancient guqin appeared before his body. Instantly, his rhythmic sorcery became divine light of the great path that radiated outwards. Very quickly, musical notes enveloped this part of the sky. The rhythm of the great path filled the air. Goddess Taihua stood there quietly. On her body, formless, rhythmic sorcery expanded outwards like ripples. A guqin of the great path appeared before her. The great path around her served as her strings. Each string was formed from the great path of rhythmic sorcery. That was not all. There seemed to be a miraculous resonance around them. It was as though this part of the sky was covered by the will of her great path, forming a domain. The entire space was within her domain of rhythmic sorcery. Countless guqin strings appeared around them. Goddess Taihua extended her delicate hands. Her palms were fair. Her fingers were slender and elegant. Her fingers curved and plucked at the strings of the guqin. A string of musical notes leaped out. In an instant, a sound wave actually swept out, causing the guqin strings in the domain of the great path to resonate. She played loudly and powerfully. It was hard to imagine that such a delicate and beautiful figure could play such powerful notes with simple plucks of the guqin strings. The other party's recital was nearly cut off. The Renhuang felt his body become extremely heavy. Every pluck of his strings seemed so difficult. Under the effects of the powerful musical notes, his own playing was directly suppressed. Goddess Taihua did not stop. Her fingers danced on top of the guqin. Immediately, countless musical notes of the great path leaped out. Each note contained unparalleled power. This was a beautiful melody that was filled with power. It was weighty and powerful. The surrounding space felt unbearably heavy. It pressed down on the figure of the other cultivator. The Ren Huang even felt a frightening pressure acting on his spiritual soul. At that moment, he seemed to see an illusion. It was as though he was standing alone on the ground, and divine mountains were descending from the heavens. Standing alone in the vast world, he appeared exceptionally minuscule. His great path was being suppressed. His flesh and spiritual soul were also suppressed. It did not take long for him to be unable to continue playing. His strings had snapped. He raised his head and looked up at her Guqin strings of the great path. Although they appeared formless, he felt as though he could see them clearly. The strings were everywhere, like mountains before him. Right then, the sensation suddenly disappeared. The domain of the great path dissipated. Everything appeared to be a dream. Before him, a peerless beauty was floating in the sky. She stood there silently, stunning to behold. "Many thanks, goddess," said the Ren Huang as he bowed slightly. She had enabled him to experience the divine melody Taihua. He was naturally grateful. Otherwise, with goddess Taihua's ability, any tune she played could similarly crush him. Yet just now he could truly feel the majestic power contained within the divine melody Taihua. When faced with such might and incredible power, even upper-level Renhuangs would feel small. Goddess Taihua nodded her head slightly. She then walked down from the law battle platform and returned to her seat. Yi Futian glanced at her. Although he had not experienced the divine melody Taihua up close, he could still sense its majestic power from outside of the law battle platform. It was powerful and rich. It could suppress the great path. He did know which was more powerful, this or Song of the Lost Divine. Marvelous! Praised Chief Ning from Donghua Palace. Today, the Donghua banquet is full of surprises. Even us old fellows will still be astonished at such a divine melody. It seems that she has completely inherited the way of Taihua Skylord. Taihua Skylord's daughter is a peerless, proud daughter of heaven. Even among the men, few can compare to her. She will certainly become a prominent figure at the peak. She reminds me of the vice chief, Lingshao Palace, Lord said with a smile. His words caused an idea to surface in the minds of many people. What was he implying? However, Ninghua and Goddess Taihua were indeed a match. They were both top figures of their generation. You are all too generous with your praises. The juniors of Divine Palace of Fluttering Snow are not inferior to her, said Taihua Skylord casually with a smile. Down below, over where the members of Donghua Academy were, Ninghua raised his cup and said to Goddess Taihua, I never imagined that I would have the good fortune of hearing the divine melody Taihua today. It is deserving of being one of the top 10 most famous songs in the world. Goddess, let me offer a toast to you. Many people revealed strange expressions. Ninghua was incredibly proud. This was the first time he had greeted another person first. Vice Chief, you praise me too highly, Goddess Taihua replied as she raised her cup. The two of them drank together from where they stood. Upon seeing this scene, many members of the Donghua Palace revealed knowing smiles. They seemed somewhat intrigued. If Ninghua and Goddess Taihua could become an item, they would definitely become the most perfect couple among this generation in the Donghua domain. Chapter 2032 Prominent Figures. After Goddess Taihua stepped down, other people continued to ascend onto the law battle platform, battling against the Renhuangs from the top forces. Very soon, the cultivators from various forces had received challenges from Renhuangs in the 9 heavens. Even Jiang Yueli, who had an 8th-tier flawless great path, also accepted a challenge. A powerful Renhuang at the peak of his cultivation had challenged her. He wanted to see how powerful a Renhuang with a flawless great path was. There was little suspense in this battle. The Renhuang with peak cultivation lost to Jiang Yueli. This battle made people realize that Jiang Yueli was unbeatable unless she was going against giant-level figures. With her 8th-tier Renhuang plane cultivation, she was just a step away from being considered a giant-level figure herself. The goddesses of Divine Palace of Fluttering Snow also received challenges. However, they too defeated their opponents in a spectacular fashion. There was no suspense to their battles. Even though the challengers were all very powerful, those invited were all prominent figures of the top forces. They were all monstrous figures with extraordinary abilities at the Renhuang plane. Wanting to defeat them would naturally not be easy. Time passed. The law battles continued without end. Many people had already accepted multiple challenges. After all, there were too many challenges, but the number of Renhuangs from the top forces was limited. Hence, there were bound to be repeated challenges. However, today, the chief had personally given the order for the cultivators to join in the battles. The cultivators obliged to his orders very enthusiastically, cooperating and participating in the law battles. At that moment, on the law battle platform, another fierce battle was taking place. A middle-level Renhuang had walked out and challenged a Renhuang from Desolate God Palace. The abilities of the challenger were actually on par with his opponent. His combat ability was astonishingly powerful. Down below, countless people raised their heads and watched the ferocious battle on the law battle platform. Destructive black currents of the great path became frightening bolts of lightning. It was as though the space was experiencing doomsday. Destructive currents rampaged, attempting to destroy the opponent. Who is this person? He is so powerful, someone asked in astonishment as they watched the challenger. Even against such a great path of destruction, he does not seem to be at a disadvantage. Be it in terms of defense or attack power, he is terrifyingly powerful in both aspects. He is Renhuang Chen, said someone else. Renhuang Chen has cultivated for many years in the Donghua heavens. He has always kept a low profile. However, every battle that he was involved in was legendary. As expected, he will suppress the Renhuang from Desolate God Palace this time as well. With his fingers, he draws out rivers of swords, and his punches are like mountains. It is indeed frightening for him to have such cultivation. Someone to the side commented in awe as their gazes were fixed on the battle above. Every attack of Renhuang Chen appeared simple, but exploded with astonishing might. As expected, there are multitudes of cultivators from the Donghua heavens. If Renhuang Chen wins this law battle, he will be the 4th to achieve victory, another person stated. As time passed, several battles had erupted. Although the chances of victory for the challengers were slim, 3 Renhuangs had managed to emerge victoriously. Bang! At that moment, a loud collision was heard. Several people felt their hearts leap. Then, they saw that the Renhuang from Desolate God Palace was sent flying outward. Fresh blood had dyed his robes red. On the other hand, Renhuang Chen remained standing there, bearing the air of a grandmaster. He had won. Many people below clenched their fists. Because the chances of victory were slim, many people hoped that some extraordinary figures would appear to take down these cultivators from the superpowers. It was precisely because it was difficult that they looked forward to it. Hence, each battle that ended with such a victory stirred the hearts of the people. Not bad. From Donghua Palace, laughter could be heard. Chief Ning looked at the Renhuang on the law battle platform and said, "From the discussion below, this Renhuang Chen appears to be an extraordinary Renhuang from the Donghua heavens. It's incredible for him to be able to defeat such a powerful opponent. It is indeed incredible. The abilities of the Renhuang from Desolate God Palace are impressive. His combat ability is already considered very powerful." There was no element of luck in Renhuang Chen's victory, someone replied with a smile. He is the 4th. It is indeed not easy for them to have claimed 4 victories. What about all of you? Have any one of them caught your eye? Chief Ning asked with a smile. The Palace Lord of Ling Shao Palace said, the Ren Huang from the Donghua heavens. If he is willing to join my Ling Shao palace to cultivate, I will personally instruct him." Chief Ning answered as he nodded his head. He looked to the law battle platform and said, "Did you hear that? The palace lord of Ling Shao Palace is willing to personally pass on his teachings to you. Are you interested in joining Ling Shao Palace to cultivate?" Ren Huang Chen raised his head and looked at Chief Ning from where he was. He replied, "I have come to participate in these law battles to join the domain chief's manor." "Oh," Chief Ning uttered as he glanced at the palace lord of Ling Shao Palace who was beside him. The other party smiled indifferently and said, "It seems that he is not fated to cross paths with Ling Shao Palace. Since this Ren Huang wants to enter domain chief's manor to cultivate, then only the chief could grant him his wish." Chief Ning nodded in agreement. Since the other party was willing, he had no objections. He said, "All right, after this, you will join domain chief's manor to cultivate." "Many thanks, chief," Ren Huang Chen answered with a slight bow. With his abilities, he could have joined a top force before this. However, he had always been comprehending the Great Path. Now he felt as though his cultivation had reached a bottleneck. Hence, he wanted to join domain chief's manor. There he could come in contact with the top figures of the Ren Huang Plain. "No need to thank me. It is just that you have missed an opportunity to join Ling Shao Palace. You'd better not regret it in the future," Chief said with a smile. "All right, all of you can stand down first." "Yes, sir," Ren Huang Chen responded as he stepped down with a nod. The law battles continued. The major figures of Donghua Palace continued chatting casually. Chief Ning said, "Members of our top forces have already lost 4 law battles. It seems that there are many incredible figures this time around. Yet they still seem to be lacking something. The people below are the backbones of the various forces. The Ren Huangs of Donghua Academy, Desolate God Palace, and the other forces are prominent figures outside. Does the chief feel that it is not enough even if the challengers manage to defeat them?" the sword goddess asked. As Chief Ning sat in his high seat, he smiled and answered, "It is naturally not bad if the challengers can defeat them. However, there are countless cultivators in the Donghua domain. The Ren Huangs here have come from all corners of the world. I hope that even more monstrous Ren Huangs with extraordinary combat ability will appear and defeat our top force's prominent figures. If the challengers can put up a fight against Sword Goddess' 3 personal disciples, Kong Shao from Donghua Academy, Ling He from Ling Shao Palace, or Yi Liunian from the Wangshin Watchtower, only then can the prosperity of martial arts in the Donghua domain be displayed." When they heard this, everyone smiled. Sword Goddess pondered this for a moment. She then replied, "It is easier said than done." Chief Ning gave no further comment as he looked down at the 9 heavens below. In a loud voice, he declared, "Everyone, you have also heard what I said. This Donghua banquet is held so that everyone can witness the prominent figures of the Donghua domain. If there are any extraordinary people out there, do not hide or shy away. If the situation that I mentioned occurs, Domain Chief's Manor will reward the person handsomely." Down below, countless people who had come to spectate the proceedings were excited. Would such a figure emerge? The difficulty was too high. Defeating a prominent figure of these top forces was easier said than done. These people were all peak existences of their planes. At that moment, in the 5th heaven of the 9 heavens, a Ren Huang walked out. He was clearly a 5th-tier Ren Huang. The battle on the law battle platform had not ended. Yet, he had already walked out beforehand and was floating toward the law battle platform. It was him. Many people narrowed their eyes. Clearly, some people recognized the Ren Huang that had emerged. Very soon, voices came from below as many people started talking about the figure who had appeared. "Who is he?" someone asked curiously. "He is a legendary figure that once turned down joining Donghua Academy," someone explained as they stared at the silhouette. This person had taken the Donghua heavens by storm back in the day. He would later disappear, with rumors claiming that he had gone on a training journey. They never imagined that he would appear during the Donghua banquet. So that person was him. Several members of the Donghua Heavens responded when they heard the voice explain this. Decades ago, they had also heard similar stories. Even among Donghua Academy's cultivators, many people glanced over at the Renhuang who had appeared below. He was actually among the crowd, someone said. The speaker clearly recognized this person too. At that moment, the battle ended on the Fifth Heaven's law battle platform. After both parties stepped down, this Renhuang immediately walked onto the law battle platform. Down below, there was a commotion among domain chiefs' manor. The sound of discussion grew louder. At the same time, the Renhuang who appeared on the law battle platform raised his head and looked up. His gaze landed where the members of the Wangshan watchtower were. He proclaimed, "I challenge Yi Lianyan." Ever since Yi Futian completely suppressed Yan Dongyang, no one else had challenged him. No one wanted to embarrass themselves. They all knew their own strength. It was almost impossible for them to defeat Yi Futian. Yet, right then, a person had emerged and directly challenged Sword Emperor Lianyan, the person who had become famous after a single battle in Donghua Academy. For a moment, there were bursts of cries from down below. Many people seemed very excited. This made Yi Futian feel somewhat strange. With his current battle record, did the people below believe that this Renhuang could pose a threat to him? If not, they would not be so excited. Clearly, the crowd believed that this would be an intense battle. Chapter 2033. Qin Yi. Who was this person? There were still many uninformed people who were asking around. In the 9 heavens, many Renhuangs were whispering to each other. They were discussing the person who had appeared. Among those from the Donghua heavens, a Renhuang who could cause such a commotion was definitely an outstanding figure. Only figures such as Ninghua and Goddess Taihua had such influence. If so, who was this Renhuang? He was actually not part of any of the top forces. His name is Qin Yi, somebody stated. This caused many people to reveal strange expressions. This name was too common. He only had a single character for one after his surname. It was extremely simple. "What's so special about him?" asked someone else. 20 years ago, this person was already renowned in the Donghua heavens. Back in the day, he defeated many prominent figures and suffered no losses in the law battles he fought in. Rumor has it that Donghua Academy had personally extended him an invitation to join them. Such treatment from them is exceedingly rare. It has only occurred several times in the history of Donghua Academy. However, Qin Yi turned down their invitation. Someone said as they watched the silhouette on the law battle platform above. Hence, back then, many disciples from Donghua Academy were unsatisfied with his arrogant behavior. Several Renhuangs sought him out to teach him a lesson. In the end, he delivered them a crushing defeat single-handedly. Later on, Donghua Academy mobilized extremely powerful Renhuangs, and they still lost to him. There were even rumors that Domain Chief's Manor also wanted to recruit him. However, Qin Yi had disappeared by then. He slowly faded from the consciousness of the members of the Donghua heavens. That is why many people gradually forgot that such a figure once existed. Yet now he has appeared again in this Donghua banquet. It was Qin Yi, over where the members of Donghua Academy were. They were all staring at the figure below. Many of them recognized this person. This person had caused Donghua Academy to suffer a humiliating defeat. Ninghua lowered his head and glanced at the silhouette on the law battle platform. His gaze was cold and indifferent. He had also heard of this name. Back in the day, due to his station, he had not fought Qin Yi. Back then, Qin Yi was only a 3rd-tier Renhuang, whereas he was already a middle-level Renhuang at the peak. His cultivation is already at the 5th tier, a disciple from the academy commented. High above in Donghua Palace, Emperor Shi was curious as he asked, "Is this person famous?" "I recall having heard of him 20 years ago." Back then he was indeed well known in the Donghua heavens, Chief Ning said as he looked at the person below. As expected, the Donghua banquet is full of crouching tigers and hidden dragons that need a little motivation for them to show themselves. It seems that an even more intense battle is about to begin. Chief has such a high opinion about this person? Emperor, she asked. Ling, he, Yin Dongyang, as well as the prominent figures of Donghua Academy, are all of the same plane as this person. However, without any exception, they have all suffered defeat at the hands of Yi Lianyan. Could it be that this person is even more outstanding than all the previous ones? The various giant figures were also curious. After all, they were not from the Donghua heavens and would not be too concerned about a junior from there. If this person had been from their own continents, they might have known more about him. Ling, he is inferior to him, Ling Shao Palace Lord stated. According to my sources, a disciple of the academy who was even more outstanding than Ling he had lost to this person back then. This person has disappeared for many years. For him to return and participate in the Donghua banquet this time, it might be that he has reached a bottleneck in his cultivation journey and wants to challenge himself again. It might also be that he wants to join Domain Chief's manor. Let us see. Many people are cheering for this person. I am looking forward to this fight, said Chief Ning with a smile. The others nodded in agreement. Chen Yi is such a famous, prominent figure of the Donghua heavens. However, that being said, for him, a 5th-tier Renhuang, to challenge a 4th-tier Yilianyan, it is giving the crowd such anticipation, Thunder Punishing Skylord said with a smile. From a different perspective, this also proves where Yi Lianyan currently stands in the hearts of the cultivators here today. Many people who heard him say this nodded their heads slightly. Sword Goddess also said, "It is indeed so." After such a prominent figure like Chen Yi emerged, everyone hoped that he would battle against Yi Futian. From this, it could be seen that the crowd unknowingly viewed Yi Futian as an unbeatable figure, at least in a situation where Yi Futian's cultivation was similar to that of his opponent. The crowd believed that no one could stand against him. Therefore, when Chen Yi walked out, this caught the attention of everyone. Countless people were waiting for their battle. It has only been a few days since he entered the Donghua heavens, yet he has gained such fame because of a battle against the academy. It is a rare sight. The crowd was busy discussing. At that moment, Yi Futian had already entered the law battle platform and now stood before Chen Yi. Yi Futian also heard some of the discussion below. This Renhuang, who had emerged from the 5th heaven, appeared to be famous. The crowd was eagerly waiting for him to battle against Yi Futian. It was apparent that this person was particular. Yi Futian could not help but size up his opponent. Chen Yi's appearance was not outstanding. However, he gave off a very comfortable vibe. He had a faint smile on his face and seemed casual and unrestrained. Yi Futian heard the people down below discussing that this person had turned down the invitation of Donghua Academy and had not joined them to cultivate. I am Chen Yi. Recently, I have heard of Renhuang Yi constantly in the Donghua heavens. Hence, I have intentionally come to receive a few pointers. Chen Yi greeted Yi Futian with a smile as he saluted with his fists. I am Yi Lianyan, Yi Futian replied as he did the same. They chatted casually. They both appeared very calm. Yi Futian felt that Chen Yi was looking at him with a strange gaze. It seemed as though Chen Yi was very interested in him. Yi Futian could not decipher the meaning behind the gaze. Let us begin, said Chen Yi. Let's, Yi Futian replied. However, he saw Chen Yi standing there quietly. It was as though he had no intention of attacking. Yi Futian also stood there, seemingly waiting for his opponent to attack first. Chen Yi suddenly smiled at Yi Futian. It was a meaningful smile. Just as Yi Futian was puzzled for a split second, a blinding light suddenly radiated outwards. The powerful light instantly turned the space into a world of absolute light. Yi Futian found it difficult to keep his eyes open. There was extremely bright light before his eyes. For a moment he was in a daze. Sensing an extremely intense threat, Yi Futian's figure immediately retreated backward. The will of the great path of space emanated outwards, warping space. But a high-pitched hum of a sword could be heard. Yi Futian instantly appeared far away. However, the sword seemed to penetrate the space directly and descend upon him. Its speed was actually even faster than his teleportation. A soft swooshing sound could be heard. Yi Futian appeared high in the sky. He lowered his head and glanced down below. A section of his white robe had been sliced off. A sword light swept across before him. Qin-Yi did not continue his attack. He stood unmoving on his spot, quietly. Yet, at that moment, dazzling divine light appeared around his body, shining out in all directions. The divine sword in his hand also radiated brilliant white light. It was blinding. "A sword of light," said Yi Futian as he looked down at Qin-Yi. Just now, Qin-Yi could have taken advantage of Yi Futian being caught off guard and continued to press his attack. The speed of light was unbelievably fast. Yet, Qin-Yi had not done so and instead merely stood there waiting. It seemed that the sword just now was merely a reminder to Yi Futian. "Light Shadow, Sword Emperor, Qin-Yi." Down below, voices cried out. Countless people gazed up at the dazzling sword. This was the prominent figure who shook the Donghua heavens 20 years ago, the person who was known as Light Shadow Sword Emperor Qin-Yi. Incredible. In Donghua Palace, thunder-punishing Sky Lord praised Qin-Yi and said, "No wonder this person was so well regarded. He has actually comprehended the way of light. He must have had a fateful encounter." The other cultivators responded as they nodded their heads in agreement. The way of light was an extremely rare ability of the Great Path. It isn't easy to comprehend. Qin-Yi must be a cultivator with a flawless Great Path. It was almost impossible for him to have managed to do so without a fateful encounter. I am not too clear about this. He should have had one. Each incredible cultivator will have had their own fateful encounter. Aside from their talent, Chief Ning said. Many people nodded in agreement. No wonder he previously turned down Donghua Academy, the crowd thought to themselves. However, no one said this out loud. After all, the college chief of Donghua Academy was also present. Outside of the law battle platform, Ninghua and Desolation were also excited as they looked down at the platform. Qin-Yi raised his head and said to Yi Futian, "Are you ready?" This time, the power of the Great Path emanated around Yi Futian. A formless aura of the Great Path expanded out around him. Yi Futian was clearly taking it somewhat seriously. In their exchange just now, his opponent had not been serious. Yet, that attack made Yi Futian feel as though Qin-Yi's ability was above Kong Zhao's. Qin-Yi was mighty. Yi Futian replied as he nodded his head. He had a serious gaze. In front of Qin-Yi's figure, a sword of light appeared. It then split into two, then three, and so on. A wheel of divine swords appeared before him. They were all pointed at Yi Futian. Seemingly in an instant, billions of swords of light appeared, forming a gigantic sword pattern. Each sword radiated with blinding light, making it hard for the spectators to keep their eyes open. Qin-Yi extended his palm forward and then sent out a palm strike. Instantly, the billions of divine swords shone at the same time and shot out. Blinding divine light covered this part of the sky. The swords seemed to merge into the light. Each beam of light was a murderous sword. They flooded this part of the sky. It seemed as though Yi Futian was about to be buried by the light. The crowd saw Yi Futian being consumed by the sword light in an instant. They could not see his silhouette. The blinding light consumed his figure completely almost immediately. Buzz! The will of the Great Path emanated from Yi Futian's body. A domain of the Great Path appeared around him. Stars circled him, and countless stone tablets appeared before him. Each stone tablet released divine light. Runes appeared to be carved on them. A string of runes lined up and appeared in front of Yi Futian, sealing off the space. This scene caused Yi Futian's silhouette to once again appear in the crowd's view. The stone tablets seemed to gather together to form a gigantic divine tablet that spread across the sky. Divine light of the great path shot out from it and collided with the sword light charging towards him. This caused a majestic scene to be displayed before the crowd. Chapter 2034: The Strongest Opponent. The law battle platform became an independent space. Two silhouettes floated in the sky, facing each other. The gigantic divine tablet released the brilliant divine light of the great path. With Yi Futian's figure as its center, a galaxy of the great path appeared. The divine tablet seemed to be from the ancient past, suppressing everything in this space. The light that shot out from the blinding sword of light and the divine tablet collided. Each beam of light was like a sword. Billions of pillars of light were like billions of divine swords. In the sky above, they formed an astonishing river of swords. Seeing that the divine tablet was blocking them, Chen-Yi pointed a finger ahead. A beam of light immediately slashed across the space and landed on the divine tablet. The beam of light lit up on the divine tablet from top to bottom. A mark of light appeared on the gigantic stone tablet. "Split," Chen-Yi uttered. As he said this, the extremely dazzling stone tablet actually split in two along the mark of light. The next moment, Chen-Yi's figure disappeared, becoming a beam of light. Buzz! The beam of light disappeared. The crowd saw Yi Futian's figure leave behind an afterimage. As the light descended from above, the afterimage disappeared, and the two of them appeared high above in the sky elsewhere. "So fast!" exclaimed the crowd. The crowd tried to follow their movements, but soon discovered that they could not catch sight of their figures at all. Both of them were too fast. If they weren't on the law battle platform, they might have traversed 1,000 miles in an instant. However, the difference between the two of them was that Yi Futian was teleporting while Chen-Yi was moving at the speed of light. Both of them possessed extreme speed. This was what caused the other cultivators to be unable to follow their movements. At that moment, both of their silhouettes suddenly came to a stop. They stood across the space, staring at each other. "Such a fast sword," Chief Ning said in Donghua Palace. In this short interval, the two of them had exchanged blows countless times. The other cultivators could not see it clearly, but the giant figures above in Donghua Palace naturally saw what had happened. "It is not just his sword, but also his speed. This is the way of light, Emperor," she said. "Although there is no absolute strength or weakness for ways of the Great Path, and it still depends on the user, in reality, some powers of the Great Path will definitely be more powerful than others once mastered. Those who cultivated up to their plane understood. There is no such thing as a strong or weak Great Path. This fact was not always true under all circumstances. In reality, if the same person cultivated different ways, there would be a difference in terms of strength between the ways he mastered. If not, every Renhuang would have no qualm choosing between the way of light and the other of the 5 great paths. Everyone would choose the former. This time, this fellow has truly met his match," Thunder Punishing Skylord said with a laugh. Chen-Yi was truly a threat to Yi Futian. His ability was super powerful, and he had been undefeated in law battles before this. Yi Futian, who had defeated countless prominent figures and had yet to suffer a loss, finally encountered an extremely powerful opponent. The people down below were very excited. Although many of them could not understand what they were seeing, they still felt that this battle seemed interesting. The two of them stood facing each other in the space on the law battle platform. Chen-Yi was like a child of light as he was bathed in light. Each beam of light that shot out contained frightening power. He looked at Yi Futian and said, I never imagined that Renhuang you would be so proficient in the great path of space. If we continue fighting like this, who knows when we will be able to determine a victor?" Yi Futian lowered his head and looked at Chen Yi. He answered, "It won't take long." Yi Futian had barely uttered this when Chen Yi suddenly frowned. Then he sensed a strange change in the surroundings. With his figure as the center, there seemed to be a bizarre change to this part of the space. A domain of the great path formed, and countless currents flowed within the space. A cold moon appeared above where Yi Futian stood, and stars circled him. An extremely cold aura flowed over the land, seemingly freezing it solid. Chen Yi sensed the cold aura around him. He looked at Yi Futian and muttered, "The power of Yin." Just as he said this, he saw Yi Futian shoot an eye sorcery over. The eye sorcery pierced straight towards Chen Yi's eyes, attempting to invade his mind and will. However, at that moment, intense light radiated from Chen Yi's pupils. Yi Futian was blocked out from invading. Yi Futian revealed a strange look. This was the first time his eye sorcery had failed. His opponent's eyes could become eyes of light and defend against Yi Futian's eye sorcery invasion. Moonlight shone down. It contained the power of Yin. The light of the cold moon caused the space to become extremely cold. It also contained a terrifying destructive power as it froze over the domain of the great path. However, Chen Yi still stood there quietly, seemingly unperturbed by the cold. Behind him, in the sky above, a sword floated in the air. It was his sword of light. Even more blinding light shot out and formed an absolute domain of the great path around Chen Yi. When the moonlight shone down and came in contact with the domain of light, it could not pierce through. It was unable to break through the defense of Chen Yi's great path. Buzz! Chen Yi's figure disappeared once again and became a beam of light that shot towards Yi Futian. As his figure moved, with his figure as the center, countless beams of divine light that contained terrifying, murderous power shot out. For other Renhuangs, it would be difficult for them to survive being near him. "I am being affected," Chen Yi thought to himself as he felt his speed of light being affected by the power of Yi Futian's domain of the great path. However, even so, he was still extremely fast. The distance between the two of them was insignificant to him. He could ignore it entirely. Buzz! A sword of light swept across the space and stabbed towards Yi Futian's body. There was no technique involved. Extreme speed was absolute power. If it were any other person, when the light landed, Chen Yi's opponent would already be dead. They would not have the ability to block his attack at all. When the sword of light charged over towards him, an astonishing current of the great path suddenly surged around Yi Futian's body. 2 layers were formed around him, one hot and one cold. It made everyone feel very uncomfortable. Yi Futian's figure turned ethereal. Countless afterimages appeared. He used the great path of space to teleport. However, the speed of his opponent's sword of light seemed to surpass space. Chen Yi followed every traversal Yi Futian made through space, chasing behind him closely. In the battlefield, the crowd saw endless afterimages that were dragged out, as well as an ever-advancing light. What is he doing? Some people in Donghua Palace discovered that something was strange. Many people below also noticed it. 2 completely different types of currents had appeared around Yi Futian's body. As he moved, the 2 currents crisscrossed and circled one another. Chen Yi also noticed this. It was not just that. Countless destructive lightning gradually descended around his body. The 2 terrifying powers hanging over Yi Futian's body slowly coalesced into a pattern of the great path. Soon, an astonishing destructive power spread out above Yi Futian. In the sky above, the great path's endless power coalesced, and an awe-inspiring pattern of the great path appeared. This gigantic pattern was hot and cold, both yin and yang. It became yin-yang fish. fire and ice, some people thought to themselves. Yin and yang, others mumbled. The scene was too terrifying. A gigantic yin-yang diagram appeared and consumed the great path's power around them, turning the area into a true vacuum. The flames seemed to be the divine fire of Wudong. On the other hand, the cold aura seems to be the power of Yin, Chief Ning muttered in Donghua Palace. He could sense the two powers. These two powers intertwined and formed a destructive yin-yang diagram. Two powers descended from the yin-yang diagram at the same time. It was like an endless catastrophe of the Great Path. They blocked out the sun and the sky. It was as though everything within this domain of the Great Path was about to be destroyed by the yin-yang diagram. Screech and ear-piercing sound could be heard. The light of catastrophe descended from the yin-yang diagram, collided with the light that radiated from Chen Yi's body. This time, it actually suppressed the way of light on Chen Yi's body and constantly compressed his domain of the Great Path. The crowd was awestruck. Yi Futian was too powerful. He had not displayed such ability during his previous battle with Kong Shao. He was only forced to demonstrate it once Chen Yi appeared. How powerful exactly was he? He seemed to be limitless, becoming even more powerful when encountering powerful adversaries. This should be his strongest trump card, many people thought to themselves. With the combination of his sword and light, Chen Yi had forced Yi Futian to reveal his full strength. Yi Futian looked down below. His will shifted and countless destructive divine light plummeted from the yin-yang diagram, slaughtering toward Chen Yi. Facing such power, Chen Yi was finally suppressed. He lifted his head and looked at Yi Futian. His eyes did not reveal disappointment. He seemed to be even more excited. He didn't even seem surprised. His divine wheel of the Great Path resonated with his body. Endless divine light gathered on his figure. Chen Yi moved once again. With his power of light, he directly penetrated the yin-yang light of catastrophe descending upon him. He charged straight towards Yi Futian. A high-pitched swoosh sound could be heard. Light of catastrophe kept descending, landing on the beam of light. However, Yi Futian's opponent continued advancing, showing no signs of retreating. Buzz! Yi Futian's figure also moved. The extremely frightening yin-yang diagram also moved with his figure. Countless yin-yang light of catastrophe protected him as they descended towards Chen Yi. The crowd lifted their heads and saw their two lights collide with each other. An extremely intense, blinding light shot out, becoming a light shroud that swept over the surrounding region. The area in the law battle platform shook violently. The blinding divine light dissipated, and the law battle platform returned to normal. Chen Yi stood there quietly. His clothes were in tatters, yet he still stood there straight and tall as he looked up at Yi Futian. Yi Futian also stood there quietly, just looking at his opponent. This Chen Yi was the most powerful figure that Yi Futian had met among the same generation. Incredible. Even my power of light cannot touch you, Chen Yi praised. He continued, it seems that among those of the same generation, no one in the Donghua domain can do so. His words contained immense self-confidence. It was as though others could not do what he could not. However, this self-confidence that was borderline arrogance was acknowledged by many people. Even a figure as powerful as Chen Yi could not pose a threat to Yi Futian. Chapter 2035 Pinnacle Showdown. Yi Futian looked at Chen Yi and said, it is the same for you. Not many among our generation can defeat you. Do you still wish to fight? That won't be necessary, Chen Yi replied. The light of the catastrophe that descended from the yin-yang diagram was also merged with the power of swordsmanship. Each light of catastrophe contained frightening, murderous power. With such power protecting Yi Futian, it would be difficult for Chen Yi even to touch him. Yi Futian nodded his head. The battle came to an end. Spectacular. In Donghua Palace, Chief Ning clapped and asked, "What do all of you think about this battle?" The college chief of Donghua Academy had an otherworldly temperament. He looked down below and asked Chen Yi, "Back then, Donghua Academy invited you to join the academy to cultivate, but you turned us down. Now, would you be willing to join us?" Although Chen Yi did not win against Yi Futian, the crowd acknowledged his ability. The top figures especially knew how powerful Chen Yi was. Hence, Donghua Academy once again extended him an invitation. This time, the college chief personally made the request. "Many thanks, senior. However, I have grown used to being left to my own devices. I hope senior will understand," Chen Yi said as he raised his head and smiled. Once again, he turned down Donghua Academy. The cultivators of Donghua Academy looked over at him. Chen Yi truly had character. Even though the college chief favored him, he remained unmoved and turned them down once again. "With your cultivation and ability, I believe that no one here will turn you down if you choose to join them. Could it be that you have already made a choice?" Chief Ning also spoke up. The members of the various forces did not say anything. They clearly agreed with what Chief Ning said. With Chen Yi's ability, if he were willing to join any one of their forces, no one would reject such an outstanding Renhuang. "Could it be that you wish to join Domain Chief's manor?" Lingxiao Palace Lord smiled and said, "Chief will naturally not reject you." Chen Yi could choose any force that he wanted to join. "This time, I came to participate in the Donghua banquet to witness the prominent figures of the Donghua domain. Seeing that Ren Huangyi was here, I had the sudden urge to seek pointers from him. I have no interest in joining any force. I hope Chief will understand." Chen Yi continued to reject their offers. Although the members in the Donghua Palace were somewhat surprised, they were all giant-level figures. They had experienced many things and would not take such a small thing to heart. They just felt that was such a shame. Chief Ning nodded and said, "Since you have made up your mind, we will naturally not force you. Although you lost this time, you still displayed extremely outstanding ability. Do you have any wish that I might be able to grant?" Before this, Chief Ning had said that anyone who could defeat these prominent figures would be rewarded handsomely. Although Chen Yi had lost, Chief Ning still wanted to reward him. It was clear that he held Chen Yi in high esteem. "There is nothing that I wish for," Chen Yi replied. "All right, if that is the case, both of you may step down," Chief Ning said as he nodded his head gently. Yi Futian and Chen Yi glanced at each other, and then stepped off the law battle platform and returned to their own seats. Down below, countless people were busy discussing the battle. They felt that it was somewhat of a pity, and some of them lamented at the outcome. This was the personality of geniuses. Countless cultivators wanted to join the top force to cultivate, but could only dream of doing so. Chen Yi could choose any force that he wanted to join, and yet he had actually turned them all down. Once Chen Yi returned to his seat, the Renhuangs of the same plane beside him also looked at him and asked, "You could choose from all the superpowers of the Donghua domain, and yet you rejected them all. Isn't that such a waste?" "I do have a choice, but others will not agree to it. So I'll leave it at that," Chen Yi replied. "Why would they not agree? Chief Ning himself promised this, and the various forces also did not say anything against it," said the Renhuangs beside him. "I want to join Divine Palace of Fluttering Snow to cultivate," Chen Yi said in a low voice as he looked at the other party. The surrounding Renhuangs looked at him. Oh dear. They had no response to his declaration. "Brother Chin, you sure have guts," someone commented to the side with a smile. Chen Yi raised his eyebrows and gave him a knowing look. His gaze turned towards the goddesses in the sky above. The Renhuangs beside him smiled but did not say anything. It was not that Renhuangs were lustful. It was just that the goddesses were too sultry. However, ordinary Renhuangs only dared to keep this thought to themselves. The goddesses of Divine Palace of Fluttering Snow were beyond their reach. especially Jiang Yueli, Qin Qing, and the others. Those goddesses would not even look them in the eye. Yi Futian also returned to his seat. Many people in this area looked towards him. They were also getting more and more curious about him. The ability he displayed was getting more and more astonishing each time he fought. It was as though he was truly undefeatable. On top of that, when he was in Donghua Academy, he proved the tier of his divine wheel of the Great Path. Could it be that if he were the same plane as Ning Hua, they would be equals? Ren Huangye's ability surprises everyone each time, Jiang Yueli said. Qin Qing also nodded her head in acknowledgement beside her. Ever since she first encountered Yi Futian when he solved the mystery of the cliff face back in the Divine Ocean continent, each time she met him again, he appeared even more outstanding. It was as though he had no limits. "Goddesses, you praise me too highly," Yi Futian still replied humbly. Li Changsheng smiled at the side as he looked at Yi Futian. Over-transmitted thoughts, he said to Yi Futian, "Younger brother Yi, this goddess of divine palace of fluttering snow seems to be particularly concerned about you." Yi Futian looked at Li Changsheng and replied, "Elder brother, you are already so old, and yet you are so fond of gossip." Li Changsheng smiled as he glanced at Xia Qingyuan. This fellow drew the favor of women. They were also such extraordinary women. However, this was also normal. Since time immemorial, great beauties had favored prominent figures. Yi Futian was undoubtedly such a person. Not only did he have exceptional talent, but he also had the looks to match. It is precisely because I am old that young, beautiful women do not fancy me. Hence, I have yet to find a path companion up until now. I can only admire and envy you, Li Changsheng lamented playfully. Yi Futian ignored him completely. The more time he spent with Li Changsheng, the more he realized that this person, who put on the airs of an expert beyond this world before others, was actually an old urchin. He loved joking around, and he was easy to get along with. He did not have the airs of someone superior at all. Down below, another person stepped onto the law battle platform and challenged the cultivators above. The law battles continued. Gradually, a group of very incredible figures appeared. Unfortunately, the battles mostly failed. It wasn't easy to achieve victory, especially when challenging such prominent figures. No one managed to defeat them. These figures at the top were all too powerful. The challengers' attempts were futile. However, some exciting law battles stirred up the crowd, causing the spectators to be very excited. In the blink of an eye, the Donghua banquet had been going on for 7 consecutive days. Within these 7 days, dozens of Renhuangs had been chosen to join the various top forces to cultivate. Some of them joined Domain Chief's Manor, while others joined Donghua Academy, and the rest. However, on this day, the number of people who came out gradually whittled down. There would sometimes be gaps in between law battles. The rounds of law battles had also worn out the Renhuangs of the top forces. Many of them had been challenged multiple times. They also developed and showed growth during their battles. Right then, the law battle platform was empty. After a long while, no one had gone up. In Donghua Palace, Chief Ning declared, "Since no one has the desire to battle, this round of law battles will end here." The crowd nodded their heads. Not only did the people below have no objections to this, conversely, but they also became even more excited. Many people revealed looks of intense anticipation in their eyes. If this round of law battles ended, that meant a new round was about to begin. This time, there would be law battles between the cultivators of the top forces above them. The disciples of Donghua Academy, Divine Palace of Fluttering Snow, the Wangshin Watchtower, Desolate God Palace, the Renhuangs of these forces would compete with one another. This was a grand occasion. Each battle would be thrilling. Rumor has it that Desolate God Palace had gone to Donghua Academy to challenge Ning Hua before this. However, Ning Hua was not in the academy at that time. Hence, they had missed each other. Today, both of them were here. The showdown between these two figures would be inevitable. The crowd could not wait to see how it played out. There was also Jiang Yueli and Zongchan. Would peak-level battles explode between the four prominent figures? There were far more middle-level renhuangs with flawless great paths than these four upper-level renhuangs. The contest between them would be even more intense. Could anyone at the same plane pose a threat to Yi Futian? It would most likely take a sixth-tier cultivator to do so. Before this, in many law battles, almost no one could pose a threat to those prominent figures with flawless great paths. However, what would happen if these figures were to clash with one another? They would soon witness the battles between the strongest figures. These would be the highest-level battles in the Donghua domain. This was also a test to see which cultivator among the top forces current generation was the most outstanding. Renhuangs were already the foundations of the various forces, the core of their power. Their strength also determined the overall strength of the various forces. All of you seated here have cultivated many powerful cultivators. They are the present and future of the Donghua domain. Now, why don't we let the cultivators of the Donghua domain witness their glory? Chief Ning asked the giant-level figures. A thunderous response immediately came from below. The sound reached the 9 heavens and shook the Donghua heavens. Everyone was waiting with great anticipation. The giant-level figures of various forces also nodded their heads. They had no objections. If that is the case, let us begin. The stage is yours, Chief Ning said as he looked at the cultivators below. The atmosphere below suddenly turned solemn. From Desolate God Palace, a silhouette stood out. Desolation looked towards a figure sitting alone nearby. The figure raised his head and looked back at Desolation. For a moment, the world seemed to have descended into an instance of silence, followed by astonishing cries erupting. The first battle would already be a pinnacle showdown. The most monstrous figure in the Donghua domain, Ninghua, versus Desolate God Palace's next leader, Desolation. Chapter 2036, Invincible. Desolation did not speak, but turned around and walked toward the battle platform. Everyone knew who he was going to challenge. In all of the Donghua domain, besides the truly powerful, there were only 4 people with a perfect, great path. With Desolation being one of them, who else besides the other 3 was worthy for him to challenge? But Jiang Yueli was in the 8th realm and a woman, and Zongchan had achieved his name much later than him. Desolation's nature was not prone to frivolous challenges, so only Ninghua, known as the #1 genius talent in Donghua domain, was qualified to be challenged. Desolation would only challenge Ninghua, the head of the 4 most influential figures. Previously, when he went to Donghua Academy, he had sent out an invitation for a challenge. I never thought that we would be able to experience a duel between 2 excellent figures in the first battle, the clan leader of the Nanhua clan said with a smile. Even these leading figures seemed to be quite interested. Both Desolation and Ninghua would be future leading figures, destined to be on the same level as their elders in a matter of time. Therefore, such a fight was not something they could afford to ignore. In the future, these 2 people may be stronger than all those sitting here. This was not surprising at all. The older generations were there waiting to be surpassed. I thought it would take some time and didn't expect that the next heir of the Desolate Palace would be so direct. It seems that he is eager to prove himself as the most dazzling existence in the Donghua domain. The Palace Lord of Ling Shao Palace smiled and said, "Only it's no easy task to defeat Ninghua. In my opinion, Desolation is about to lose." Chief Ning did not speak. The person who was being challenged this time was his son, Ninghua, the most enchanting figure in Donghua domain. But no matter how outstanding his son was, it would be inappropriate for him to praise his own son under the circumstances. It's fascinating. Who do you think will win? The thunder-punishing Sky Lord asked with a smile. Ninghua, the sword goddess of fluttering snow palace, said. Ning Hua, the college chief of Donghua Academy, said as well. At Donghua Academy, Desolation engaged in fights before, but he didn't have the power to take everyone down. Although he is mighty, he is not invincible. No one had a better understanding of Ning Hua's strength than him. After all, Ning Hua was cultivating in Donghua Academy. Desolation once had a battle with the Xuanwu Sword Emperor, a Renhuang of the 9th realm in Donghua Academy. He had been defeated by the Xuanhuan Sword Emperor, proving that he was not invincible. But if Ning Hua were to engage Xuanwu Sword Emperor, not even Xuanwu himself would be certain that he could defeat Ning Hua. That was a peerless genius talent who could really make others feel that he was invincible. When Ning Hua fought, he gave everyone the same feeling each time, and that was no matter who his opponent was or how strong they were. They were all the same in front of him. Precisely because of this, he was named the #1 genius talent in the Donghua domain. His Grand Seal Great Path overpowered every opponent he had ever encountered. Ning Hua, Emperor Yan also said, in Donghua Palace, it seemed that everyone's opinions were the same. They all thought that even though Desolation was outstanding and one of the 4 great figures, he would still be unable to shake that #1 genius talent. After all, though many people called them the Great Four, Ning Hua was on his own level while the other 3 were on the same level. We will only know until after the battle. At this moment, a voice sounded in the ears of everyone present with cold indifference. All the cultivators turned their eyes and saw that the speaker was the master of Desolate God Palace, a terrible existence known as Desolate God. Everyone thought without that his heir, Desolation, would be defeated. Everyone looked at Desolation God and smiled, and no one refuted him. They just kept looking at the battle platform. In the area below, Futian and the others were very concerned about this battle. For example, Jiang Yueli and Zhong Chan gave great importance to this battle. These 2 were listed along with them, and in a sense they were already at the top of the Donghua domain. Who do you think will win? Li Changxing looked at Yi Futian and asked in a low voice, I don't know Ning Hua's strength very well. Yi Futian responded, Desolation's actions at Donghua Academy were very domineering. The Desolation will was frightening. Those in the same realm as him had difficulty defeating him. However, his opponent is praised as the #1 genius talent in the Donghua domain, so I can't really say who will win. Ning Hua will win, Li Changxing said. Although he was laughing casually, he was very certain, and his tone was definite. It was as if he already knew the outcome of the battle. You are so sure of it? Asked Yi Futian. Watch. There shouldn't be any doubts about it. Li Changxing smiled as he looked at the battle platform. At the same time, Ning Hua stepped onto the battle platform. The terrible aura of the Great Path burst out above Desolation's body, and the terrifying Great Path currents swept out and flooded the sky. In the space within the battle platform, a desolate palace appeared above the sky, spinning in the air. As the endless power gathered and poured into the palace of the desolate wheel, an incomparable light of destruction burst out from the palace and fell. The vast space of the Great Path turned into a world of doomsday. No matter how strong and proud Desolation was, this time he was facing Ning Hua, who was ranked above him. He dared not underestimate him and had immediately turned into his strongest form, ready to fight. His eyes were pitch black, and black lightning of desolation seemed to flash out from them, capable of destroying everything. At this time, Ning Hua came above him and stepped forward with assurance. A dazzling divine light was released from his body as if it was a dominant divine body. He looked down at Desolation. His eyes were terrifying to behold. Their eyes met in midair, and an incomparable power of Grand Seal Great Path was released. In an instant, infinite divine light shot out and turned into characters of the Great Path. Each character contained terrifying power of the seal, sweeping toward Desolation's body, even invading Desolation's eyes. Bang! The Great Path's power on Desolation's body was extremely violent, and the eyes of destruction shot out to destroy the invading will of the Grand Seal, Great Path. But the characters seemed inexhaustible. They continued to invade madly. Beyond that, the surrounding space was also covered by it. It's the divine method of Grand Seal Great Path, the God Seal spell. Destroy! Desolation spat out a command, and from the sky above, countless rays of divine light descended from the Desolation Wheel. These lights, like black lightning, blasted on the characters, madly destroying them. Some even rushed toward Ning, Hua's body, like an invasion of thousands of destructive divine tribulations. But just at that moment, an extremely horrifying light screen appeared behind Ning Hua as an immense pattern appeared. The pattern was cast from the characters, a spinning sign of yin and yang, which bore some similarities to Yi Futian's abilities. But inside this pattern, there was a giant character that said seal. Not only that, but the immense pattern itself was completely composed of this one character, and each character released an extremely brilliant divine light. With a turn of Ning Hua's mind, the pattern began to expand, and the circular pattern enlarged with a rhythm as it continued to grow. With every expansion, the divine wheel's light became ever more brilliant and bright, and more characters of the seal were being released from it. Ning Hua's divine wheel. Many trembled in their hearts. This was the divine wheel of Great Path that had revealed 6 wheels of divine lights in the divine mirror of heavenly wheels. In just a few short moments, the divine wheel of the Great Path had expanded to cover the sky and the sun, sheltering this corner of the sky. The divine light released by the Great Path covered this part of the world, which was full of the power that sealed the Great Path as endless characters were floating. Although these characters continued to be destroyed under the Desolation Wheel, they did not appear to be exhausted as they still covered this corner of the sky. Everyone could clearly feel that the power released by the Desolation Wheel was beginning to wane, as if it was affected by the Grand Seal, Great Path. Desolation stood there and suddenly felt powerless. At this time, whether it was the sky or his divine consciousness, they were filled with endless characters of the seal and were transformed by the indestructible divine light of the Great Path. He felt that the Grand Seal Great Path was eroding the space he was in. It was eroding his divine wheel of Great Path. Your divine wheel is lesser than mine. How do you propose to fight me? Ning Hua lowered his head to look at Desolation. His tone was extremely domineering. He projected a power as if no one could compare to him in this entire world. Desolation had no words to refute him. His divine wheel of the Great Path was not as good as Ning Hua's, which meant that he would lose the claim regarding the realm of the Great Path. His defeat would mean that the other party would have absolute control over the realm of the Great Path, and it was the power to seal the Great Path. Thus, all his methods would be unquestionably sealed and weakened. The divine wheel aside, how could he not be defeated in this situation? You are the heir to the desolate god. You have extraordinary combat power. You are already someone at the peak level. In the Donghua domain, apart from the truly powerful, not many people can defeat you. Nonetheless, it doesn't mean you can challenge me. One day, when you are confident enough that you can counter my divine wheel of the Great Path, come challenge me. Ning Hua put away his power of the Great Path. When everyone heard his words, they fell silent, but their hearts were greatly disturbed. The cultivators of the Donghua domain had separated Ning Hua into his own level. Even though the other 3 were equally famous, they could not truly go toe-to-toe with him. Today, Ning Hua's words seemed to reinforce this point. Although not many people in Donghua domain could defeat Desolation, it did not mean that he was able to challenge Ning Hua. Ning Hua was invincible. Countless eyes followed Ning Hua as he walked back. No one had thought that this battle would end this way. There were no fanciful collisions, nor any great battle. Ning Hua sent out his divine wheel of the Great Path, and no one could compete with it, not even desolation. Ning Hua was invincible. Chapter 2037. The Storm Demon. Although everyone had anticipated the outcome of this battle, the process was still shocking. Under the suppression of the divine wheel of the Great Path, desolation was overpowered. Such was the crushing of the divine wheel of the Great Path. And Ning Hua's divine wheel of the Great Path was different from that of the others, because it also contained the power of the Grand Seal, Great Path. Once the opponent's way was suppressed, it would seal it shut and restrict the opponent's ability so that they would lose the power to strike back. Therefore, even if the fighting did not continue, both sides already knew the inevitable outcome. Desolation's divine wheel of the Great Path was weaker, after all. In this generation, who else can best the vice chief? Countless people below thought secretly. Ning Hua, with God-given talent, was the epitome of this generation in the Donghua domain. No one could compare. He had an extraordinary origin, and would continue moving forward as the one and only until he reached the top and inherited the position as the chief of the Donghua domain. Senior brother's estimation was spot on. There was really no doubt, Yi Futian said to Li Changsheng, who was next to him. The divine mirror of heavenly wheels does not lie. What's more, what desolation had inherited is quite a bit less than that of the vice chief. Even if he could contend with the great divine wheel of the Grand Seal, the outcome would still be the same. Therefore, under the circumstances that the rank of his divine wheel is not on the same level, he has no hope of winning, even though he is an outstanding figure himself. But there are some people who would always stand out no matter where they are. Ning Hua undoubtedly belongs in this category. Li Changxing spoke to Yi Futian via voice transmission and continued, "Of course, you also belong in this category. Those who are in this category are destined to sit up there in the future." He then looked up at the Donghua Palace above. "Senior brother has praised me too generously," Yi Futian chuckled. He understood what Li Changxing meant. There were countless cultivators in the world, and there was no shortage of geniuses. Genius talents who could cast the perfect divine wheel of the Great Path, as well as unparalleled characters who were able to break through the realm of Upper Renhuang while remaining flawless. However, above this, there was another type of people who were above these geniuses. They were not of this world, such as Ning Hua, such as himself. Obviously, Li Changxing's had high praises for him, and that itself was the highest of all praises. Ning Hua and Desolation returned to their respective positions. They didn't speak. It was as if they had already forgotten about the battle. But Desolation's expression was not so good. He looked sullen and said nothing while Ning Hua acted as if nothing had happened. In the Donghua Palace, Desolation God said nothing. However, the Palace Lord of Lingxiao Palace said with a laugh, "Desolation inherited the power of Desolation God and possesses extraordinary strength." The release of the Desolation Wheel was apocalyptical. It was indeed astounding. It is a pity that it was unleashed on Ning Hua and that he was unable to exert his own strength fully. However, Desolation God needn't worry too much, because Ning Hua is already the first man under us at the Donghua Heavens. In the future, he might even be more excellent than all of us. So it is completely understandable that Desolation lost. Ning Hua has been cultivated carefully by the chief. His excellence is expected. Desolation's defeat would only encourage him to endeavor in the pursuit of the Great Path, said Desolation God. I heard that the young Palace Lord of Lingxiao Palace has considerable strength and once underestimated Yi Lianyan. Although he was later defeated, I'm sure he has learned from it so that he could have a second chance when his realm is stronger. The people in Donghua Palace revealed a strange look. It seemed that even these major figures were beginning to annoy each other. The Palace Lord of Lingxiao Palace had been on the side of the chief, and Desolation God seemed unhappy about that, so he spoke rather sarcastically regarding Linghe. Yi Lianyan is also extraordinary. He was no less than anyone else in front of the divine mirror of heavenly wheels. including Desolation and the others. It is not surprising that Ling He lost to him, the palace lord of Lingxiao Palace said with a smile. Although he was deeply displeased, he did not reveal it. The conversation between the two was getting a bit sharp. Of course. Desolation God nodded, slightly while looking down. He said, "Who among you dares to taste the strength of the young palace lord of Lingxiao Palace?" Everyone's attention was on Desolation God, while the cultivators in the Donghua Palace were smiling without saying anything. They were acting as if they were waiting to watch the show. Desolation God was still as domineering as always, aggressive and cold. Desolation was defeated, but he was defeated by Ning Hua, not by anyone from Lingxiao Palace. The commentary from the palace lord of Lingxiao Palace was not taken kindly by Desolation God. Therefore, this was the first time a leading figure in the Donghua Palace had offered one of his own as a challenger. The performance of the cultivators above had always been seen in the eyes of the people below. There were many cultivators in the Desolation God Palace, and all of those who came this time were powerful characters, not just Desolation. But because Desolation was the heir of Desolation God, he was the one who got most of the attention. Apart from Desolation, there were other powerful cultivators in Desolation God Palace, from the Badlands continent, and in the western region of the Donghua domain. Desolation God himself had spoken. This battle must be won. Therefore, all eyes from Desolate God Palace fell on the same person. Obviously, the cultivators themselves already had a consensus on who should be the challenger. Storm Demon of Desolate God Palace. Li Changxing looked at him and whispered, "He is very strong, and his status in the Desolate God Palace is second only to Desolation." Storm Demon. Many people recognized him. The cultivators from the top forces had some understanding of these powerful players. Many people from Lingxiao Palace changed their expression when they saw the man. They hadn't seen Storm Demon in action before, but they had heard how strong he was. Ling, he really might not be able to beat this opponent. Storm Demon was a massive, domineering figure. In the black robe he wore, he appeared even more majestic up close. He looked to be about 40 years in age, and his eyes were sharp and aggressive with a strong sense of oppression. Standing up, his size was even taller than Desolation. He glanced at Ling He, then walked toward the battle platform and said, "Come over here." His tone was full of domineering contempt. It was as if he didn't care to speak to him. Clearly this was aimed toward Ling He. This slight did not go unnoticed by Ling He. Even though this storm demon was a well-known existence in Desolate God Palace, but Ling He himself was a man of the Donghua heavens and was the young palace lord of Lingxiao Palace. How could he allow others to act so insolent toward him? Ling, he stood up and followed Storm Demon. The two stepped into the arena of the battle platform, one after the other. As they entered the battle platform, Storm Demon was in front with his back facing Ling He. Then he stopped. The moment when he turned around, a storm of destruction appeared around him, and this storm rushed into the sky as a terrible dark thundercloud appeared. Countless black lightning struck down like a catastrophe of the great path. The light of darkness enveloped the firmament, and the storm of destruction was becoming more terrifying. Every gust of the wind was like a knife that cut through everything as they rolled toward Ling He. This storm that gathered together was capable of tearing the space apart. In the dark thunderstorm of destruction, a massive black thunder battle axe appeared. Storm Demon hovered in the air and rushed into that devastating storm, holding the battle axe in his hand. Like a demon god of destruction, he looked down at Ling He below. Above Ling He's head, Lingxiao Pagoda appeared, suspended in the sky. Endless shadows of the pagoda filled and suppressed the space, with strands of golden light permeating from them. At the same time, a golden spear appeared in his hand with a radiant divine light flowing forth. Infinite shadows of the pagoda appeared, trying to suppress this corner of the sky. However, the sky on that side was full of destructive thunderstorms. The great path withered, and all signs of vitality were wiped out. The golden streamer rushed into the storm and was shattered by the devastating storm. Terrifying dark streamer blasted on Lingxiao Pagoda, causing the divine wheel of the great path to make a violent, harsh sound like there was a sword slashing on the pagoda. Lingxiao Pagoda was getting larger, covering the sky and the sun, directly suppressing Storm Demon. But Storm Demon stood proudly in the air, with extremely violent power sweeping toward the surrounding area. His massive and dominant form was akin to an invincible war god of storm, holding a battle axe. That terrifying storm of destruction directly swept into Lingxiao Pagoda and was affecting its repressive force. Though the pagoda was fighting the storm, it was still suppressing downward nonetheless. At the same time, Ling He also made his move. Lingxi's spear bloomed as the golden streamer directly penetrated the void. The radiant golden divine spear slashed through the air in a direct attack on Storm Demon. But just then, Storm Demon's battle axe had already come down, carrying with it billions of destructive streamers, slashing at the opponent's spear as if it was the end of days. The two attacked and collided, but Ling He disappeared. With such a violent attack, he was able to separate himself with the slightest contact, as if the spear was able to move according to his will, appearing directly in another location, and continued its attack. It was like a golden afterimage, but its power was extremely frightening as it continued to pierce through the space. Buzz. Gusty wind swept past, but the Storm Demon's reaction was even faster. The battle axe in his hand turned into wind and merged with the storm. As it drew an incomparably radiant arc, it slashed toward Lingxi's spear once more. The attack speed of these two is so fast, the spectators only saw a blur in front of them. In the dark storm of destruction, countless afterimages of Ling He appeared, spreading in different directions. Every appearance was accompanied by the shadow of a golden spear, as if several spears were launched all within a very short moment. But every strike was countered. Lingxi's spear emphasizes the perfect blending between man, spear, and the way, thus making possible the movement at will. Even when it was blocked, it could still break away and attack from another location instantaneously. However, Storm Demon's axe is the same, as if he is a gust of wind, dancing and moving with its momentum. The scary thing was that, in line with the way of this wind, the attack power of his battle axe will become ever stronger, as if he was continuously gaining momentum. Jiang, Yueli of Fluttering Snow Palace, spoke, partially meant to explain to her junior sisters around her so that they could better understand the battle. In a brief moment, the two of them had already exchanged numerous times. Just then, a figure swooped down from the void, and the Lingxi spear was still as fast as ever, like golden lightning. At the same time, the storm seemed to pause for an instant, not quite as free-flowing as it was before. Just when the Lingxi spear was about to hit, a monstrous storm blew up against it, tearing the space apart. Everyone saw the Storm Demon moved so fast that it was hard to see with the naked eye. But in the next moment, black axe light appeared from the firmament and slamming downward, splitting this part of the sky. The next moment, the golden streamers were knocked out, with speed so fast that it was almost inconceivable. This time, Ling He finally stopped the attack, staring at the Storm Demon across the sky. There was a cough accompanied by a spit of blood, and his face was a little pale. Chapter 2038, Invincible Fighter. The dark, destructive storm of the thunder of catastrophe was still roaring in the sky, and the Lingxiao Pagoda was still engulfed in the terrifying tornado. Storm Demon stood in the storm of doomsday in midair and looked down upon Ling He. Bolts of black lightning struck around Ling He's body as though they were mocking him. Ling He raised his head to look at Storm Demon, extremely distressed and embarrassed. Ling he was the young master of the Lingxiao Palace and a prominent cultivator in the Donghua heavens, with a perfect divine wheel of the Great Path. But he had been losing over and over again ever since he met Yi Futian at the Divine Ocean Cliff. A Ren Huang from the Desolate God Palace also defeated him in a fight that was issued from discordance and feud between his father, the Palace Lord of the Lingxiao Palace, and the Desolate God. Unfortunately, he lost. Not only did his loss embarrass himself, but it also brought humiliation to his father, who was sitting in the Donghua Palace. "Get off the platform. You are not a match for me," Storm Demon said in a cold and domineering tone, which put Ling He to shame. Beams of frightening, golden divine light shone from Ling He's body. He wanted to keep going. Storm Demon moved swiftly in the destructive storm. The thunder of catastrophe fell from the sky and merged with the way of wind. Storm Demon bathed in the destructive storm and transported again. He held the battle axe with both hands and hacked from above as if he didn't want to leave Ling He any chance to turn the table. A ray of light of darkness became visible and almost split the sky in half. The battle axe struck at Ling He with tremendous strength as soon as he brandished his golden spear. The destructive energy was extremely horrifying and made the earth tremble. Fizz! Cracks appeared on the spear. Ling He was flung away even further, spraying blood from his mouth. How tragic! The cultivators, watching from below, felt sorry for Ling He. He was the young master of the Lingxiao Palace, a well-known cultivator in the Donghua heavens, a disciple of the Donghua Academy, and a Renhuang with a perfect divine wheel of the Great Path. At this moment, however, he was brought to his knees by Storm Demon. The Palace Lord of the Lingxiao Palace, sitting in the Donghua Palace, was staring at Storm Demon with a grim expression. Everyone could tell the anger on his face and sense the dark energy emanated from his body. But the Desolate God couldn't care less. He also watched the battlefield below and commented casually, "Not bad. He can withstand Storm Demon's battle axe." Speechless, the top cultivators all shot a strange look at the Desolate God, who did not attempt to save face for the Palace Lord of the Lingxiao Palace at all. The Palace Lord of the Lingxiao Palace didn't respond. He was at a loss for words. It was a fair fight, and he couldn't complain about the result. He was humiliated like this only because he was less capable. What else could he say? Awkward silence reigned at this moment. Other than the first two fights, this was the fiercest and the most hostile match so far. It was tied up with two of the magnates sitting in the Donghua Palace. Instead of fighting each other themselves, they sent their protégés. Even so, both the Renhuangs in the Nine Heavens and the ordinary audience below were secretly excited by the fights. These were real law battles in which top cultivators were matched against each other and exerted their strength to the utmost. Ninghua and Desolation, Storm Demon, and Ling He. Both the Renhuangs and the ordinary audience wondered who else would step up. The storm dissipated on the law battle platform, and the destructive energy of the Great Path also disappeared. He walked off the platform, despondent and low-spirited. While walking back, he could feel that countless pairs of eyes were staring at him. It was not easy to endure even for a Renhuang like him with exceptional mental strength. What he experienced just now was not an ordinary sparring session, but a battle of humiliation. Nevertheless, Storm Demon didn't leave the law battle platform. People were surprised to see him, still hovering above the platform. Did he want to have another fight? Sure enough, Storm Demon raised his head and looked in the direction of the seats of the cultivators from Wangshin Watchtower. He said, "I would like to see what the Sword Emperor Liunian is capable of. Please grant me the honor." Yi Futian. All the eyes were fixed on Yi Futian in an instant. It was him again, and it was Storm Demon who just vanquished He challenging him this time. However, as powerful as Storm Demon was, he was probably a lesser cultivator than Chen Yi. Chen Yi was already a legend 20 years ago and excelled at the Sword of Light. His speed and power left a lasting impression on people's minds. Therefore, Storm Demon would certainly lose to Yi Futian. But the fabled Sword Emperor Liuyan had become a mountain that everyone was eager to conquer. That was why Storm Demon still wanted to challenge Yi Futian to further prove himself after defeating Ling He. He challenged Yi Futian, knowing that he would lose. It was a battle of path-seeking, while the result was secondary. Storm Demon knew himself that a victory was not very likely. A cultivator at his level surely could tell how powerful Yi Futian was. Yi Futian stood up with a calm expression. At such an event, it was beyond question that someone would challenge him sooner or later. He was well prepared from the beginning. Although it was hard for him to meet his match, he could use the opportunity to test the abilities of the talented cultivators from various top forces. He stepped forward and walked into the law battle area again. Looking at Storm Demon in front of him, he said, "Please, please." Storm Demon's face was stern. He was not as arrogant and contemptuous as he was when facing Ling He. It was obvious that he also knew how strong his current opponent was. Yi Futian's divine wheel of the great path surpassed geniuses like Desolation and Jiang Yueli. No one in the Donghua domain other than Ninghua was in the same league as Yi Futian in terms of the divine wheel of the great path. Moreover, Yi Futian cultivated several types of power of the great path and possessed multiple divine wheels, each of which reached perfection. Storm Demon was also at the Donghua Academy when Yi Futian showed off 2 fifth-order divine wheels. Yi Futian still had other divine wheels that were not revealed to the public. Those might be even stronger, possibly at the 6th order. Thus, Storm Demon was well aware of Yi Futian's ability. "Please," said Yi Futian. The destructive storm gathered in the sky above him. The entire great path domain turned dark and desolate as rays of light of destruction fell from above. The cold moon hanging in the sky kept expanding. Yi Futian moved along with the moon. All of a sudden, a strange phenomenon occurred. The moonbeams froze the area and released frightening power of destruction, which destroyed everything that attempted to attack Yi Futian. The power of Yin. Storm Demon looked at Yi Futian with a solemn face. The endless light of catastrophe fell on Storm Demon as the world was being transformed into a vast desert. Storm Demon's already burly body kept growing and transfigured him into the desolate god of war. Glowing with the light of destruction, a black battle axe slowly descended from the destructive storm in the sky. Storm Demon reached out his hand and grabbed the axe. The ravaging light of catastrophe rolled out at the moment. Storm Demon bathed in it as if he was gathering the energy, poised to attack. Yi Futian certainly understood Storm Demon's intention of making a decisive blow. It would be Storm Demon's most powerful strike. Yi Futian could clearly feel the devastating energy of the attacks coming from above. The cultivators of the desolate god palace came from the Badlands continent. Their specialties were somewhat similar. The moonbeams swept across the area and transformed into streaks of icy sword chi. They circled Yi Futian's body and turned into frightening shadow sword. Endless sword will float around and made shrill whistles that reverberated throughout the area. Finally, the destructive storm fell from the sky in a frenzy. Storm Demon held battle axe and chopped downward. The gleam of the axe almost split the sky open. Even the audience could feel the frightening power contained in the axe. The axe moved at lightning speed at first, yet it seemed to slow down when it approached Yi Futian. Then the crowd saw a frosty sword coming into collision with the axe in midair. It didn't look so terrifying when the sword and the axe met head-on. It almost seemed like 2 lines converged before one of them was annihilated by the other one. Under everyone's watch, the black line drew by the axe retreated and eventually wiped out by the other line. With a ray of extremely dazzling light, the sky split open, and the dark world was destroyed. Storm Demon's body was flung upward, and the dark, destructive storm was neutralized. As expected, the audience was more amazed than surprised by the scene. No one, including Storm Demon, could beat Yi Futian. Yi Futian was a legendary fighter who came out of nowhere. The Sword Emperor Lionian remained undefeatable and invincible. High up in the air, Storm Demon recollected himself and looked at Yi Futian, said, "Thank you for the lesson." Then he walked off the law battle platform without much disappointment. The result was not beyond his expectation. He watched the match with a cold face. Storm Demon, who vanquished and humiliated him just now, lost to Yi Futian. This kind of comparison made him feel bitterer. He was a celebrity from the Lingxiao Palace, yet was not on an equal footing with Yi Futian. A voice rang out just when Yi Futian was about to leave the law battle platform as well. "Please wait for a moment, Renhuang Yi." The voice attracted everyone's attention. They all looked in the direction of the voice and saw a ravishing woman walking out. It was Goddess Taihua. Goddess Taihua gazed at Yi Futian in the law battle platform and said, "I wonder if you can give me a chance to play a song for you." Chapter 2039, Divine Melody Taihua. Goddess Taihua came out and personally invited Yi Futian to listen to the divine Taihua melody. Countless people focused their eyes on them in surprise. No one had thought that Goddess Taihua would come out, but it was not totally beyond reason. Although Yi Futian made a name for himself not too long ago, he was in the full flush of his success and had never lost a fight. He could always gain the upper hand no matter how talented his opponent was. Aside from not having a celebrated background, he was better than anyone other than Ning Hua, including Goddess Taihua. Therefore, it made sense that Goddess Taihua wanted him to listen to the divine melody Taihua. The Sword Emperor Lionian was so powerful that all the genius cultivators from various top forces were eager to challenge him. This was a distinctive way to show their approval. Li Changxing and Zhong Chan darted Yi Futian a glance, both of them smiling. Li Changxing said in a low voice, "Brother, you can always attract beautiful women." Zhong Chan shook his head with a smile. Standing in the law battle area, Yi Futian replied, "I certainly will listen if Goddess is willing to play. It's my honor to enjoy the divine Taihua melody." He was not acting humble out of courtesy. He mastered 2 divine melodies himself and was already interested in the divine melody Taihua. Of course, he was glad to know how unique and remarkable the divine melody Taihua was since Goddess Taihua offered to play for him. After getting Yi Futian's permission, Goddess Taihua stepped forward and walked over to Yi Futian. She soon entered the law battle area and stood face to face with Yi Futian. It seems like Yi Lionian is one of the most extraordinary cultivators at the Donghua banquet this year. Everyone wants to beat him, but no one has achieved it yet. Chief Ning, who was sitting in the Donghua palace, commented, chuckling. The master cultivators had been paying more attention to Yi Futian now. The palace lord of the Lingxiao Palace and Emperor Yan both glanced at Yi Futian. Then Emperor Yan shot a look at Millet Emperor and said, "Millet Emperor trained him well. He was born with remarkable talents. I let him cultivate at Wangshan Watchtower for several months and didn't have much influence on him. What he has shown in the previous battles are his own skills and abilities. If you believe he only won because of the gate to world suppression, why don't you send a cultivator of the great Yan ancient royal family to challenge him? I will ask him not to use the gate to world suppression." The Millet Emperor replied blankly. "Humph." Emperor Zhan uttered a snort and looked away. Even though he was not pleased that the Millet Emperor imparted his unique skill to Yi Futian, he had to admit that the Millet Emperor was telling the truth. No one from the great Yan ancient royal family could beat Yi Futian even if he didn't use the gate to world suppression. No one was even close. Yi Futian didn't use the gate to world suppression when he fought against Storm Demon. The Millet Emperor is right. Yi Liunian is a top-level cultivator, even without the gate to world suppression. I'm afraid he is unrivaled among his peers, Thunder Punishing Skylord spoke with a smile. These master cultivators all had a good eye for talents. There was no doubt that Yi Futian was much superior to everyone else. Let's see if he can withstand the divine melody Taihua, said the palace lord of the Lingshao Palace. He darted a glance at Taihua Skylord and added, It's a divine melody composed by you. Your niece is also nothing but extraordinary. I think she should be able to win against Yi Liunian this time. It's not easy. The Taihua Skylord gazed at the law battle platform and replied calmly, I would be more confident if she challenged someone else. This youngster is truly amazing. I'm not certain if the divine Taihua melody can overpower him. It's about to begin. Let's watch, Chief Ning smiled and said. Inside of the law battle area, Goddess Taihua was glowing with celestial light. Her beauty was out of this world. She bowed slightly at Yi Futian and said, I beg your pardon, Renhuang Yi. Please, Goddess, Yi Futian replied. Goddess Taihua sat down in midair with her legs crossed. Countless strings of the great path took shape as soon as she reached out her slender hands. The strings covered every inch of the sky and turned the law battle area into her own great path domain. A guqin appeared in front of Goddess Taihua. She plucked the strings with her fingers. The forceful and stirring tone made everyone's hearts tremble, both the Renhuangs in the 9 heavens and cultivators sitting in the lower areas. Clang! 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 Goddess Taihua bowed her head and immersed herself in playing the guqin as if no one else was nearby. She radiated the celestial light, her long black hair blowing in the wind. Her elegance dazed many people. The tone was rich and vigorous, and the vibrant notes formed a symphony of the great path. Standing in the great path domain of the strings, Yi Futian could hear the music clearly. His heart trembled at every beat, and the notes stifled his spiritual soul. He felt like a range of mountains was pressing on his soul. At this moment, Yi Futian had a feeling that he was no longer standing in the law battle platform. Instead, he was put in a world of music where divine mountains came down from the sky, one after another. Each one of them contained unparalleled force, which made him exceptionally small beneath the mountains. His heart was palpitating, and his blood was rushing in the veins. The divine melody Taihua. Yi Futian had been exposed to music before, including 2 divine melodies, but he had never heard something so powerful before. Nothing he experienced in the past was as energetic as the divine melody Taihua. He could feel the splendor and glory of the great path and the triviality of himself. Right now, the divine melody symbolized the heavenly path that was overwhelming and irresistible. Yi Futian also felt a tremendous amount of pressure. He emitted the divine light of the great path from his body, but the pressure from the music was intangible. Another note fell upon him at this moment. He felt like his body was being slammed by an invisible force. The divine mountains were collapsing on him, and the world he was in was being destroyed. The great path around him was also sagging and crumbling. Any energy he released was neutralized immediately. The stars circling him were shattered and annihilated. His spiritual soul was being pounded again and again. The great path inside Yi Futian's body was also under attack. Everything was about to be destroyed by the divine Taihua melody. Countless pairs of eyes were glued to the law battle platform. It was the first time Yi Futian was being subdued. Many people were staggered to see the great path gathering around Yi Futian's body and immediately falling to pieces. No one expected Goddess Taihua to be so frightening. It appeared that they underestimated the top cultivators in the Donghua domain after all. Although Goddess Taihua had fought against other people before, she didn't reveal the true power of the divine melody since her opponents were less worthy. That's what the divine melody Taihua can do. It looks like Yi Liunian is about to lose, Chief Ning commented while watching the law battle platform. Other master cultivators were shocked as well. Taihua Skylord was a hermit who rarely communicated with the outside world. He immersed himself in cultivation and studied the divine melodies assiduously. The 10 divine melodies of the divine prefecture all had a long history. Cultivators could gain great power and significant benefits if they comprehended them thoroughly. No one knew to what extent Taihua, Skylord, mastered the divine melodies, but they could all venture a rough guess by listening to Goddess Taihua's performance today. Indeed, I didn't realize your niece is so phenomenal. I guess only Ninghua is a match for her in all of the Donghua domain, the palace lord of the Lingxiao Palace said. Maybe Yi Liunian can come up with more surprises? Emperor, she laughed. It's not over yet. Let's keep watching for now. That youngster hasn't lost a single match so far. Right. Everyone else nodded, apart from the big shots in the Donghua Palace. Cultivators from top forces sitting below were also surprised to see the invincible Yi Futian being held in check. They didn't expect Goddess Taihua to be so powerful. Chapter 2040 Clash of Divine Melodies. Standing on the law battle platform, Yi Futian sensed that the power of the great path around his body was still being crushed and suppressed. The notes were interwoven into an illusory world where Yi Futian was placed in. It was a world of rhythmic sorcery and a great path domain that belonged to the divine Taihua melody. Yi Futian's mind was dashed by the music violently and repeatedly. If not for his strong spiritual will and stable spiritual soul, he would have been severely injured by now. His spiritual will would have been collapsed and his spiritual soul wrecked. At this point, Yi Futian emitted extremely dazzling green divine light from his body. The divine light didn't seem to contain the power of the great path, but it still possessed extraordinary life force. At this moment, everyone felt like Yi Futian was full of vigor and vitality. It was as if he was an immortal being that couldn't be exterminated. The life force from the divine light built up Yi Futian's physical body and strengthened his spiritual will. Many people sitting in the Donghua Palace were surprised by its effect. Did the way of life give strength to Yi Futian? The way of life was the foundation of everything. It might not seem particularly practical, but it was the ultimate source of everything. People who excelled at the way of life would have an easier experience cultivating other types of power of the great path. They had more life energy and a stronger spiritual will, which would help them gain an advantage over their peers. Yi Futian felt much better when the life force filled his body. His blood flow rate gradually returned to normal, and his spiritual was not as shaken up as before. He collected himself and regained his footing. As expected, defeating him doesn't appear to be an easy task. The thunder-punishing Skylord laughed. For some unknown reason, he had remained very confident about Yi Futian. Maybe it was because of their encounter at the Divine Ocean Cliff. The Divine Tree. The Millet Emperor gazed at Yi Futian. Yi Futian ate the Divine Tree at the Eastern Deity Island, which filled his body with extra energy. It was much harder to kill them than other cultivators at the same level as him. Moreover, the life force he gained at that time was helping him hold out against the divine Taihua melody right now. Nevertheless, how would Yi Futian fight back? At this point, Yi Futian also sat down with his legs crossed at the center of the law battle platform. The great path transformed into strings as soon as he reached out his hand. To everyone's surprise, a guqin materialized in front of him as well. The audience was stunned. What did he want to do? This guy. Has he lost his mind? The audience below all had the same thought in their minds. Their eyes were glued to him, who intended to play the guqin in front of Goddess Taihua. On top of that, Goddess Taihua was playing the divine melody Taihua. Did Yi Futian want to use music to fight against the divine melody Taihua? Although no one could deny Yi Futian's incredible talents, they were still astounded by his arrogance. Even if Yi Futian was good at music, he should think twice about who he was facing right now. The common folks were not the only ones shocked by Yi Futian's move. Even the cultivators from various top forces were stunned. With an odd look on their faces, they wondered what Yi Futian was attempting to do. He is going beyond his depth. Some cultivator from the great Yan ancient royal family ridiculed him in a sneering voice. Yi Futian was asking to be embarrassed by showing off his musical talent in front of Goddess Taihua. I remember that he revealed his Guqin divine wheel at the Donghua Academy, right? Jiang Yueli asked. Qin Qin nodded and replied, yes, he did. It matched his swordsmanship. Despite that, no one reckoned Yi Futian's chances of success. He should take his opponent into consideration even though he possessed the Guqin divine wheel. The master cultivators sitting in the Donghua Palace were confounded by him as well. Chief Ning asked with a smile, what was he going to do? Use music to combat the divine Taihua melody. How creative! The palace lord of the Lingshao Palace said in a mocking tone. Let's have a look. Perhaps this guy can also play the Guqin well, the Taihua Skylord said. The rest of the people nodded and continued to watch the law battle platform in silence. Sitting with legs crossed, Yi Futian started to pluck the strings of the great path, and the music flowed from the Guqin. The noted seemed to be a little jumbled and could hardly form a melody under the divine Taihua melody's influence. But Yi Futian was playing the Guqin with absorbed attention. The musical notes of the divine Taihua melody kept attacking him. Yet he acted as if he wasn't affected at all. He played his own music without speaking a word, completely engrossed in his own world. Endless sword will circled his body. The musical notes facilitated the emergence of more and more sword will, which was rushing wildly in the area. The audience even sensed a twinge of sorrow as the music continued. A strange look appeared on people's faces. They got in the mood and started to hear the melody played by Yi Futian. Moreover, Yi Futian's melody grew stronger and stronger and took shape in defiance of the divine Taihua melody. The tunes were doleful and melancholic to their ears, as though each note was drenched with profound sadness, and each melody was filled with lasting regret. The great path was flowing around wildly, and the sword will rampage through the sky and turned into a frightening path of the sword. Goddess Taihua glanced at Yi Futian with her beautiful eyes. Her face grew solemn. The divine Taihua melody became even more forceful and vigorous, charging at Yi Futian. But the music Yi Futian was playing was wild and arrogant. It was as if it was going to pierce through the sky. The great path was roaring, and the tones were shrill, fighting against the great path. Bang! Two radically different types of invisible sonic waves came into collision with each other in midair and generated disturbing currents of the great path. The illusory divine mountains that had been dominating the area were also crumbling. Buzz! The gust howled and blew up Yi Futian's silver hair. The disturbing currents of the great path stormed toward the divine mountains. The two types of music were contending as though two different concepts of the great path were dashing against each other. Bang! The law battle area shook violently. Goddess Taihua plucked the strings with full strength. A series of notes rushed out and trembled the world. Countless divine mountains were dropped from the sky and crushed everything, including the spiritual soul. Yi Futian's figures also plucked the strings. The great path flowed backward and turned the tide. A sword river of the great path appeared and surged upward, destroying everything it touched. Two types of destructive power met head-on. In an instant, a terrifying scene became visible around their bodies. It looked like they were situated in an unstable space that could collapse any second. The great path there was all going to be annihilated. All the master cultivators sitting in the Donghua Palace watched the law battle area with a serious expression. Taihua Skylord gazed at Yi Futian's figure and muttered, the lost sound of the great path, song of the lost divine. Marvelous, said the thunder-punishing Sky Lord. I didn't know it would be a clash of divine melodies. It's a nice surprise indeed. Emperor Yan and the palace lord of the Lingshao Palace were taken aback. They obviously didn't realize that Yi Futian could also play the divine melody so well that he would fight the divine Taihua melody with the song of the lost divine. A surprise for sure. The song of the lost divine has been lost to the divine prefecture for many years, right? Chief Ning said, staring at Yi Futian. He showed a look of incredulity. This was the first time for him to be truly astonished by Yi Futian's ability. The cultivators of the top forces sitting below were also amazed. This is the song of the lost divine. They overheard the conversation in the Donghua Palace and couldn't help but look at Yi Futian on the law battle platform in silent wonder. Yi Futian was going beyond his depth. He used music to combat the divine Taihua melody played by goddess Taihua. What he played was another divine melody. The audience sitting in lower heavens was simmering with excitement. Countless people whispered to each other while some exclaimed loudly, "Song of the Lost Divine." They said it's the Song of the Lost Divine, one of the 10 divine melodies. 2 divine melodies confronted each other today. Some people stared at the law battle platform with an animated look. Sword Emperor Liuyan. Others gazed at Yi Futian, who shocked the crowd at the Donghua banquet. They heard about his extraordinary performance at the Donghua Academy in the past, but no one had seen him fighting for real. Yi Futian truly displayed his unparalleled talents at the Donghua banquet and blew people's minds again and again. Apart from his previous matches, he was battling against Goddess Taihua with a divine melody right now. So powerful. People looked at Yi Futian with admiration. This man seemed to be perfect and invincible. There was nothing he couldn't do. 2 energetic melodies were still wrestling with each other. The clash of the music on the law battle platform made the disturbing currents of the great path stronger and stronger, shaking the entire law battle area. Nevertheless, the 2 melodies seemed to be played without being affected by each other. The divine Taihua melody suppressed the great path with full might, and the song of the lost divine filled people with eternal regrets and deep sorrow. Their bodies were engulfed by the disturbing currents of the great path. The music sped up, and the clash became more violent. Bang! The music stopped abruptly after a deafening sound. Goddess Taihua was flung high up into the sky, and Yi Futian was pushed back. Both of them stopped playing. Chapter 2041, Direct Attack. The dashing, silver-haired Yi Futian and the stunning, heavenly goddess Taihua were facing each other in the law battle platform. The battle between the 2 divine melodies ended in a tie. Although Yi Futian and goddess Taihua were competing against each other, many people believed that they would make a perfect couple. In the past, they felt this way about Ning Hua and goddess Taihua. Now, however, they realized that Yi Futian seemed to be an even better match for goddess Taihua than Ning Hua. He also excelled at the divine melodies. It would be perfect if they could play the guqin together. They played the divine melody Taihua and the song of the lost divine just now. The audience was quite satisfied for hearing 2 divine melodies contend with each other at the Donghua banquet today. They couldn't help but exclaim how astonishing and eye-opening the matches between top cultivators were. Goddess Taihua and Yi Futian looked into each other's eyes on the law battle platform. Yi Futian spoke with a smile. "I learned a lot from listening to you performing the divine melody today. It's truly my blessing. You're much better at music than me." Many people were impressed by Yi Futian's modesty. As a legendary cultivator, Yi Futian was exceptionally humble. He tied with goddess Taihua despite being in a lower cultivation level, yet he still praised her for being better at music. The audience could clearly tell that neither of them could gain the upper hand. This battle of the divine melodies ended with a draw. "You're so modest, Ren Huangyi," It's my honor to have a chance to listen to the song of the lost divine, Goddess Taihua responded. A person who had an ear for music naturally wanted to learn about all the famous songs in the world. She was delighted to appreciate the song of the lost divine today, even though she didn't beat her opponent. It was such a rare opportunity. Two people who excelled at the divine melodies met at the Donghua banquet. Sitting in the Donghua palace, Emperor, she looked at Yi Futian and Goddess Taihua, who were standing on the law battle platform, and said, "It's indeed a pleasure to listen to the divine Taihua melody and the song of the lost divine at the same time. It's a unique experience, even for us. The divine Taihua melody is vigorous and forceful and could suppress the great path in the world. The song of the lost divine is melancholy and sorrowful, filled with lasting regrets, which could disturb and frustrate the great path. They truly deserve to be among the 10 divine melodies of the divine prefecture," Thunder Punishing Skylord chimed in. While speaking, Thunder Punishing Skylord gazed at Yi Futian with an inscrutable look. It was more and more difficult for him to figure Yi Futian out. He had never met a youngster who had unfathomable abilities. Yi Futian seemed to be thoroughly accomplished in everything. There was nothing that he had not cultivated. It was said that Yi Futian gained fame for his swordsmanship, but none of the skills he displayed later was less proficient than his swordsmanship. On top of that, he could blend the path of the sword with other types of law power and make the best of his advantages. For instance, the swordplay happened during the song of the lost divine just now. Was he really just a disciple from the eastern deity island? Even if the supreme deity Donglai was still alive, it was unlikely for him to raise such an extraordinary cultivator, let alone his daughter, who was the current head of the eastern deity island. After all, hardly anyone of the same generation in the entire Donghua domain was a match for Yi Futian. That's right, this Donghua banquet is certainly a success for having so many remarkable cultivators. They will all be the mainstay of the Donghua domain in the future," Chief Ning said with a smile. People nodded in agreement. The divine prefecture had been united for more than 300 years, but few master cultivators were born and raised during this time. Many of them already reached the peak before the unification of the divine prefecture. As time went by, the younger generation sprang up and would be in the same league sooner or later. The best of them might even surpass the current master cultivators. It goes without saying that the vice chief will inherit the chief's legacy and lead the next generation to preside over the Donghua domain, the palace lord of the Lingxiao Palace said, simpering. Yi Futian and Goddess Taihua returned to their seats in the area below the Donghua Palace. Many cultivators from Wangshan Watchtower were staring at Yi Futian and felt even more curious about him. Awesome! A high-level Renhuang from Wangshan Watchtower expressed his admiration. Where did you learn the divine melody? Besides, you can master several types of power of the Great Path. How many years have you been cultivating? Someone asked out of curiosity. Yi Futian looked extremely young. Although it was hard to estimate a cultivator's exact age, it was possible to venture a rough guess if looking closely enough. Judging by his appearance, Yi Futian couldn't have cultivated for more than 100 years. How did he achieve that? It felt like there was nothing that he couldn't do. Nevertheless, Beigong Ao and Beigong Shuang were used to it. They had already known how versatile Yi Futian was, and wouldn't be staggered no matter what miracle Yi Futian made happen. They understood that Yi Futian shouldn't be considered and judged as a normal human being. He was a real genius. At this point, Yan Hanqing's voice rang out in the direction of the great Yan ancient royal family. The great Yan competed with Wangshan Watchtower back in the Turtle Deity Island. Why don't you take advantage of the opportunity provided by the Donghua banquet and learn from the disciples of the Millet Emperor? Quite some people were surprised to hear Yan Hanqing's words. Countless pairs of eyes focused on him in an instant. Chief Ning said in the past that they might have a chance to fight when they came to the Donghua heavens. They were all here now. Besides, The great Yan ancient royal family already targeted Lung Qinghan from the Lung family during the First Law battle. Yi Futian vanquished Yan Dongyang after that and further deepened the enmity. The great Yan ancient royal family didn't attempt to hide their hostility anymore. They were directly proclaiming war against Wangshan Watchtower. A person walked out of the crowd. Many cultivators from Wangshan Watchtower put on a solemn face when they recognized him. It was Yan Qi, another prince of the great Yan ancient royal family. Yan Qi was a third-order Renhuang with a perfect divine wheel of the Great Path. He had extraordinary strength and might be even stronger than Yan Dongyang when fighting against opponents at the same level. Wangshan Watchtower might not have any lower Renhuang who could win over him. A prince of the great Yan ancient royal family? People started gossiping right away. Yes. Someone nodded and said, the great Yan ancient royal family is going to attack Wangshan Watchtower at the Donghua banquet. I'm afraid that they have planned it for a long time and waited till now. Besides, the great Yan ancient royal family has issued an official challenge. Yet the Wangshan Watchtower couldn't keep asking Yi Futian to deal with them. It's going to be a test for the Renhuangs from Wangshan Watchtower. I'm Yan Qi from the Great Yan, Third Order Renhuang. Please feel free to send out anyone you want. Yan Qi walked toward the law battle platform while speaking. Although he told Wangshan Watchtower to dispatch a cultivator at their will, they couldn't select anyone at a higher cultivation level since Yan Qi already announced his level. The vibe changed abruptly. People shifted their eyes to the cultivators from Wangshan Watchtower, who seemed more somber than usual. The cultivators from Wangshan Watchtower apparently understood that it was almost impossible for their lower Renhuangs to defeat Yan Qi. Yan Qi is a talented prince of the great Yan ancient royal family. He must have remarkable abilities. Wangshan Watchtower might be put in a disadvantaged position if we send someone at the same level. Qingfeng, go ahead, said Li Changsheng. Everyone immediately widened their eyes in surprise. But Li Changsheng smiled as though he wasn't aware of people's gaze. Lu Qingfeng was a fourth-order Renhuang and the only middle-level Renhuang from Wangshan Watchtower who had a perfect divine wheel of the Great Path. He obviously had an edge over Yan Qi for being at a higher cultivation level. Li Changsheng, what do you mean? Yan Hanqing glared at Li Changsheng and asked. Li Changsheng narrowed his eyes and looked at Yan Hanqing. With a smile on his face, he countered, What? The Prince of the Great, Yan, told us to feel free to pick anyone. I selected Qingfeng. What's wrong with that? A middle-level Renhuang is matched against a lower Renhuang. What do you think? Yan Hanqing retorted in a cold voice. He knew Li Changsheng was playing dumb. Then why did you ask us to pick anyone we want if you want to limit to the same level? Li Changsheng said sarcastically. People from the great Yan ancient royal family were a little embarrassed. The great Yan didn't care about cultivation level when you were fighting against Brother Yi before, did you? You have sent out 5th order, 6th order, and even high-level Renhuangs, right? Aside from everyone else. What level was Yan Dongyang in during the battle at Wangshan Watchtower? What level was Brother Yan? Li Changxing said in a sneering tone, If they insist on limiting to contenders at the same cultivation level, Brother Yi, may I trouble you to challenge the cultivators from the great Yan one by one? Sure, Yi Futian answered and stood up. Everyone from the great Yan ancient royal family looked quite awkward. Li Changxing was determined to keep Wangshan Watchtower from being taken advantage of, having said that it was true that everyone who fought against Yi Futian on behalf of the Great Yan was at a higher cultivation level than him. Li Changsheng sounded reasonable from that point of view. Since people knew the Great Yan ancient royal family was deliberately attacking Wangshan Watchtower and might be brutal and merciless with their cultivators, Li Changsheng certainly wouldn't let the Great Yan have their way. Fine, he'll do. Yan Qi, who was standing on the law battle platform, spoke up. He agreed to spar with Lu Qingfeng. Yan Hanqing glared at Li Changxing, but didn't say anything else. Chapter 2042, Joining Forces. Yan Qi and Lu Qingfeng stepped onto the law battle platform. The atmosphere seemed somewhat different. Now it was more than just a simple spar. This battle involved the vendetta between the two parties. It concerned the struggle between Wangshen Watchtower and Great Yan Ancient Royal Family. Li Changsheng, Zongchan, Yi Futian, as well as the other cultivators of Wangshen Watchtower, were looking at the law battle platform. Even though Li Changxing casually dispelled the animosity directed at them by Great Yan Ancient Royal Family, he also understood that the situation was not as optimistic as it appeared. Great Yan Ancient Royal Family had come prepared. Their opponent's lineup was stronger than theirs. For example, the prince of Great Yan Ancient Royal Family, Yan Qi, was a lower-level Renhuang with a flawless great path. He had no match among the lower-level Renhuangs of Wangshan Watchtower. Hence, Wangshan Watchtower could only send the fourth-tier Renhuang, Lu Qingfeng, to go against him. It was not very honorable. Before this, Wangshan Watchtower had treated Yi Futian in such a manner because he indeed was powerful to such an extent. Elder brother, what are our chances in winning this battle? Yi Futian asked Li Changsheng, who was beside him, as he looked in that direction. It was still all right if they won. If the fourth-tier Lu Qingfeng were to be defeated, it would be somewhat embarrassing. By losing with someone who had an advantage, Wangshan Watchtower's image would be somewhat tarnished. I am not too sure about Yan Qi's ability, Li Changxing replied. However, rumor has it that he is considered incredible among Great Yan Ancient Royal Family. His talent is not inferior to that of Yan Dongyang. Although Yan Dongyang is far from being a match for you, he is still a prominent figure in the cultivation world. It will be difficult for members of the same plane to defeat him. Hence, it is unclear who will win this battle. Even if Lu Qingfeng wins, it won't be an easy victory. He appeared casual as he spoke, but in reality he was somewhat worried. Of course, Yi Futian also understood that Yan Dongyang was not weak. It was just that he had encountered Yi Futian. After all, Yi Futian had cultivated too many techniques along the way and had many fateful encounters. A prince of an ordinary ancient royal family could not possibly compare with Yi Futian. We'll see. If Lu Qingfeng is defeated, younger brother Zong will immediately go out, Li Changxing said. If Zongchan were to take the field at the same plane, the Great Yan Ancient Royal Family would not be able to find anyone who could prove a match for him. Their goal of sending Zongchan was to intimidate the opponent. Of course, if they won this battle, that would be even better. Zongchan would not need to fight so soon. As they discussed this, the battle had already begun on the law battle platform. The prince of the Great Yan Ancient Royal Family, Yan Qi, attacked extremely aggressively. He was as overbearing and dominant as a divine golden dragon. A pure-blooded dragon circled him in the sky above, causing the spectators to sense a frightening pressure. Lu Qingfeng was proficient in swordsmanship. He was like a breeze blowing through the leaves of a willow. His seemingly gentle swordsmanship actually contained an extremely sharp aura. His grace contained great strength. His sword skills appeared ethereal. Both of their attacks contrasted each other. Even though this was not a pinnacle showdown between prominent figures, it was still a showdown between two top forces. Hence, the cultivators around were watching attentively. As they watched this ferocious battle, the people below said, as expected, Yan Qi truly is a member of Great Yan Ancient Royal Family. The blood of the royal family of the Yan Kingdom flows in his veins. His attacks are domineering. Even though his cultivation plane is lower than his opponent's, his momentum is actually more powerful. He seems to be seizing the initiative. The royal children of Great Yan Ancient Royal Family are the elites of the Yan Kingdom. They are extraordinary. Although the Renhuang from the Wangshan Watchtower also has a flawless great path, it won't be easy for him to win. Many people discuss below. The battle in the law battle platform was growing more intense. Yan Qi did not plan to give Lu Qingfeng any opportunity to counterattack as he attacked again and again, like a war machine. However, Lu Qingfeng had a higher cultivation plane than him and managed to nullify his attacks. At that moment, on the battlefield, both of them retreated backward. The crowd seemed to hear swooshing sounds. As they looked onto the battlefield, cracks appeared on the huge dragon armor covering Yan Qi's body. Blood seeped out from the cracks. Yan Qi appeared to have been injured. Lu Qingfeng wielded a sword in his hand. Blood dripped from the sword. Lu Qingfeng's attacks seemed soft and gentle, but in reality they are indomitable. His grace contains great strength, and he is mighty. He still has an advantage being at a higher cultivation plane. It appears that even though Yan Qi is overbearing, he is still going to lose. The people below discussed. Yan Qi glanced down at his injury. Divine light of the great path flowed down his figure, and his wound was instantly healed. An astonishing dragon cry could be heard. It shook the heavens and the earth. The great path trembled as the song of the young dragon radiated outwards. Sound waves of the great path swept out, causing Lu Qingfeng to feel like his eardrums were about to burst. This song of the young dragon seemed endless. It reverberated all around them. The dragon cry caused the heavens to tremble. The crowds felt their heads vibrate violently. As they watched in astonishment, Yan Qi became a divine, pure-blooded dragon and charged directly at Lu Qingfeng. This gigantic divine dragon descended with the might of the great path. It hovered above and covered the sky. It was domineering. Under the effects of the ear-piercing sound wave attack, the sword in Lu Qingfeng's hand shook uncontrollably. It was not because Lu Qingfeng's hands were shaking. Instead, the sword itself was vibrating. The crowd watched as the gigantic divine dragon consumed this part of the sky and dove down towards Lu Qingfeng. Raging waves of the great path swept out. The crowd heard the sound of intense vibrations. Then, everything seemed to clear up. When they saw the two figures again, Yan Qi had already returned to his original form. His robes were stained with blood. His dragon scale armor was mostly shattered and covered in bloodstains. However, Lu Qingfeng was even worse off. His chest was punctured. Frightening claw marks appeared on his chest. It was as though he had been slashed by a dragon claw that directly penetrated his body. He was covered in blood as well. He stared at Yan Qi and then spat out a mouthful of jet-black blood. His face was pale, and his aura was rapidly weakening. He appeared extremely wretched. So vicious, the crowd thought to themselves as they witnessed this scene. Both of them had attacked too viciously. Although Chief Ning had prefaced this, the crowd also understood that if two major forces were to clash, they would certainly attack viciously, just like they had done now. They were no longer merely sparring. However, the crowd knew this was inevitable due to the grudges between the two major forces. Who could have imagined that the victor was actually Yan Qi? Many people exclaimed in surprise. Before this, Lu Qingfeng had been suppressing Yan Qi. However, at the last minute, Yan Qi seemed to become even more ferocious. He sent out his most vicious attack and severely injured Lu Qingfeng. Although he had also received heavy wounds, compared to Lu Qingfeng, he came out of that exchange far better off. The cultivators of the Wangshan watchtower had very cold gazes. Yan Qi had actually attacked so cruelly. Great Yan ancient royal family was clearly aiming to kill them. "Younger brother Lu!" shouted Li Changsheng. Lu Qingfeng limped out of the law battle platform with his injuries. Clearly he had lost this battle. Yan Qi also walked out after him. Before Yan Qi could return to his seat, the crowd saw another person stand up. However, surprisingly, the person who had stood up was not a cultivator from the great Yan ancient royal family. Instead, it was a cultivator from Lingxiu Palace. Many people revealed bizarre expressions. Had Lingxiu Palace and great Yan ancient royal family agreed to join forces against Wangshan Watchtower.